Chapter 1, Chapter 001, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Joining the Chat Group. Checkmate. A calm male voice echoed in the tea room. Beside the wafting tea fragrance, Ryuga held a book in one hand while casually placing the final piece with the other. Before him lay a shogi board. On the board, with that last move, the black pieces formed a dense net, completely checkmating the enemy king with no room for escape. How is this possible? Sitting across from the man was a middle school girl wearing a JC uniform, with silver blue hair and delicate, beautiful features. Sora Ginkgo, who held the title of Naniwa's Snow White Princess, had always been hailed as Japan's strongest female shogi player in 1,000 years. Despite her young age, she had already earned the titles of Queen and Women's Maiden, rising to fame in Japan's shogi world. And such a renowned professional player had lost to the man across from her in less than 2 minutes. How could this happen? Sora Ginkgo sat powerlessly on her knees, hands pressed against the floor, her slender legs spread to either side of her body, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Even with a handicap, the maximum 10-piece drop handicap, while he read a book and played casually, I still had no ability to fight back, unable to last even 2 minutes. The young girl's tender face was filled with shock, showing none of her usual cold pride. As a professional player, to be so easily defeated while being given a 10-piece handicap, even if her skill wasn't at the peak, even the strongest Dragon Kings in history couldn't suppress her so completely under such conditions. Seeing the girl in this state, as if her worldview had been shattered and she was dazed from the blow, it seemed that no matter what was done to her, she wouldn't react for a while. Faced with this familiar scene, neither the villa's owner Ryuga nor the maid beside them found it strange anymore. The blonde twin-tailed maid served the black tea she had just learned to brew, and Ryuga nodded slightly, completely ignoring the dejected girl in the ort's position, continuing to flip through the book covered in mysterious symbols. It wasn't until several minutes later that Sora Ginkgo recovered from the intense shock. She bit her thin lips lightly and looked up at the man before her, whose appearance and physique were flawless. The shock in her eyes gradually transformed into reverence and submission under the absolute suppression of strength. T/N, took you 2 minutes to become submissive as well GNG. Truly worthy of being called the unprecedented and unparalleled sage of chess. Ryuga-sama, even looking through all of human history, you are undoubtedly the strongest. Someone as powerful as you must have undergone unimaginable trials to stand at the pinnacle. The girl, who had been proud and arrogant since childhood, showed not a trace of arrogance only when facing this man. Because the man sitting before her was the existence who dominated Go, Chinese chess, international chess, shogi, and other fields, making even artificial intelligence bow down, hailed as the strongest chess sage in human history. Facing such an existence, she could only look up in reverence, unable to summon even a thought of challenge. At this moment, her tone was extremely serious. In Sora Ginkgo's view, only those with minds as clear as mirrors could reach the level of a chess sage. However, facing such near flattering praise, Ryuga simply shook his head calmly. No. Actually, I just needed money at that time, so I went to claim the prize money. Before that, I had basically never touched shogi, let alone undergone any trials. Ah! Sora Ginkgo was dumbfounded. This was different from what the outside news had hyped up. And moreover, someone who had never touched shogi became a chess sage in a short time just for prize money. Was that even possible? Seeing the newly recruited little maid's stunned expression, Ryuga casually explained. As a professional player, you should know that chess character has no relation to personal character, and even less to spiritual cultivation. So-called chess skills are ultimately just puzzle games that compete in computational power. Stripping away all pretense, the man's words went straight to the essence. As a game competing in computational power, while shogi has promotion rules, its overall complexity is far less than Go. And Go's complexity upper limit is merely 3 to the power of 361. As long as computational power is sufficient to cover Go, winning championships in other chess categories is the simplest thing. Hearing Ryuga speak in the most calm tone about the most shocking words, Sora Ginkgo was stunned again. Without relying on Josuke, but depending purely on computational power to cover all variations in chess games. Even the most advanced supercomputers now couldn't perform calculations of this magnitude, right? Most people in the outside world believed the chess sage defeated AI by exploiting its weaknesses, but hearing Ryuga say this, could it be that he didn't use any strategies at all, but simply crushed the AI with pure computational power? Was this really something humans could achieve? If even this is considered simple, what in this world could be called difficult? Sora Ginkgo complained speechlessly. This sentence was meant as a sigh, but unexpectedly, Ryuga immediately provided an answer. Of course there is. What? For example, surpassing humanity. T/N, ah shit, here we go again. This was said with a slightly complex tone. Ah. Hearing this completely unexpected answer, Sora Ginkgo looked up at the chess sage before her, discovering that Ryuga's attention had already focused on his book. Unlike his casual expression when facing the board, when facing the book in his hands, Ryuga's expression was obviously much more serious. Looking at the various books scattered around his seat and the mysterious symbols on the covers, Sora Ginkgo showed a puzzled expression. Hermeticism, Psychological Alchemy Society, the Emerald Tablet, Book of the Dead. Why was Ryuga-sama so interested in mythological religions? Sora opened her mouth, remembering the maid rules she had just memorized, didn't ask more questions, but fulfilled her maid duties. After reheating the tea that Arari-senpai had brewed, she cleaned up the chessboard and bowed with Arari-senpai before leaving, giving her master a quiet environment. Several minutes after Sora Ginkgo left, Ryuga turned to the last page of the book in his hands, shook his head, and set it aside. The theoretical framework has no problems, but practical application still has no effect. Even Hermeticism, which is condemned as the evil of evils and heresy of heresies, shows no response. Could this world really have no possibility of the extraordinary? Clearly, Ryuga was a transmigrator. Having transmigrated to this daily Zongman, anime crossover, world, aside from his brain becoming more useful and his comprehension improving, he hadn't gained any extraordinary cheat. In modern society, just with super high comprehension, it was enough for him to thrive. Actually, the chess sage title that Sora Ginkgo valued was just one of Ryuga's most insignificant achievements. With his powerful comprehension, he had achieved unimaginable accomplishments in economics, politics, culture, and technology, gaining power sufficient to influence the world, even reaching a level where even the Shinomiya family Zaibatsu dreamed of sending their daughters to serve him as maids. After reaching the pinnacle of worldly power, Ryuga's gaze turned toward the extraordinary. Since he could transmigrate, it proved that some mysterious power must exist. Unfortunately, no matter how he studied this world's religions and history, or how he contacted the knowledge of hidden sects, he couldn't find even a trace of the extraordinary. So far, he had gone through all existing mysterious materials in this world, having thoroughly understood various mystical theoretical systems, becoming a master-level figure with the most comprehensive understanding of mysterious knowledge in the world. However, he still hadn't found any hope of transcendence. This world seemed to be an ordinary world without magic. No matter how heaven-defying his comprehension was, in a place where world rules didn't allow the extraordinary to appear, it was impossible to achieve transcendence. Could it be that even after transmigrating, I can only live and die like ordinary people? After sighing in his heart, Ryuga didn't become discouraged. To pursue the extraordinary, how could he give up so early? Even if he couldn't find a path forward, he would carve out one himself. With his comprehension, even going against heaven, there might not be no opportunity. Just as Ryuga was about to reorganize his materials, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Respected group member, welcome to the Dimensional Chat Group. Madoka, welcome newcomer. Kane, welcome newcomer. Tosaka-rin, welcome newcomer. Erika, welcome newcomer. Looking at the semi-transparent screen that suddenly lit up before his eyes, and the repeaters on the screen, Ryuga's breathing slightly stagnated as he tightly clenched his palms. The extraordinary opportunity he had been longing for and dreaming of had actually come so suddenly. To be continued. Chapter 2, Chapter 002, Mana Extraction Method? Enlightenment Optimization. The dimensional chat group, Ryuga, who had read countless web novels in his previous life, was naturally not unfamiliar with this. A chat group that could connect myriad worlds was exactly the opportunity he had been dreaming of. Even if the so-called chat group wasn't like other cheats that could provide one-click power UPS like a nanny, for Ryuga, just being able to access extraordinary power was already enough. No matter what power, as long as I can access it, I can interfere with it. As long as I can interfere, I can master it. Ryuga's expression remained calm. With his comprehension, if not for the world rules truly not allowing the extraordinary to appear, he would have already pioneered his own path. As long as there was an opportunity to become stronger, without any help from others, he had enough confidence to reach the pinnacle, even surpass it. Now, this opportunity had come. Under his gaze, messages in the chat group flashed by rapidly one by one. Madoka, Ryuga? From the name, it should be a big brother, right? Why isn't Big Brother speaking? Kane, is it because this is the first time encountering this kind of thing? I was also startled at first, thinking I had been hit by some blood demon art. Tosaka-rin, I initially thought it was some special magic too. Fortunately, this young lady wasn't scared back then. Madoka, eh? She wasn't. Erika, yet, wasn't she? Erika, Fox Smile.jpg. Erika, Daddy, Mommy, save me, which young lady said that back then? Tosaka-rin, shut up, you talkative fox. Don't say any more. Tosaka-rin, fliptable.jpg. Erika. Erika, I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words. What did you just call me? Damn it, this girl is bullying me again. In the Type Moon world, Fuyuki City, Tosaka residence. The black-haired young girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old with twin tails clenched her fists angrily, very much wanting to punch the face of Erika who often teased her. I'm calling you a fox. So what, come bite me. After angrily waving her fist, what she actually said was, Tosaka-rin, I was calling you Erika Onisama. Kind and beautiful Erika Onisama, what just happened? Tosaka-rin, acting cute.jpg. There was no choice, circumstances were stronger than people. Moreover, she still had requests for Erika, so no matter how frustrated she felt inside, she had to swallow her pride on the surface. Erika, that's more like it. Erika, I just love seeing you wanting to talk back but having to submit. Erika was naturally satisfied, while Tosaka-rin was too angry to speak. This detestable fox, her personality is really too awful. After growling in dissatisfaction, Tosaka-rin suddenly remembered about the newcomer. Wait, if the newcomer is also a big shot, wouldn't I not need to ask Erika for help, but could ask the newcomer instead? Thinking of this, she perked up and immediately began checking the newcomer's group member information. The publicly available information for chat group members was generally very limited. Besides the name, the first thing visible was the world level they were in. Only by clicking in could you see the group members' corresponding power level. Besides that information, Tosaka-rin, holding on to hope, quickly finished reading the information, then shook her head in disappointment. Tosaka-rin, just an ordinary person from an ordinary world? What a pity. It seemed there was no way to escape Erika's clutches for now. Thinking this, Tosaka-rin, who had joined the group not long ago, realized she had accidentally sent out her inner thoughts. Although this was the truth, saying this to a stranger was rather rude. So she hurriedly began explaining. Tosaka-rin, sorry. I didn't mean to look down on ordinary people, I'm just disappointed I can't cling to a big thigh. Tosaka-rin, actually, according to the group rules, except for Erika, we're all the same as ordinary people, all unranked. Tosaka-rin, so please don't mind my wording. Ordinary mages might have prejudices against ordinary people, but Tosaka-rin didn't have such bad habits. Fortunately, her interpersonal relationships were actually quite good, and seeing her momentary slip of tongue, others helped explain. Madoka, Rinoni-sama has no ill intentions, and I'm also an ordinary person, so I hope Big Brother doesn't mind. Erika, indeed, according to the group's ranking system, even on my side, the vast majority of people are unranked ordinary people, no need to take offense. Seeing everyone's comments, Ryuga's expression remained calm. With his mentality, he naturally wouldn't mind such slight issues with tone. Rather than that, he was more interested in another point. Ryuga, no problem, just stating facts. I won't mind. Ryuga, rather than that, what does ranked mean? Could it be a power classification? Thinking this, Ryuga quickly received answers from the enthusiastic members. Rank referred to the dimensional chat group's internal power classification rules. Ranked, meaning just entering rank 1, required at least the power to single-handedly defeat an army, rank 2 was city-breaking, rank 3 nation-destroying, rank 4 continent-sinking, rank 5 planet-busting, rank 6 star system, rank 7 individual. For the current group members, this was an overly rough classification. Because, except for Erika, all others hadn't entered the chat group's evaluation qualifications, all being ungraded rank 0. Having rank 1 evaluation, Erika naturally held the highest position in the group as the strongest. Actually, she and Tosaka-rin had a good relationship, but because she liked teasing the other party, they were somewhat like frenemies. After introducing the power level classification, the gentle Kane continued introducing the other two most important functions of the chat group. One was group check-in, the other was the group store. Both functions involved an important factor, group points. Kane, besides the initial points everyone receives based on their power, daily check-ins can also earn small amounts of points, and earned points can be used to purchase goods. Kane, the group store contains goods put up for sale by group members, and you can also earn corresponding points by selling goods. Kane, unfortunately, product prices are automatically determined by the chat group, otherwise I would have provided breathing techniques to everyone at low prices. Kane, however, group store goods aren't expensive either. Even ordinary people can eventually afford them through check-ins. Kane, keep going, I believe everyone will eventually escape ordinary person status and become ranked powerhouses. Her gentle nature meant she was both encouraging Ryuga and the others. Except for Madoka, several of them had crises that required power increases to handle. Ryuga, thank you. After hearing the introduction, Ryuga immediately found the group store following Kane's guidance. In the store list, the extraordinary opportunity he sought was lying there quietly. Thunder breathing, water breathing, flame breathing, flower breathing. Butterfly Kane seemed to have brought over all the breathing techniques from her world that she knew. As unranked goods, these items weren't expensive, with individual breathing techniques costing only 100 points. Breathing techniques are based on physical foundation and have limited upper limits. While still worth trying for my current self, what I need most now is power that truly contains transcendence, not just techniques that can enhance strength. As an ordinary person, what he needed most now was a seed to step toward the extraordinary. So his gaze quickly passed over those flashy magical skills, looking toward the most fundamental skill. Mana extraction basic version, 100 points. As a basic skill from the Campione world, this product wasn't particularly expensive. But for Ryuga in an ordinary world, this was an opportunity worth everything to exchange for. After checking his initial point balance and seeing exactly 100 points, without any hesitation, Ryuga chose to purchase the item. The next second, all methods related to meditation and mana extraction flooded into his mind, causing his body to unconsciously begin operating. At this moment, Ryuga bit his tongue tip hard, keeping his mind extremely clear as he observed his body's sensations and changes from an observer's perspective. Soon, he was surprised to discover that the theory of this mana extraction technique was completely identical to certain mystical knowledge from a Christian secret society he had carefully studied over the years. Not pure monism, but knowledge implicitly containing dualistic opposition. This must be a meditation method based on Neo-Kabbalism. It has high similarity to certain records in the Rosicrucian magical society. This should be a Templar training method. Right, Erica's copper-black cross is exactly a descendant of the Knights Templar. This means that while my world can't actually extract mana, the mystical knowledge has no problems, and those theories are all true. After shocking discovery of this fact, Ryuga quickly analyzed the principles of mana extraction basic version through the theories he had studied for years. At the same time, his accumulated rich knowledge and super high comprehension played their roles together. As far as I know, due to historical issues, when accused of heresy by Philip IV, the Knights Templar deliberately abandoned knowledge from Judaism for self-purification, so the theory has some gaps. If this part were supplemented, could this mana extraction method be optimized? Thinking this, Ryuga closed his eyes and began attempting without hesitation. As he tried, the originally slow mana flow in Ryuga's body suddenly became much smoother. It actually works. However, the loss in converting life force to mana is still significant. If following the Golden Dawn method and combining with astrology to adjust the details. Having tasted success, Ryuga couldn't stop, immediately continuing to test, adjust, and iterate according to his accumulated theories, optimizing this extremely basic mana extraction technique again and again. As time passed, the aura around him became increasingly mysterious and peaceful. Even if Erica herself appeared here, she probably couldn't tell that what Ryuga was practicing was the mana extraction method she had provided. To be continued. Chapter 3, Chapter 003, just a small bit of enlightenment. While Ryuga was extracting mana and continuously correcting and optimizing the technique provided by Erica through his insights, everyone in the chat group was discussing becoming ranked. Tosaka-rin, although Kanae Onisama says so, becoming ranked is still very difficult. Tosaka-rin, the power to single-handedly defeat an army is needed to enter the chat group's evaluation system. I suspect even with my father's power, it would be difficult to reach ranked level. Tosaka-rin, even with this young lady's genius level, it would take at least 10 years or more to possibly reach ranked evaluation. As far as she knew, even in the entire magical world, existences capable of ranked evaluation were extremely rare. By Erica's great knight power standards, perhaps at least crown rank mages could possibly reach ranked evaluation. Tosaka-rin had enough confidence in her talent, but didn't think she could reach ranked level within 10 years. Kanae, compared to us, little Rin is already very fortunate. Kanae, at least you have the Tosaka family inheritance and institutions like the clock tower that can provide teaching. Seeing Tosaka-rin lamenting the difficulty of her goal, Kanae felt empathy but more envy. Compared to Rin, who was almost destined to become a ranked powerhouse, her hope of becoming stronger was even more remote. After all, breathing techniques had their limits, and even if she wanted to continue forward, she couldn't find many reference paths. At this rate, let alone peaceful coexistence with demons, even killing upper-rank demons wouldn't be easy. Hearing Kanae's envy, young Rin shook her head. Tosaka-rin, while that's not wrong, I can't wait that long. She wasn't being ungrateful, but truly had an imminent crisis to resolve. If this crisis couldn't be resolved now, even if she became invincible 10 years later, it would be meaningless. Kanae, right, you and I both have things we must do. In the two somewhat worried sighs, the chat group fell silent for several seconds. Then, Erica, the current strongest, broke the silence. Erica, don't look so glum. Didn't I say before that I'd help you? Erica, while Kane's side is somewhat troublesome, Rin's side shouldn't be a big problem. Erica, as long as you save up enough points, I can come to your worlds to help you out. After somewhat comforting her two otherworldly friends, the blonde girl's lips curved slightly upward as she began teasing. Erica, however, little Rin's tone is really bold. Erica, wanting to become a ranked powerhouse within 10 years, are you trying to replicate my achievements? Do you admire me that much? Erica, fair warning beforehand, I became a great knight at 16, and aside from certain abnormal monsters, I'm considered a top-tier genius in the entire world. Erica, if you want to keep up with my pace, you'd better work harder. As one of the Milan twins, Erica indeed had enough confidence to say such words. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Rin, feeling looked down upon, immediately exploded. Various sentences like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, don't bully young Lolas for being poor flew out, making the group atmosphere lively again. While the group was getting lively, Erica glanced at her point balance and suddenly noticed a notification. Erica, great! Another 100 points credited. Erica, at this time, it should be the newcomer purchasing the mana extraction technique. Erica, thank you for your patronage. At Ryuga. Tosaka Rin, envious. Tosaka Rin, damn it, I also put up mana extraction methods for sale. Why don't you all buy mine? Madoka, is there a possibility that we can't use Rinoni-sama's skills? Kane, little Rin's method requires opening magic circuits first, but we don't have magic circuits. Tosaka Rin, Guh. I know, I'm just unwilling. In terms of versatility, the mana extraction method from the Campione world was undoubtedly stronger. With Type Moon world settings, while mages and humans had no reproductive isolation, there were still huge differences. Many mages even considered themselves a different species from ordinary people. Though group store skills had automatic learning characteristics, if prerequisites weren't met, many skills were useless even if purchased. Madoka, it seems Big Brother also yearns for the world of magic, like me. Madoka, who almost said magical girls, embarrassedly covered her face. Kane, Erica-san's mana extraction method is indeed useful, but it also depends on individual talent and constitution. Kane, while the first time has automatic learning assistance, whether mana extraction can succeed on the first try is still unknown. Madoka, right. I almost failed on my first try. Madoka, but once successful, you'll feel that mana is really amazing. Kane, exactly. Although I only extracted a little, when using it to strengthen my constitution, the effect was even better than total concentration breathing. Kane, when I raise my mana to my personal limit, my strength will definitely improve considerably. Kane, by then, I might be able to defeat upper rank demons. Tosaka Rin, go for it. I believe in you, Kane-oni-sama. Madoka, speaking of which, why hasn't Big Brother spoken for so long? Does extracting mana for the first time take this long? Kane, it shouldn't. I finished quickly. Madoka, me too. Tosaka Rin, could the newcomer have failed? For someone with her competitive personality, she could understand the mentality of not wanting to show up after failure. If Ryuga had succeeded, he should have reported the good news by now. Even if different world time flows were chaotic, it shouldn't take this long without speaking. He must be doubting life after failing on his first attempt to contact the magical world. Thinking this, everyone began comforting the newcomer. Madoka, at Ryuga, Big Brother doesn't need to worry. Even if the first attempt fails, success will come with more tries. Kane, right, mana extraction only differs in quantity, it generally doesn't fail. Ryuga-san needn't be discouraged. Erica, I thought store purchases came with guaranteed learning. Erica, at Ryuga, did you really not succeed? Under everyone's concern, Ryuga, who hadn't spoken, finally surfaced. Ryuga, thank you all for your concern. My mana extraction didn't fail. Hearing this, the gentle and kind Kane and Madoka breathed slight sighs of relief, happy for this new companion. Kane, success is good. Madoka, congratulations, big brother. The somewhat mischievous Tosaka-rin didn't immediately believe it. If he succeeded, why is he only saying so now? Could he be too embarrassed to admit it for face-saving reasons? Based on her experience, she felt this possibility was higher. However, she wasn't emotionally dense enough to voice this suspicion. Just then, the newcomer spoke again in the group. Ryuga, speaking of which, there's something I'd like to consult everyone about. Kane, what is it? Erica, same question. Madoka, curious. Ryuga, while extracting mana, I gained some small insights. Ryuga, I want to ask, if I put these insights up as products for sale, can I sell them directly, or do I need to write them down with pen and paper? Upon hearing this, the entire group fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Only Tosaka-rin managed to type out a question mark in time. Tosaka-rin, hey. To be continued. Chapter 4, Chapter 004, Mana Extraction Master Version, Casually Created Speed Version. Tosaka-rin could hardly believe her eyes. What had the newcomer just said? Just from gaining some insights of dubious authenticity while using the skill, he wanted to put them up in the group store to sell for points? Who would buy such things? Wasn't this too much of an underestimation of this chat group? Even Kane was at a loss for words, only speaking after over 10 seconds. Kane, for consigning products, you just need to think about it mentally, and the chat group will automatically extract the corresponding knowledge. After first answering Ryuga's question, she then said very tactfully. Kane, however, to be recognized as a product, there are still certain requirements. If the insights aren't of high value, even if they can be consigned, they'd be difficult to sell. Let alone that the group store would most likely not even include them as products. Actually, Kane and Tosaka-rin's reaction was understandable. If this newcomer were some grand master from a magical world, then summarized insights might be useful. But the newcomer Ryuga was just an ordinary person from an ordinary world, only now making first contact with magic. What use could such a pure beginner's insights have even if extracted? The others basically had the same thoughts, feeling the newcomer was overly confident, but didn't say so. How embarrassing it would be to discover his insights don't qualify as products. Tosaka-rin suddenly felt second-hand embarrassment. While she was thinking about how to get through this awkward topic, Ryuga's reply appeared. One sentence left everyone in different worlds completely stunned. Ryuga, at Kane, thanks. Already succeeded. Ryuga, the chat group has automatically priced them. If anyone needs them, please purchase freely. What? Tosaka-rin's eyes widened. How is that possible? Kane also showed an extremely puzzled expression. Basic insights about mana cultivation can also be sold? That's impossible. Erica felt it even more incredible. She had tested the chat group's product evaluation before, it absolutely wasn't a mechanism that could be fooled. If Ryuga's so-called insights had no obvious help for mana extraction itself, they couldn't possibly be recognized as products. Madoka, Big Brother is amazing. Only the most innocent Madoka was first to accept this fact. Being very interested in magic and having also cultivated Erica's mana extraction method, she was first to open the group store and first to search for Ryuga's new products. Then young Madoka was shocked. Madoka, Big Brother actually consigned 3 products at once. Madoka, didn't Big Brother just say he only had small insights? Hearing Madoka's words, the others were immediately confused. A newcomer who had just contacted Magic having insights sufficient to be recognized as products by the chat group was already outrageous enough. Now they were saying those insights were enough to form 3 products? What was going on? In shock, everyone also began checking Ryuga's 3 products for sale. Seeing the 3 product names, Erica, most familiar with Mana Extraction Basic Version, was immediately stunned. Mana Extraction Master Version, Mana Extraction Speed Version, Greater Source Mana Extraction Transcendent Version. All were automatically named by the chat group, so there was no possibility of false advertising. Just from contacting the extraction method I provided, he summarized even stronger mana extraction methods. You know, as a genius and noble daughter, the mana extraction method Erica used was already the universal extraction method passed down through generations by their magical society. In her impression, even her uncle, Saint Paulo, who was a paladin, only used this method to extract mana, never changing it. In other words, what even paladins couldn't accomplish, an ordinary person from an ordinary world had achieved so quickly? After being stunned for several seconds, Erica came to her senses and wanted to immediately purchase it to see what the mystery was. When she saw the price prompted by the group store, she was directly stunned again. This master version actually costs 999 points. You know, her original version only cost 100 points. Ryuga's insights were selling for more than her original product. Was this reasonable? Not being very short on points, she gritted her teeth and bought it directly. She wanted to see if it was truly worth the price. Meanwhile, others also discovered the pricing issue and found it incredible. Tosaka-rin, they're both mana extraction methods, why is this so expensive? Kane, according to the rules, product prices are automatically set by the chat group, which means the chat group considers this product to have this value. Madoka, even so, it's still really expensive. Madoka, I've been saving points through check-ins for so long, and it's still not enough. Faced with the high price, several members who weren't very well off in points were somewhat daunted. Just as Tosaka-rin was about to add Erica to ask for her opinion, Erica's messages came flooding out like spam. Erica, not expensive. Not expensive at all. It's practically a steal. Erica, truly worthy of being called the master version of mana extraction. Not only has efficiency improved several times, even mana response speed, conversion efficiency, and total storage capacity have all been greatly enhanced. Erica, using this mana extraction method, I feel like I could fight 2 or 3 of my previous selves. Liliana definitely won't be my match now. Erica, compared to this, the extraction method I used before was too crude, it's practically garbage. Erica, I even suspect that it's because the basic version I provided was too crude and held it back, that the master version is priced below 1,000. Otherwise, this product should be able to reach ranked level. Erica, at Ryuga, newcomer, no. Ryuga-san, no, Master Ryuga. Your improved mana extraction method is incredibly useful. Thank you for your contribution. Having tasted the benefits, Erica began frantically praising and flattering Ryuga. That whole string of spam messages left Tosaka-rin and the others stunned. Having interacted for so long, they already knew that although Erica appeared cunning, she actually had a proud personality. Even facing paladins or even legendary gods, she maintained an eager-to-challenge attitude. So they never imagined that this fox would be so excited and low-postured in praising someone else. Was the newcomer's insight really that amazing? While everyone was feeling odd and beginning to shift Ryuga from newcomer to big shot status, Erica continued excitedly trying to get closer to the master. Erica, Master Ryuga, the speed version is also priced at 999 points. This version must be as exceptional as the master version. Seeing Erica say this, Ryuga shook his head slightly. Ryuga, I don't recommend you purchase the speed version. Erica, why? The blonde knight was extremely puzzled. Everyone hoped their products would sell more, so why was Master Ryuga actually stopping her? Could this be the so-called the Dharma cannot be lightly transmitted? Ryuga, the speed version is for people who haven't been in contact with mana extraction long, to improve their mana extraction speed and help them quickly reach their current mana storage limit. Ordinary people needed at least several years, even decades, to reach their personal limits in mana extraction. The speed version technique could compress this time to several days or even hours, depending on mastery level. As the technique's creator, Ryuga naturally needed even less time. Ryuga, I found mana extraction too slow earlier, so I casually developed this technique. Ryuga, for someone like you who has already reached your current limit, this technique is useless. Seeing Ryuga's statement, the group fell silent again. Several seconds later came the exclamations. Erika, thank you for Master Ryuga's reminder, otherwise I would have overpurchased. Erika, but a divine technique that can greatly accelerate personal mana extraction speed was just something casually developed. Erika, I can't understand it, but I'm deeply shocked. Erika, perhaps this is the world of big shots. Tosaka-rin, perhaps this is the world of big shots. Kane, perhaps this is the world of big shots. Madoka, perhaps this is the world of big shots. Under consecutive shocks, Tosaka-rin and others no longer knew what to say to express their emotions, and could only become a group of repeaters. To be continued. Chapter 5, Chapter 005, Transcendent Version, The Possibility of Mastering Divine Power. According to Ryuga's explanation, while the speed version extraction method was useless for Erika, for others it was completely deserving of being called a divine technique. This kind of cultivation acceleration experience pack, priced at only 999, was incredibly conscientious. If not for being too poor to afford it, they would have already bought both of Ryuga's consigned products. After the shock, everyone including Erika turned their attention to Ryuga's final product. Erika, what about the last product, Greater Source Mana Extraction Transcendent Version? Erika, just from the name, it sounds very powerful. Erika, at Master Ryuga. Tosaka-rin, right, although my magical attainments aren't great, techniques involving greater source mana must be extraordinary. Kane, can't understand it, but it sounds very powerful. Madoka, +1. After repeating once, Madoka casually checked this product's price. Immediately, she let out a cry of surprise. Madoka, wait! Am I seeing this wrong? Madoka, Big Brother's final enlightenment actually costs 10,000 points to purchase. Tosaka-rin, what? 10,000 points, even selling my father wouldn't be enough. After verifying that Madoka hadn't miscounted the zeros, young Rin couldn't help but open her mouth wide. If 999 points were what they could eventually save through persistent check-ins, then 10,000 points were completely beyond their reach now. Even Erika, the strongest and wealthiest, might not be able to afford such products. Erika, 10,000 points, this is no longer the price range of rank 1 products. Erika, Master Ryuga, no, Grandmaster Ryuga. What exactly did you comprehend to create something of this level? Having had the previous experience, they had completely confirmed that the chat group store pricing was fair value for money. If so, the 10,000 point price tag must represent real worth. Erika couldn't understand how a mana extraction method could be optimized to reach this level of pricing. This was comparable to the saint-level magic she had previously consigned, Divine Annihilation Privilege. Compared to the basic version she provided, this was already a 100-fold increase. Seeing everyone's inquiries, Ryuga's reply was very brief. Ryuga, while greater source mana extraction is more difficult than lesser source, it's superior in both capacity and power, and both can be mastered simultaneously. Ryuga, as a mage, you should know that in terms of magical power enhancement, True Ether's advantage over Ether is several times over. Ryuga, this level of advantage needs no further explanation. For Ryuga, this was such a simple question that it didn't even need to be asked. But what he didn't expect was that after hearing this, the group fell into another eerie silence. Several seconds later, Madoka nervously raised her hand to ask. Madoka, so, big brother, what do greater source, lesser source, ether, true ether mean? Kane, I want to ask too. Seems I'm not the only one who doesn't understand. Kane, could Ryuga-san explain? Erika, same question. Ryuga wasn't surprised by Madoka and Kane's reactions. Both were newcomers to magic who might not even have basic theoretical knowledge, so not understanding was normal. But he didn't expect even Erika to ask such fundamental questions. Ryuga, others aside, aren't you a great night-level magical genius? These are all basic knowledge related to mana, how could you not know? Seeing Ryuga's very surprised question, Erika from the Campione world shrank back, suddenly feeling like a student being scolded by a tutor. Usually proud and arrogant, she felt somewhat speechless under Ryuga's questioning. But recalling the education she'd received, she replied somewhat aggrievedly. Erika, but we really never learned this. At this point, Tosaka-rin interjected. Tosaka-rin, I've heard father mention the difference between greater and lesser sources. Tosaka-rin, lesser source refers to each mage's own body, converting one's life force into mana is lesser source mana. Tosaka-rin, greater source mana refers to power provided by the planet, but our greater source seems to have declined with the end of the Age of Gods. Tosaka-rin, as for true ether and such, I don't understand either. Unexpectedly, Tosaka-rin's theoretical knowledge was much more solid than Erika's. Madoka, Rinoni-sama is amazing. Kane, though I don't fully understand, I learned something. Erika, so that's what it means. Watching everyone's reactions, Ryuga pondered for 2 seconds, then immediately understood. Type Moon World mages are more like scientists in style, preferring to research the theories behind power, with actual combat secondary. Campione World mages are actually religious believers, with styles similar to the Holy Church, emphasizing actual combat and action over theory. One was academic, the other practical, naturally their styles differed greatly. For Erika, there was no need to research any theories, just following the established path would allow continuous advancement. No wonder their copper black cross mana extraction method was so crude, for them, such things just needed to work. Understanding this point, Ryuga explained using simpler language. Ryuga, Miss Rin is correct. Generally speaking, lesser source mana comes from personal life force, greater source mana comes from natural spiritual energy. More precisely, it can also be called the Earth's ley lines, or the planet's breath. Ryuga, any power based on personal life force or spiritual force, whether mana, spiritual power or curse power, can basically be classified as ether. Ryuga, any natural force based on nature, planets, or even the universe can be classified as true ether. Ryuga, with your knowledge base, it's difficult to clearly understand the difference between the two. Ryuga, however, if expressed in terms you're familiar with, one manifestation of true ether is so-called divine power. Upon hearing this, the group was shocked again. Divine power. Whether Kane or Madoka, neither could imagine Ryuga's theory could be connected to the lofty gods. Seeing Ryuga mention the power of gods so casually, they didn't know how to react. Tosaka-rin, with basic mage training, was better off than these two, but only marginally. The most important setting in the Type Moon world was mystery. After the end of the Age of Gods, there had been no news of deities on Earth. Let alone gods, even a single phantasmal species with over 1,000 years of mystery would be fought over by the current magical world. Now, from Ryuga's meaning, he could actually reproduce divine power? Heavens, wasn't this newcomer a bit too outrageous? Not just young Rin, even Erika, who had received divine knowledge education from childhood and knew many gods had descended, was stunned for over 10 seconds after hearing Ryuga's words. After recovering, her breathing immediately became rapid. Erika, Master Ryuga, do you mean this greater source mana extraction method could let us master divine power? She couldn't help but ask excitedly. The previous master version mana extraction method had already multiplied her strength several times, almost reaching the peak of Great Knight level. If she could also master divine power usage, her strength would definitely leap directly to paladin level, directly reaching rank 2. She might even be able to briefly clash with gods, or even achieve god slaying. Thinking of this, not having truly faced the might of heretic gods and still harboring god slaying fantasies, her heart burned with excitement. As for Ryuga's disdainful words about her knowledge base, she completely ignored them. Not keeping up with such a master's knowledge wasn't embarrassing. To be continued. Chapter 6, Chapter 006, A Tiny Bit of Insight, Spirit Equipment Construction System. Ryuga, to be precise, it's to make you master true ether of the same nature as divine power. Ryuga, however, with your level of understanding, it's not wrong to roughly comprehend it as divine power. Ryuga corrected Erika's statement. And this correction was essentially an acknowledgement of what Erika had said. If one could master this technique, they would truly be able to wield power equivalent to the gods. Erika, incredible. Is this just a tiny bit of insight from Master Ryuga? No, Grandmaster Ryuga, no, God Ryuga. Erika, this completely overturns my worldview. Tosaka-rin, worldview overturned +1. Tosaka-rin, forget about father, even master, the legendary second magic user, might not match Ryuga-san in terms of talent. In the Type Moon world, young Rin felt crushing level shock for the first time. However, as a magical prodigy, she didn't feel defeated by this. Not because she couldn't see the gap between herself and Ryuga, but because she understood this gap too clearly to harbor any competitive thoughts. Faced with a gap larger than heaven and earth, she could only look up in awe. On this point, Erika's thoughts aligned with Rin's. Perhaps someone too young might look down on Campiones, but she would never underestimate Ryuga, who could create divine power within minutes. Issues of strength might be solved through luck, but academic problems could not. Just like mathematics, if you don't know it, you don't know it. Erika, compared to you, even the unprecedented Campiones on my side are nothing more than beasts indulging their instincts. Like gazing up at towering mountains, she sighed with such admiration. Meanwhile, though Madoka couldn't understand what Ryuga's words meant like Tosaka-rin and Erika could, she grasped from everyone's attitude just how shocking Ryuga's so-called small insight was. Thus, the innocent girl couldn't help but wonder. Madoka, such an amazing big brother, was really just an ordinary person before. It seemed inconceivable no matter how she thought about it. An ordinary person achieving in their first contact with magic what others couldn't reach in decades. Was this reasonable? As soon as she said this, the others became curious as well. Wasn't this just some max-level boss pretending to be a newbie to tease them? Soon, Ryuga's answer dispelled such unrealistic speculation. Ryuga, I am indeed an ordinary person. Ryuga, I just know a little bit more about mystical materials and have slightly higher comprehension. As soon as he said this, the chat interface showed unified replies. Erika. Kane. Tosaka-rin. Madoka. Tosaka-rin, a little? You call this a little? Erika, oh. I get it, it's 100 million little bit. Tosaka-rin, a universe at your fingertips, right? The difference is way too much. Madoka, big brother is being too modest. After feeling speechless about Ryuga's answer, everyone began teasing him. As for Madoka's question, thinking about it carefully, it was completely impossible. Ryuga's strength was verified by the chat group Ordinary World, Ordinary Person, this was undoubtedly true. As for why an ordinary person could be so amazing, they could only attribute it to their luck in encountering a rising big shot. The possibility that Ryuga was some big shot who could shield himself from the chat group's detection wasn't worth considering. If it were such a big shot, they wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Seeing the chat content shift from Q&A to meaningless chatter, Ryuga immediately left the chat interface. He didn't mind relaxing through conversation, nor did he mind answering others' questions. It's just that today was his first contact with the supernatural world, and he had more things he wanted to verify. Seeing he didn't surface, the others continued chatting without disturbing him. What a joke! Who would dare waste such a big shot's time? With Ryuga's demonstrated wisdom, a casual deduction would be enough to optimize their world skills to the extreme. Whatever he did casually would be enough to change their strength or even fate. In this situation, the best strategy was to build good relationships with the big shot. Even if only scraps fell through his fingers, it would be enough to change their own fate, or even their entire world's destiny. After exiting the chat interface, Ryuga reopened the group store. Having solved the initial magic power problem, he finally had the foundation and energy to study those abilities with various effects. After all, techniques and Dao were inherently interconnected. Even the simplest magical skill might contain the crystallization of an entire magic system. Since it's the magic power extraction method from the Campione world, let me first study the magic system of the Campione world. Thinking this, after observing for a while, Ryuga quickly selected his target from the many skills Erika had put up for sale. An auxiliary magic costing only 200 points, unranked level Hermes boots. Originally, Ryuga's point balance after purchasing the magic power extraction method only had single-digit leftovers, but after Erika bought the magic power extraction master version, his points had exceeded 1,000, more than enough to purchase such a small skill. After successful purchase, the usage method of Hermes boots immediately appeared in Ryuga's mind. After successfully mastering this magic at the first opportunity, Ryuga didn't rush to try it, but began analyzing the underlying principles as before. Word spirit chanting in Hermes' name. This doesn't seem to be just psychological suggestion, but utilizing idol worship to gain power. Ryuga immediately understood the principle behind this magic. In mysticism, idol worship was quite common behavior. Just as most temples enshrine divine statues, people don't believe the carved statues are the deities themselves, yet they naively think that even if replicas don't have the exact same power as originals, they should at least have 1% of the power, right? The Hermes boots before him was the same. Even if this magic didn't have the deity's original power, it should at least have 1%, right? This type of magic constructed with the law of similarity as its core existed widely in major religions worldwide and wasn't unusual. The only thing Ryuga found amusing was that this magic was actually one of Erika's commonly used spells. If it were just the Cross's prohibition against idol worship, that would be one thing they hardly follow that rule themselves anyway. Strictly speaking, worshipping crosses, the Holy Son, and Holy Mother should all be branded as heresy. But Erika is, after all, a descendant of the Templar Knights, a believer in Christianity. To so brazenly borrow power from heretical deities like Hermes, and the Church has no objections. The moment this question arose, Ryuga remembered the basic setting of the Campione world. Oh right! With heretical gods appearing from time to time and Campione demon kings existing, they probably don't have the ability to express opposition. Combined with the Protestant Reformation wave, the Church in the Campione world had probably weakened to the point of not daring to assert its presence. Then never mind. Shaking his head and casting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, Ryuga devoted himself wholeheartedly to researching magical theory. Idol worship itself was just the most basic principle of the technique. Identifying this point wasn't enough. True technique construction must be a complex technical problem. If I can successfully master this spiritual equipment construction method, perhaps I won't need to purchase other magic of the same type in the future. Under the wafting tea fragrance, thousands of models were constructed in his mind. To be continued. Chapter 7, Chapter 007, Easy Advancement, One-Man Army Strength. When Ryuga was purchasing magic, Erika was the first to notice this in the chat group. Erika, great! Erika, God, Ryuga bought my magic again! She immediately started showing off in the group. Seeing this, Madoka didn't react at first, thinking Erika was happy about successfully selling something and earning points. Kane and Tosaka-rin quickly caught on. Tosaka-rin, envious.jpg. Tosaka-rin, before long, Ryuga-sama will probably create an upgraded version of the magic again. Tosaka-rin, damn it, why is your luck so good, you vixen? Seeing this, Madoka finally understood what Erika was happy about. 200 points was nothing. Ryuga's personally optimized skills were the real treasure. Erika, I wonder how much Ryuga-sama will comprehend this time. Erika, no matter what, it'll definitely be 100 times stronger than the original version I use. Having already tasted the benefits, she had extreme confidence in Ryuga. Madoka, congratulations, Erika-ne. After understanding, gentle Madoka felt no jealousy and even helped console Tosaka-rin. Madoka, Rin-ne, don't be anxious. If Big Brother is willing to sell his insights, we can buy them too. For something where everyone could benefit, she felt it should be encouraged. Tosaka-rin, I know, but... Tosaka-rin, humbly hoping Ryuga-sama will notice me. Rin naturally understood Madoka's meaning, but her magic system was completely different from Erika's, and she had no plans to switch to Erika's magic system. If Ryuga really created an enhanced version of magic, she could naturally purchase and use it, but the effect definitely wouldn't be as good as Erika's. So she hoped Ryuga could modify her merchandise instead. Though unlikely, what if Ryuga directly improved the 5 great magics? Then she, Tosaka-rin, would bring glory to her ancestors, become a proper magician, fulfill the lifelong wish of all magicians including her father, and truly touch the root. If so, she should be able to stop her father's decision and keep her sister at home, right? The one who could most empathize with Tosaka-rin's thoughts was probably Kane. She also had a sister, also had things she wanted to accomplish, and also had a need to become stronger. So seeing Rin send such a message, she couldn't help but repeat. Kane, humbly hoping Ryuga-sama will notice me. Seeing this, the others immediately followed. Madoka, humbly hoping Ryuga-sama will notice me. Erika, humbly hoping Ryuga-sama will notice me. Suddenly, the chat group took on an atmosphere like a harem waiting for the emperor's selection. Ryuga, who had caused this situation, paid no attention to what was happening here. Water chatting would only slow down his rate of becoming stronger. In the chat group, after the copying, Erika and the others chatted while waiting for Ryuga's insight to end. It wasn't that they had nothing to do, but nothing was more important than witnessing a miracle for the second time. Just then, Tosaka-rin, who had clicked on Ryuga's profile while bored, suddenly noticed a subtle change. The twin-tailed young girl rubbed her eyes, somewhat doubting whether she was seeing things. After confirming multiple times, she swallowed and informed her group friends of this shocking fact. Tosaka-rin, everyone be quiet, I have something to say. Erika, what is it, did you wet the bed yesterday? Tosaka-rin, what I want to say is bah. You're the one who wet the bed. I stopped wetting the bed at 3 years old, you vixen, shut up. Tosaka-rin, what I want to say is, has everyone looked at Ryuga-sama's profile? Kane, of course. Erika, yeah, didn't we confirm together before that Ryuga-sama was originally an ordinary person from an ordinary world? Erika, wait, you suddenly saying this, could it be? Tosaka-rin, look for yourselves. Soon, in less than a second, everyone checked Ryuga's current information. The chat group was instantly flooded again. Kane. Madoka. Erika. Erika, as expected, Ryuga-sama has advanced to rank 1. Among everyone present, Erika reacted fastest and was the least surprised. With Ryuga's demonstrated comprehension, his advancement wasn't surprising at all. Perhaps others who hadn't advanced might have some strange filter, but for Erika, she knew her own strength all too well. Someone like Ryuga who could master divine power through enlightenment would definitely not be weaker than her. In fact, for such a big shot, advancement was probably just the initial starting point. Kane, I'm not surprised Ryuga-sama could advance. Kane, it's just, isn't this speed a bit too fast? Madoka, right. Big Brother was still an ordinary person just minutes ago, wasn't he? When they said this, everyone in the group was stunned. Yes. Going from an ordinary person who just contacted magic to a one-man army strongman in just minutes, wasn't this growth speed too terrifying? Realizing this, Erika sighed softly. Erika, Ryuga-sama achieved in minutes what took me 10 years of studying magic. Seeing this, Tosaka-rin's expression grew distant. Tosaka-rin, I've been studying magic for 2 years and I'm still unranked. Kane, I've been studying swordsmanship for 7 years and I'm still unranked. Madoka, I haven't studied magic for long and don't have much achievement, but everyone shouldn't be discouraged. Geniuses like Big Brother are rare. Kind-hearted Madoka tried to comfort everyone. Kane, don't worry, Madoka. We certainly won't compare ourselves to Ryuga-sama, we're just sighing a bit. Tosaka-rin, yet. If we compared ourselves to such a big shot, even magicians would die of frustration. Erika, haha. Madoka is so innocent and cute. Madoka, I'm not that cute. I didn't even brush my hair today. Across the screen, Erika could almost see Madoka's flustered embarrassment. With her personality, she originally wanted to continue teasing this pure girl. But just then, her suddenly ringing phone interrupted her. This was an emergency call from her uncle Saint Paulo, apparently with urgent orders from their magic association Copper Black Cross. A dozen seconds later. Erika, I was planning to rest and wait for Ryuga-sama to finish his insights, but suddenly something urgent came up. Erika, I'll leave for a bit, see everyone later. Erika, after this battle, I'll come back to buy Ryuga-sama's insights. Erika, if I can afford them. To be continued. Chapter 8, Chapter 008, Erika's Cry for Help, Rin, Old Man Drop Gold Coins. After greeting everyone in the group, Erika went offline. Looking at her last few words, Tosaka-rin couldn't help but want to complain. Tosaka-rin, why raise flags at this time? Tosaka-rin, doesn't this idiot worry about something happening? People who generally said such things seemed unlikely to return. Hearing Tosaka-rin say this, Madoka became somewhat nervous. Madoka, Erika said she's going to war, there shouldn't be real danger, right? Although Erika's current strength was the strongest in the group, no wait, tied for strongest. But through long understanding, they knew Erika wasn't safe in her world. That was a dangerous world where divine-level disasters frequently descended and idiotic campiones rampaged everywhere. A mere great knight might not even withstand the aftershocks of god-level battles. Tosaka-rin wasn't particularly worried about Erika before, but hearing Madoka say this made her heart tighten. Don't look at how she and Erika often bickered, they actually had a good relationship. Tosaka-rin, should be fine. Tosaka-rin, that vixen is more cunning than anyone. If she really encounters danger, she'll definitely avoid it. Recalling Erika's personality, which wasn't the impulsive type, Rin temporarily set aside her worries. Tosaka-rin, besides, now that Master Ryuga is in the group, if she really encounters danger, she should ask Ryuga-sama for help. Thinking of this, Tosaka-rin felt even more at ease. Before Ryuga joined the chat group, as the strongest in the group, Erika could only serve as backup for others in danger, but her own safety had no guarantee. After all, their strength was still too weak. But now, after Ryuga joined, the power dynamics within the chat group had completely changed. With Ryuga's demonstrated shocking wisdom, he probably wouldn't even need to act personally. Just creating a small skill would be enough to greatly enhance Erika's strength and ensure her safety. With Erika's intelligence, she must have thought of this too. So as long as she didn't ask for help, there was no need to worry. Rin's reasoning quickly convinced everyone. Though they weren't sure if Ryuga would help, seeing how he was willing to spend time explaining principles before, he probably wouldn't refuse. Having a big leg to hug felt pretty good. Everyone chatted a bit more. Not long after, Kane, the flower Hashira from the Demon Slayer world, suddenly saw a point change notification from the chat group. She earned 100 points. Did someone buy her breathing technique? Seeing the purchaser was Ryuga, Kane's heart filled with joy, no less than winning the biggest lottery prize. Ryuga-san actually took notice of the breathing techniques from my side. Being noticed by Ryuga for her power, then having it iteratively optimized into a stronger version, probably everyone in the chat group had such hopes. Kane was naturally no exception. But she never thought her contributed power would actually be noticed. After all, compared to the brilliant and colorful magic systems of Erika and Tosaka Rin's worlds, these incomplete breathing techniques were simply too crude. Even Hashira, who completely mastered a breathing style, were still unranked in the chat group's evaluation. In Kane's view, if she could obtain the Lost Sun breathing, she might have a chance of being noticed by Ryuga. Otherwise, it was impossible to be valued. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so suddenly. Looking carefully, Ryuga only purchased flame breathing. She wondered if he was conducting research. Can he research other forms by only purchasing one? Kane worried slightly but didn't voice it in the group. She didn't want to be misunderstood as wanting points. Compared to Master Ryuga's insights, mere points meant nothing. Kane, thank you for Ryuga-sama's favor. After thinking it over, Kane still felt she needed to express gratitude. Courtesy costs nothing. In the Type Moon world, seeing this imperial concubine receiving favor-like language, the twin-tailed young girl was stunned, then her eyes widened. Tosaka Rin, why suddenly say this? Even if you want to get closer to Ryuga-sama, this is too abrupt. Tosaka Rin, wait. Could it be that besides Erika, Ryuga-sama also bought skills from you? After the question was sent, Kane immediately replied with a smile emoji. Good grief, the clown was me all along? Tosaka Rin, wah! So frustrating, why is everyone's luck so good? Tosaka Rin, Ryuga-sama, look at me. Look at me. Tosaka Rin, crying.jpg. Faced with this heaven-reaching level temptation, young Rin still abandoned her usual pride and shame, trying to attract Ryuga's attention. For this, Madoka, seeing Tosaka Rin like this for the first time, suddenly wanted to cover her face. Madoka, Rin-ne, calm down. Madoka, aren't you afraid Big Brother will think you're crazy? Tosaka Rin, calm down? How can I calm down at a time like this? Rin slammed the table and shouted angrily. This drew puzzled and worried looks from her nearby sister. Sakura, sister's mental state seems quite concerning lately. Faced with such looks, Rin chose to ignore them stubbornly and continued her passionate speech in the group. Tosaka Rin, right now I just want to be chosen by Master Ryuga and reach the peak of life. Half the people in the group had been selected by Ryuga. Why wasn't it her turn yet? Madoka, even so, you don't need to be so excited. Madoka, look at me, I'm very normal. Tosaka Rin, that's because you haven't contacted your world's supernatural system yet. Tosaka Rin, you're using Erika's power, of course you're not panicking. Madoka's world wasn't an ordinary world, she just hadn't contacted her world's supernatural realm. In this situation, the already optimized skills from Erika's world were sufficient for her use. Since it didn't concern her, naturally she wasn't panicking. Madoka, oh right. The pink-haired girl suddenly understood. So I was speaking without understanding the situation. Then never mind. Continue, Rin nay. Kane, though little Rin has a point, there's really no need to be so anxious. Kane, rather than being anxious, why not find more types of products to sell? Maybe Ryuga-sama will be interested. Gentle Kane reminded them after thinking. Since Master Ryuga even took notice of her crude breathing techniques, it showed his interests were broad. Perhaps some niche powers would attract him more. Tosaka Rin, makes sense. Tosaka Rin, tomorrow I'll go through my father's vault. He must have hidden many magics he hasn't told me about. Tosaka Rin, thanks for the reminder, Kane. Kane. Kane, I didn't mean for you to steal things. Kane held her forehead helplessly. Rin was good in every way, just a bit mischievous. On this point, her shinobu was more well-behaved and cute. Of course, it would be even better if their personalities could be combined. Tosaka Rin, it's taking, not stealing. Tosaka Rin, as the future head of the Tosaka family, I have the authority to handle these magical materials. Tosaka Rin, besides if I'm not caught, it's not a crime. Kane. Madoka. Tosaka Rin. Obviously, everyone's question marks couldn't stop this filial daughter Tosaka Rin from making her family patriarch drop gold coins. Kane, as an accomplice to criminal instigation, began self-reflection. Just as the chat group was lively, Erika, who had been lurking for half a day, finally came online. Her first words made everyone tense. Erika, though I really don't want to disturb Ryuga-sama's insights, do you have any methods to quickly increase strength? Side effects are fine. Even burning lifespan works. Erika, emergency situation, save me. Erika, at Ryuga. Seeing the three rapidly scrolling messages, Tosaka Rin's jaw dropped. The flag really came true? To be continued. Chapter 9, Chapter 009, Divine Beast Wild Boar, Final 10 seconds. Campione World, Mediterranean Center, Sardinian Port. Massive shockwaves swept across the entire city, turning the modern metropolis to ruins in an instant, and the sea surface at the port raised huge waves. From ordinary people's perspective, they might only see natural disaster descending. But if someone from the magic world were here, they would definitely discover that the so-called natural disaster was actually just a storm raised by a giant wild boar over 20 meters long. That furiously rampaging attitude and vigorous strength matched the name god better than any temple clay idol. Fortunately, this wild boar wasn't a so-called deity, but a divine beast one level lower than heretic gods. Unfortunately, even just a divine beast wasn't something ordinary magicians could handle. Although Erika previously didn't want to admit this point. Damn! Are divine beasts really this strong? Looking at the furious divine beast wild boar before her, Erika struggled to stand up, not daring to relax even slightly. Earlier, she received a call from her uncle Saint Paolo saying Sardinia suspected a heretic god appearance and asked her to scout for information. With her great night-level strength, carrying out reconnaissance missions was naturally more than sufficient. However, her uncle obviously didn't understand young people's drive. Erika, a prodigy since childhood, felt such missions seriously underestimated her. She decided to add some difficulty for herself. Like slaying a heretic god to become a campione, for instance. Perhaps because the campiones she'd encountered were idiots like the Sword King, her reverence for campiones was lower than ordinary European magicians. If even that brainless beast could successfully slay gods, why couldn't she? With such thoughts, she directly reached the disaster site. Discovering the troublemaker wasn't a heretic god but a divine beast, she wasn't disappointed. Before slaying gods, I can practice with divine beasts first. That's what Erika thought at the time. She couldn't be blamed for being arrogant after purchasing Ryuga's master version magic power extraction technique. Her strength had indeed improved significantly. Though she hadn't reached Saint Knight level, she was much stronger than before. If it were her previous strength, she would at most try to stall the opponent. Now that she had finally become stronger, naturally her goals were bigger. Her uncle, a saint knight, could block 6 divine beasts, she should be able to handle one, right? With such simple thoughts, Erika found the divine beast wild boar. Erika charged forward, Erika prepared victory speech, then Erika instantly played GG. With just a bang sound, she was directly hit by the shockwave, her body smashed into building ruins. Obviously, she didn't understand the gap between herself and divine beasts, the difference between rank 1 and rank 2. Moreover, even among divine beasts, this wild boar belonged to the strongest batch, no less than top-tier dragons and serpents. Actually, if Erika hadn't become stronger, she might not have received such fierce attacks. After all, in the divine beast wild boar's eyes, a mere great knight was just ephemeral. But she had become several times stronger with such obvious hostility, evolving from an ant to an annoying mosquito. The divine beast wild boar, representing furious emotions, naturally couldn't tolerate such existence and directly launched an attack. Thanks to Erika having indeed become much stronger and timely invoking Senate spells for defense, otherwise she might not have survived this strike. This is bad. After barely supporting her almost falling apart body, Erika suddenly realized something more terrible than her own embarrassing defeat awaited her. Namely, the divine beast wild boar's slightly reddened eyes and constantly restless hooves. This posture looked like it had completely locked onto her and wanted to eliminate her completely. Just for poking your nose once, is it worth holding such a grudge? Sensing life-threatening danger and the divine beast's crushing level power advantage over ordinary life, Erika desperately realized she had almost no way to break the situation. After becoming stronger through Ryuga's techniques, the saint-level word spirit she previously had little confidence in successfully casting now had a 30% success rate. If she could successfully use this saint realm level magic, she would gain sacred annihilation privileges sufficient to harm heretic gods. With this privilege, she could definitely deal effective damage to the divine beast. But the problem was, the divine beast wild boar was so big while she was so small. Using this magic to fight the divine beast wild boar was like taking an embroidery needle to challenge a blue dragon crescent blade. Even if you could hack me to death, I could still poke you once. Wasn't this seeking death? Decisively abandoning this suicidal fighting method, she chose to admit defeat. No matter how Rin would mock her afterward, she had to call for help when necessary. So, Ryuga-sama, save me. In the chat group, seeing Erika's wail, Tosaka Rin's heart trembled. Tosaka Rin, what happened, Erika? What danger did you encounter? At critical moments, she was still very worried about this friend. Kane, Erika. First describe the situation so Ryuga-san can make judgments. Kane, if there's anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Madoka, yes, if we can help Erika-ne, please don't hesitate to ask. Erika's good relationships paid off, everyone in the group was willing to help. Before everyone could add him together, Ryuga, who had just finished his insights, also appeared. Ryuga, crisis type, level, acceptable handling time, report everything. Ryuga, at Erika. Unlike others, Ryuga's words contained no excess comfort, cold and efficient. Seeing everyone's concern, Erika felt warmth in her heart. The little sisters in the group were indeed good girls. Seeing Ryuga's inquiry, somehow almost everyone in the group felt an inexplicable sense of security. Erika immediately began reporting. Erika, encountered an enemy, a divine beast, strength level rank 2. It has completely locked onto me, can't escape. Erika, as for acceptable handling time, 10. Tosaka Rin, 10 minutes. Seeing Erika's interrupted message, Tosaka Rin sighed in relief. That was good, there should be time to discuss countermeasures. With Ryuga's demonstrated wisdom, he should at least help Erika find a way to escape, right? But what she didn't expect was Erika's reply following immediately. Erika, 9. Erika, 8. Tosaka-rin. So you were counting down seconds. To be continued. Chapter 10, Chapter 010, Rank 2 Strength, Dimensional Leap. Find a solution to deal with legendary divine beasts within 10 seconds. No wait, now it's 7 seconds. After understanding the situation, young Rin clenched her palms, her body trembling slightly. Tosaka-rin, how is this possible? Death's scythe was close at hand. Even with Ryuga's heaven-defying wisdom, there was no way to find a countermeasure in such extreme time. Not just her, others instinctively felt despair too. Kane covered her mouth, purple pupils immediately filling with mist. Erika was clearly the strongest among them, yet she was the first to face mortal crisis with almost no chance of survival. Was fate really so capricious? Did good people encounter danger so easily? Madoka, with the least experience, stood stunned, almost in tears. However, just as everyone in the group began mourning the impending loss of an excellent group member, Ryuga's sudden reply shocked everyone. Ryuga, understood. Just invite me to your world. Erika. Erika, ah. Ryuga-sama, there's no need for this. Against divine beast level existences, our rank 1 strength is meaningless, no need to add casualties. Erika, 5. Even with time at its limit, even seeing the divine beast wild boar's charging assault, when faced with the lifeline Ryuga threw her, Erika rationally chose to refuse. She was indeed somewhat arrogant due to her youthful genius nature, and indeed chose to challenge the divine beast to prove herself. But setting aside all personal motives, she was still a knight. As a knight, she should naturally protect civilians and friends. Never mind that Ryuga had already helped her before. Even without that, given her personality, she wouldn't drag strangers down with her. She knew Ryuga's strength had advanced to rank 1, but having personally challenged the divine beast, she now understood that before a fully committed divine beast, same rank power was meaningless. This was quantitative crushing. With Ryuga's demonstrated wisdom, Erika felt he shouldn't do such foolish things as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Of course, from the position of being helped, she had to admit she was moved by Ryuga's complete disregard for personal safety. What girl hadn't hoped for someone willing to risk everything for her? The hero saves beauty trope, though ancient, never lacked an audience. In that life and death moment, Erika's heart surged with warm currents, filled with somewhat pink bubble-like emotion. The next instant, these pink bubbles were directly burst by Ryuga's following words. Ryuga, I'm rank 2 strength now. This concise statement left the entire group in silence. Almost simultaneously, everyone typed question marks. Madoka. Kane. Tosaka-rin. 2 minutes ago they had just checked Ryuga had advanced from rank 0 to rank 1. Now only 2 minutes had passed, and even if different worlds had different time flows, there shouldn't be huge differences. In this brief time, Ryuga had advanced another level, surpassing Erika to become the chat group's current strongest. Was this reasonable? Getting stronger should follow some basic principles, right? Only now did Erika understand what disregard for personal safety, what self-sacrifice, it was all her own fantasy. Ryuga's proposal was simple. He wasn't trying to risk his life for her, he really could win. Realizing this, Erika's reaction was equally pure. Erika, boss, save me. 3. As the countdown reached 3 seconds, she quickly spent her points and sent an invitation for Ryuga to enter her world. After discovering she still had a way out, all those chaotic thoughts in her head disappeared, leaving only the purest desire. Boss, save my worthless life. Ryuga's response didn't disappoint her at all. Almost the moment the link was thrown out, he accepted the invitation. 2. The divine beast wild boar hadn't yet arrived, but its most destructive force had already reached Erika. Yet Erika felt no impact, nor any fear. Because at that instant, Ryuga's figure had appeared before her, standing like the most solid fortress, firmly blocking all external impacts. 1. The next second, faster than Erika had predicted, before the countdown reached 0, the divine beast wild boar had already reached them. A body of at least several hundred tons, massive tusks, with incomparable impact force and momentum that could shatter mountains and seas, struck toward the two humans. Like a cannon shooting mosquitoes, it wasn't targeting the two tiny humans, but the entire space before it. Never mind a great knight's speed, even a saint knight here might not escape the wild boar's lock-on. Even if Ryuga was also rank 2 combat power, he might not dodge this furious strike from the divine beast. Just as Erika worried thus, she only noticed Ryuga glance back at her. Then, how Ryuga moved or how he brought her away, she saw none of these actions clearly. She only remembered that when she came to her senses, this black-haired, black-eyed handsome man was already holding the back of her clothes collar, having moved to the port's edge. Bang! After the deafening sound, huge dust clouds rose together with massive waves. The charging divine beast, having lost its target, plunged directly into the sea, causing violent tremors in the seabed as if it had cracked. Erika and Ryuga watched this spectacular scene of the wild boar entering the sea completely unharmed. After realizing she had completely escaped danger, Erika's first reaction wasn't relief, but to look at Ryuga's feet. Seeing the gradually dissipating, familiar magical fluctuations, recalling that almost completely unfamiliar experience, Erika's pupils contracted sharply, and she muttered in shock. Hermes' boots should only accelerate movement, but that feeling just now, it wasn't high speed, but dimensional leap. To be continued. Chapter 11, Chapter 011, Group Live Stream, Lord Ryuga's Peerless Beauty. If she wasn't mistaken, the magic Ryuga had just used should be related to the Hermes boots he had purchased earlier. Erika was already well aware of Ryuga's incredible comprehension ability. However, she still couldn't imagine how a simple status magic that was normally used to accelerate oneself and reduce body weight could be evolved by Ryuga to the level of spatial teleportation. The Campione world wasn't without magic capable of achieving spatial transfer effects, but such magic was at least at the level of grand sorcery. Even grand mages would need to select the right time and place, expending vast resources and personnel assistance to successfully activate it. Even monsters at the level of Campiones, even martial arts masters with extraordinary talent like Luo Hao, had to immerse themselves in the mystical arts for countless years before successfully cultivating similar earth-shrinking techniques. Yet Ryuga before her had accomplished it in just a few minutes. Just thinking about it was, well, this alone wasn't actually that shocking. Facing a monster who had advanced to paladin-level strength on his very first day of contact with magic, no matter what he could accomplish, Erika found it hard to feel surprised anymore. However, the other members were still quite shocked. Kane, is this the divine beast Erika mentioned? Kane, such powerful aura, even through the screen, it feels terrifying. Was Erika fighting against this level of monster before? In the Demon Slayer world, Kane's expression was one of shock. Even though she had known beforehand that Erika's enemy this time was a divine beast, knowing and seeing were two different experiences. This level of power, in her view, could already match the gods she imagined. Before this level of divine beast, forget about the upper moons that their Demon Slayer core had never successfully defeated, even the legendary Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji would be as fragile as an ant. It wasn't just Kane, even for Tosaka Rin, whose world was of a higher level, this was an unprecedented experience. Tosaka Rin, so this is what's called second order, city-destroying level power? It's actually this incredible. Looking at the shattered city and the parted sea waves, she began to reassess what divine beasts represented. Even in the Holy Grail War, most of those legendary heroic spirits would be inferior to this level of existence in terms of power and status. Even the original heroes from the Age of Gods, many were famous for slaying magical beasts, truly few had the qualifications to slay divine beasts. Only the most elite heroic spirits could possibly possess power to rival divine beasts, or even rival gods themselves. Tosaka-rin, speaking of which, Lord Ryuga is now second order too. Tosaka-rin, that means Lord Ryuga's power already rivals divine beasts. Based on previous records, with Ryuga's current strength, it seemed he could single-handedly sweep through an entire Holy Grail war without needing to summon heroic spirits. Thinking of this, a certain idea began to stir restlessly in Tosaka-rin's heart. Compared to the outdated First Order powerhouse Arikane, asking the Second Order powerhouse Master Ryuga for help might be more reliable. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would be willing to help her. Madoka, I'm so glad Arikane is safe. Big brother is amazing. Madoka, who was most concerned about her friend's safety, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, her attention wasn't drawn to the divine beast boar that had crashed into the sea like the others, but rather to Ryuga himself. Madoka, ah! Ryuga brother is so handsome. Madoka, sorry. I didn't mean to. After getting a clear look at this black-haired, black-eyed handsome man, Madoka couldn't help but exclaim. Only after speaking did she realize her slip of tongue, immediately covering her mouth as her small face turned bright red. Making such frivolous comments about someone's appearance, what if Big Brother got angry? Fortunately, the other members in the group thoughtfully ignored Madoka's embarrassment and began to chime in. Tosaka-rin, indeed. Tosaka-rin, I never expected Lord Ryuga to possess not only amazing wisdom but also unparalleled beauty. Half sincere, half for her own little schemes, young Rin began enthusiastically flattering. Seeing their comments, even the normally conservative Kane couldn't help but agree. Kane, indeed, Lord Ryuga is as beautiful as a god. T/N. Praising an unfamiliar man for the first time made Kane feel somewhat flushed. At this moment, her sister Shinobu was nearby, playing with their adopted sister Kaneo. Noticing her sister's alternating excitement and sudden blushing, combined with how her sister had been mysteriously spacing out alone recently, Shinobu suddenly had a bold guess. Is sister experiencing her first love? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and Shinobu froze on the spot. Damn! Where did this wild man come from to make her sister so lovesick? However, her sister was indeed at the age where she should marry, so it seemed she couldn't really interfere. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was already past the suitable marriage age in this era, she could be considered an old maid. Seeing Shinobu's constantly changing expression, the expressionless Kaneo tilted her head slightly, seeming to express confusion. Seeing that Shinobu hadn't paid attention to her for a while, she held back for a long time before walking to Kane and lightly repeating the two words Shinobu had just said. First, love. What does this mean? Swoosh. Almost the instant Kaneo spoke those words, Shinobu felt her usually gentle and beautiful sister direct a murderous gaze at her. With Kane's intelligence, she naturally saw at a glance that Shinobu had taught this word. There was no one else here besides her. I asked you to play with her, and you led this child astray? Sister. No, let me explain. I didn't mean to corrupt Kaneo, I was saying you were experiencing first love. Oh no, sister, I was wrong. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by Shinobu's panicked voice, the butterfly estate surrounded by wisteria flowers became lively once again. To be continued. Chapter 12, Chapter 012, Just Simple Deduction, Did you all fail to learn? Just as lively as the butterfly estate was the current chat group. Erika, that's right, Lord Ryuga possesses unparalleled wisdom and extraordinary beauty. Erika, wait, that's not right. Why can you all see what's happening here? Only after escaping danger did she realize that the previous events had been live-streamed. Tosaka-rin, even if you ask us, we don't know. Madoka, the group live-stream automatically started the moment Big Brother went over. Erika, let me check. I see, after inviting the cross-dimension function, group live-stream is enabled by default. This function can also be manually disabled. Previously, although they all knew about the group cross-dimension function, due to it being a paid feature, the impoverished members had never tried it once. And in the life-threatening emergency just now, Erika naturally couldn't worry about default settings and directly summoned Ryuga over. Only now, upon careful examination, did she discover it was a settings issue. Tosaka-rin, I suggest not disabling it. I want to see how Lord Ryuga defeats the Divine Beast. Madoka, +1. Erika, I don't mind, but we should listen to Lord Ryuga. As she spoke, Erika looked up at Ryuga in front of her with an inquiring gaze. Regardless of Ryuga having just saved her, even without mentioning this, footage of powerful beings fighting could potentially leak intelligence. Although Erika herself didn't care about this, she didn't feel she had the right to make decisions for Ryuga. If Ryuga was unwilling, she would disable the live stream without question. Although it would be somewhat unfair to those little sisters, with a powerful ally right in front of her, she naturally knew which was more important. Ryuga naturally understood Erika's meaning and immediately shook his head. It doesn't matter. Knowledge should be shared and circulated. If you can gain something from it, that's your own fortune. Tosaka-rin, hooray! Madoka, thank you, big brother. Since Ryuga didn't mind, Erika naturally let the live stream continue. By the way, Lord Ryuga, the power you used just now was. Seeing that the divine beast boar hadn't yet climbed out of the sea, Erika, unable to contain her curiosity, couldn't help asking. Don't doubt it, it was also Hermes' boots. Ryuga glanced at this cautious blonde night girl and immediately knew what she was curious about. You want to ask how to use this spell technique for dimensional leaping? Yes. Erika nodded like a pecking chicken. This was her commonly used magic. When would she be able to reach this level? It's actually quite simple. The Hermes boots spell technique belongs to the conceptual equipment system of magic. Unlike traditional mana mechanism system magic, the core of this technique isn't acceleration or weight reduction, but the divine name. Ryuga analyzed the world's ether magical environment while casually explaining. Divine name. Erika's eyes were curious. That's right. The theoretical foundation of this magical system is idol worship, so the amount of mana provided isn't actually important. What matters is the imitation of the divine name. This is the key to improving the technique's effectiveness. Ryuga spoke eloquently. As a god, Hermes' existence spans Greek, Roman, and Egyptian mythology. His divine roles are diverse. He's the messenger of the gods and one of the 12 Olympian gods, while also encompassing domains of alchemy and magic. In esoteric traditions, he's even called the hidden god. However, for this technique, we only need his divine role as the guardian god of travelers, so when constructing the technique, we must try to exclude interference from other divine roles. In the mythological period, symbols representing Hermes were often marked near villages, towns, temples, and national borders, representing him as the god of boundaries and crossing boundaries. For travelers, seeing Hermes symbols meant they understood they had entered the next territory. Travelers often prayed for Hermes' protection. Based on this belief, the Hermes boots technique has the effect of enhancing agility and foot strength. The original technique you use is constructed from this belief. Can you understand up to this point? After explaining the technique's principles at extreme speed, Ryuga confirmed. I can probably understand about half. Erika's expression already looked somewhat dizzy. Actually, even half was her forcing herself to keep up. In reality, she only understood less than 30%. And this was already her best performance. Kane. Madoka. The other two without much foundation were completely lost. Madoka, it feels harder than math, I can't understand at all. Madoka, how about you, Rin-ne? Madoka, at Tosaka-rin. Tosaka-rin, I only understood 20%, but it doesn't matter, I've taken notes on the key parts. For this level of instruction from a master even greater than a second magic user, Tosaka-rin held a reverent heart. Whether she could understand or not, she'd write it down first. This scholarly behavior immediately earned the respect of two underachievers. Madoka, Rin-ne is amazing. Kane, so diligent, little Rin will definitely become strong in the future. Seeing their admiring words, Tosaka-rin couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. Just as she was about to be modest, she suddenly heard Ryuga continue speaking in the group live stream, and she hurriedly switched the interface over, listening attentively to the following explanation. Understanding half is enough. After grasping the construction method of the old technique, the optimization approach becomes crystal clear. Hearing Ryuga say this, everyone's eyes glazed over, not understanding where exactly it was crystal clear. Suddenly they felt like being in class, not understanding, but being called upon by the teacher to answer questions. Fortunately, Ryuga wasn't asking questions. After speaking casually, he immediately provided the principles. Obviously, to change the technique's effect, we need to precisely adjust the corresponding divine roles of the technique. Here, we need to abandon the broad divine role of protector of travelers and enter its core, namely, the power of boundaries and crossing boundaries. In the mythological era, boundaries between nations often represented boundaries between different mythologies, that is, they could represent boundaries between divine domains. Hermes, who could cross different boundaries, naturally possessed power to cross divine domain-level barriers. And so-called divine domains were considered another dimensional space. Therefore, Hermes naturally possessed the power of dimensional leaping. And based on the previous technique improvement for core replacement. In summary, the dimensional leaping technique can be easily constructed. Using the high-speed divine words he had comprehended without a teacher, in an extremely short time, Ryuga laid out all the technique's core elements without reservation. If you understand the principles I've explained, others aside, Erika should be able to directly use the advanced technique. Saying this, Ryuga asked the blonde girl who had fallen into contemplation. Did you learn it? Erika, whose eyes had completely spiraled into mosquito coils, forced out a smile that wasn't too rude. She had failed to learn. To be continued. Chapter 13, Chapter 013, Indra, submit. Agni, submit. Secret Sword, Fire Thunder God. If she could still understand 30% of what came before, then what Ryuga explained afterward, she completely couldn't comprehend. Although for Ryuga it might be basic theoretical knowledge, and if it were the developer of this technique, careful consideration might allow understanding of his thought process, but Erika couldn't. As a user of the technique, she herself didn't understand much about the principles of magic, let alone technique improvement. Since even Erika looked completely bewildered, needless to say about the others. Madoka, I didn't expect even Erika couldn't understand. Suddenly I don't feel so bad about myself. Kane, I couldn't understand anything throughout, so I actually don't feel pressured. Kane, by the way, where's little Rin? Madoka, can Rin-ne still keep up? If classified according to the type Moon World, Erika belonged to mages who only applied magic but never researched the principles behind it. Compared to Erika, Tosaka-rin's environment was closer to that of a pure researcher. If not for her young age, she should be the one most capable of understanding Ryuga's thought process in the group. Under everyone's calls, Tosaka-rin appeared. Tosaka-rin, I could still understand a little at the very beginning, so I lowered my head to take some notes. Madoka, and then Tosaka-rin, then I couldn't understand anything. Though she had only looked down for an instant, she felt like she had missed the entire history of magical research. When she looked up again, she could no longer understand even the terminology Ryuga was using. Madoka. Erika. Kane. This brief lesson resulted in total defeat for all of them. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ryuga shook his head without much disappointment. Ryuga, based on your comprehension assessment, for now you should buy the versions sold in the group store, at least they guarantee learning success. Tosaka-rin, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like I'm being treated like a monkey. Madoka, Rin-ne, is it possible that's not an illusion? Tosaka-rin, shut up. Even if it's true, don't say it out loud. Rin covered her ears, trying to escape reality. She was a magical genius her father was proud of, not a monkey who couldn't understand basic knowledge. Except for Rin, the others didn't have such strong self-esteem. Madoka, I feel somewhat sorry for Big Brother. Kane, yes. Lord Ryuga has already shared knowledge worth thousands of points for free, yet I completely couldn't understand. Entering a treasure mountain but gaining nothing, at times like this, they could only blame their own insufficient intelligence. Kane, I feel ashamed of my illiteracy level. Tosaka-rin, I feel ashamed of my illiteracy level. Erika, I feel ashamed of my illiteracy level. Madoka, I feel ashamed of my illiteracy level. Regarding the copy-paste responses in the group, Ryuga expressed no opinion. He didn't care about those few points, and was accustomed to seeing others' expressions as if listening to gibberish. He had seen such scenes countless times on the faces of scientists from various countries in his world, nothing surprising about it. This dimensional leaping technique is actually not as difficult as you imagine. The operational core is simply replacing Hermes' traditional symbol of the caduceus with symbols representing communication and trade crossing. Forget it, we'll discuss this later. Right now there are more pressing matters to handle. Shaking his head, Ryuga temporarily gave up on the teaching task, his gaze turning toward the coastline ahead. There, the divine beast boar, now burning with blue flames all over its body and obviously completely enraged, was glaring menacingly at them. With Ryuga's reminder, everyone finally noticed that the divine beast boar had already escaped from the seabed. Even knowing Ryuga possessed second-order strength, they couldn't help but show worried expressions. Does Lord Ryuga intend to eliminate it? The perceptive Erika asked. If the goal was just to escape, they could directly use Ryuga's optimized magic to leave far away, without needing to wait for the opponent to climb ashore. Ryuga nodded slightly, not hiding his intentions. If he had only wanted to help Erika escape danger, he wouldn't need to come personally, just selling a random life-saving skill would be sufficient to ensure Erika's safety. His reason for actively requesting to come to the Campione world wasn't truly altruistic, but had his own purposes. Through analyzing Hermes' boots, Ryuga had roughly mastered the construction method of conceptual equipment. But even so, this was only Saint Magician or Paladin level power. To advance further, he needed to personally contact the most pinnacle and mainstream power of this world. Gods. The divine beast boar before him was an excellent opportunity. Not only could he test the various powers he had comprehended, but he could also analyze the essential nature of divine existence up close, killing two birds with one stone. Thinking this, Ryuga looked back at Erika and extended one hand. May I borrow your sword? Ah, no problem. Faced with Ryuga's request, Erika unhesitatingly handed him her beloved sword that had never left her side since childhood. Then she suddenly remembered something. Wait, Lord Ryuga, I remember you haven't purchased any offensive-natured powers, right? Regarding Ryuga's comprehension, current Erika had no doubts whatsoever. Just with dimensional leaping alone, he could be called a saint-level magician. But with just mana and dimensional leaping, these two skills, there was no way to cause any effective killing damage, right? Could he really subjugate a divine beast this way? Faced with this worry, before Ryuga could speak, someone explained for him. Kane, Erika, Lord Ryuga has purchased offensive skills, the flame breathing from my side. Kane, however, this level of power probably won't be useful, right? As she spoke, Kane herself lacked confidence. Even if breathing techniques were practiced to their peak and multiplied tenfold, they seemed to have no possibility of confronting an enraged divine beast. Compared to gods, human breathing techniques still seemed too weak. Facing this doubt, facing this worry, Ryuga said nothing, only silently gripping the sword hilt. Sensing his will, Erika immediately held her breath, afraid of disturbing Ryuga's performance. Accompanied by earth-shaking shockwaves, the divine beast boar that had climbed from the sea charged forward again with its signature ramming attack, swearing to crush these two fleas that had toyed with it into powder. Facing this identical assault from before, facing this offensive capable of easily crushing mountains, seas, and cities, Ryuga's expression remained calm, his pitch-black pupils reflecting all things like mirrors. The moment the divine beast boar charged to his front, he firmly gripped the sword hilt and softly began chanting word spirits of the same type as conceptual equipment. Indra, submit. Agni, submit. White-purple lightning and red firelight simultaneously covered his body's surface. Just as he had borrowed Hermes' power, through conceptual equipment's construction ritual, Ryuga easily borrowed a small portion of the thunder god's and fire god's power. And the next step after gaining buffs was eruption. 5 elements breathing technique secret art. Secret sword, fire thunder god. Azure lightning and blazing fire flashed in intersection, and Ryuga's figure had already crossed past the divine beast boar, time seemingly frozen completely at this moment. The next instant, the divine beast boar, motionless like a statue, completely crumbled and turned into golden light particles. Then, the massive impact sound finally echoed throughout the entire island. To be continued. Chapter 14, Chapter 014, Slaying the Divine Beast in One Strike, 5 Elements Breathing Technique. The confrontation between Ryuga and the divine beast boar lasted only a brief instant. Erika saw nothing clearly except dazzling lightning and firelight. After the lightning and fire disappeared, this seemingly invincible divine beast had somehow completely vanished. Ah! The blonde girl's mouth opened slightly, her eyes wide and round, forming a standard 00 expression. Tosaka-rin, what just happened? Tosaka-rin, who had been staring at the live stream throughout, was equally confused. Who could tell her what had just occurred? Kane, I don't know, besides lightning, I didn't see anything. Seeing the trio's completely bewildered statements, Madoka thought for a moment and guessed. Madoka, is there a possibility, I'm just guessing, that Ryuga brother killed the divine beast instantly? Tosaka-rin, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tosaka-rin, I was going to say that, but if it's Lord Ryuga, accomplishing this wouldn't actually be surprising. But, Kane, from a rational perspective, I also believe Lord Ryuga could defeat the divine beast, but... Erika, I understand what you mean. Erika, but no one expected victory to come this quickly, and no one expected the gap to be this large. Even Madoka had thought of the possibility, so the bewildered trio naturally weren't completely oblivious. The divine beast didn't look like it would flee, and with it disappearing completely before their eyes, there was almost no possibility other than Ryuga successfully killing it. Regarding Ryuga defeating the divine beast, they had no objections whatsoever. What they found hard to understand was this effortless, vegetable-cutting speed of victory. Erika, no matter how you put it, it's still a divine beast, and judging by its posture, probably a high-level divine beast at that. Erika, this level of existence should be among the elite even within the second order. Although Lord Ryuga is strong, he's also second order level. Erika, both being second order versus second order, why is the gap this huge? Erika, even if a heretic god took action, it would be difficult to be faster than Lord Ryuga, right? This level of crushing victory, wasn't this really third order fighting second order? Regarding this question, Ryuga replied with a calm expression. Although it's a divine beast, it only possesses the most basic intelligence, being driven more by instinct. This type of brainless target is the easiest to deal with. You just need to slightly raise your output above its endurance limit, and it's guaranteed to die. Charging recklessly without understanding the enemy's capabilities was always the most reckless behavior. Currently, the conceptual equipment Ryuga had created couldn't yet compare to the mythological originals in effectiveness, generally only reaching paladin level. Taking any one individually, they could at most match a divine beast. However, under the guidance of optimized techniques, Ryuga simultaneously combined lightning and fire powers, utilizing these two elements' characteristics to detonate both forces at once. The simultaneous eruption of two of the most violent elements directly leaped their power into the realm of heretic gods for a short time. Even if the divine beast boar possessed considerable physical toughness, it ultimately lacked the immortality to rival dragon serpents. So when hit with full force, it was immediately successfully subjugated. For Ryuga, this was merely a matter of maxing out damage output in one go, nothing worth mentioning. But for Erika, this understated tone was far too stimulating. Slightly raising output to a level even divine beasts cannot endure, is this something a human says? Why does it sound like accomplishing such a thing is actually very simple? Erika really wanted to complain like this, but had to admit. Well, for Lord Ryuga, it might indeed be very simple. After all, during this battle, she still hadn't sensed any divine power, that is, the true ether that Ryuga had previously introduced. In other words, even after achieving the feat of killing a divine beast with one sword strike, Lord Ryuga was still far from using his full strength. From Ryuga's tone, she could tell he hadn't raised his instantaneous output to his maximum value, but rather to a level slightly exceeding the divine beast's limit. The implications of this became more frightening the more she thought about it. Seeing Ryuga casually slay the divine beast while his aura remained calm without any sign of effort, she even began to suspect that Ryuga, as a second-order being, might even have the ability to fight heretic gods. Of course, such thoughts were just speculation. She definitely didn't want to encounter a heretic god again in this situation. Those were existences capable of destroying nations, absolutely not crises they could currently handle. With one sword strike, the divine beast boar vanished into smoke. After the imminent crisis disappeared, recalling the power Ryuga had displayed earlier, Kane hesitated before finally choosing to speak up. Kane, Lord Ryuga, the power you used to defeat the divine beast was. Although she couldn't see any familiarity in it, Ryuga had used a sword after all. Thinking of how he had just purchased the breathing technique she had put up for sale, Kane wanted to know if Ryuga had used power from her world. Ryuga, the submission technique was modified through conceptual equipment construction methods, and the 5 elements breathing technique was modified through flame breathing. Regarding such information, Ryuga never had any intention of keeping it secret. Hearing this, the 2 sellers he had patronized immediately became excited. Erika, conceptual equipment? Is this what Lord Ryuga comprehended through the previous magic? Erika, no wonder dimensional leaping wasn't your limit at all. Erika, I see why you could so casually use submission techniques that most monks can't even perform. From the name alone, it was clear that Ryuga's latest insight tended more toward breadth than specialization. Just by analyzing one technique, he seemed to have already mastered the entire conceptual equipment construction system and reverse-engineered numerous magics. The submission techniques of the 12 heavenly protectors should be one of the results of conceptual equipment construction. Thinking of this, Erika suddenly froze, realizing something troubling. Wait! If Lord Ryuga's comprehension is this strong, understanding all similar techniques through just one technique, then wouldn't I be unable to sell any of my other similar skills? She suddenly felt that having a master with too strong comprehension wasn't entirely a good thing. Clinging to his coattails became easier, but fleecing the wool became much harder. However, compared to life-saving grace, these were all minor matters. On the other side, after hearing Ryuga's introduction, Kane became even more excited than Erika, several times more so. Kane, 5 elements breathing technique. Kane, could Lord Ryuga explain in detail? Please. To be continued. Chapter 15, Chapter 015, Pure Yang Cultivation Method. Compared to the more powerful conceptual equipment, Kane was obviously more interested in the breathing technique Ryuga mentioned. Magic was something Kane had tried. After purchasing the commodity, she could indeed successfully extract mana, but the same technique couldn't be taught to others. Whether it was her sister Shinobu, Kaneo, or the other pillars, none could master this power. At that time, Tosaka-rin had helped investigate this point, and the final conclusion was that humans in each world had different constitutions. But breathing techniques were different. Skills improved based on the original flame breathing would certainly be very compatible with human physiology in her world. In other words, this power was very likely teachable to others. If her power alone was insufficient to slay the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji, then all the pillars working together wholeheartedly might be able to create a miracle. Regarding Kane's thoughts, Ryuga could guess them with his eyes closed. So he didn't waste any words and directly uploaded the skills he had comprehended. Ryuga, I've uploaded all the previously comprehended skills to the store, check them out yourself. With these words, everyone immediately opened the group store interface. Then they saw 4 new products all at once. Kane, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth. The 5 elements breathing technique actually includes all the basic schools, and even possesses techniques from the long-lost source of all breathing, sun breathing. Kane, how is this possible? Lord Ryuga only purchased flame breathing, didn't he? After reading the product descriptions, Kane was completely stunned. Compared to existing schools, the legendary sun breathing was the true power capable of restraining demons. Unfortunately, sun breathing had long been lost, and no one could master this power anymore. She never expected it to reappear here at this moment. Regarding Kane's surprise, before Ryuga could say anything, Erika shrugged. Erika, it's just drawing inferences from one example. Is this really surprising for Lord Ryuga? With just one magical technique, Ryuga had almost mastered an entire conceptual equipment system of magic. Compared to this performance, merely reverse engineering an entire system through one breathing technique wasn't worth being surprised about. The breathing technique system was much simpler than the equipment system. Kane, you're right. After taking a deep breath, Kane calmed down. To say something disrespectful, even the genius who could create sun breathing probably couldn't compare to Lord Ryuga in any way. It was natural for Ryuga to reverse engineer the entire system. At this time, Ryuga also provided a simple explanation. Ryuga, I merely used flame breathing to reverse engineer and restore sun breathing, then successfully deduced the other types of breathing techniques. Ryuga, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, these 5 breathing techniques are actually inferior versions compared to pure sun breathing. However, people with insufficient life force aren't suitable for traditional sun breathing, forcing its use will inevitably consume one's lifespan. Ryuga, to lower the threshold, I designed the 5 elements breathing technique, preserving sun breathing's lethality while greatly reducing the drawback of life force consumption. Ryuga, although the upper limit isn't high, as a combat-type skill, it should suffice. Hearing Ryuga's words, Tosaka-rin, who had also finished reading the product descriptions, tilted her head with big question marks appearing above it. Tosaka-rin, upper limit isn't high. Tosaka-rin, Lord Ryuga calls this kind of power, priced at 10,000 points and capable of reaching second-order strength, having a low upper limit. Second-order level strength, whether in the Campione world or her type moon world, could already be called the pinnacle of humanity. Even crown-designated mages from the clock tower might not possess this level of combat capability. How did it seem somewhat despised in Ryuga's words? Hearing Tosaka-rin's words, Kane, who had been overjoyed, suddenly stiffened. Wait, how much did it cost again? Meanwhile, hearing Tosaka-rin's question, Ryuga shook his head and explained. Ryuga, I said the upper limit isn't high because the entire sun-breathing system's architectural framework has fundamental problems. Ryuga, power that can only consume life force but cannot replenish it has problems at its source design. If based on the existing structure, ordinary practitioners' limits are essentially fixed. Sun breathing was a technique created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni, its core essentially helping someone with exceptional life force talent to squander their excess vitality. For Yoriichi Tsujikuni, with his abnormal constitution, sun breathing was naturally no problem. But for other ordinary people, they simply couldn't bear this power and consumption, naturally only able to create derivative schools suitable for themselves. However, no matter how they derived and improved, they couldn't change the fact that consumption exceeded replenishment. In the Demon Slayer world, this breathing technique might have positive meaning, but for Ryuga, this was definitely not a path to becoming stronger. It could be used as a technique, but not practiced as a method. Ryuga, so I completely overthrew sun breathing and recreated a cultivation method with life nurturing as its core. Tosaku-rin, are you referring to this pure yang cultivation method? Ryuga, correct. Ryuga, I recommend using pure yang cultivation method as the foundation and 5 elements breathing technique as application, this way you can increase your life force and elevate your life level. Pure yang cultivation method focused on life nurturing, 5 elements breathing technique focused on combat. Increasing life force would greatly help both physical enhancement and total mana enhancement. With Tosaku-rin's intelligence, she naturally immediately understood the pure yang cultivation method's advantages. Compared to skills that consumed life force and mana, cultivation methods that could improve one's physical limits were true treasures. Just like immortal cultivation techniques in manga. If placed elsewhere, this could be called a closely guarded secret. Extremely excited, she immediately opened the pure yang cultivation method product interface. However, the moment she saw the price, she froze as well. Ah! To be continued. Chapter 16, Chapter 016, The Heretic God Descends, a price of 990,000. Tosaku-rin, 90,000. The twin-tailed young girl was completely stunned. This could be said to be the most expensive product she had ever seen. Tosaku-rin, why is it so expensive? Ryuga, the group store automatically sets prices. Considering the basic effect of enhancing the human body to at least divine beast level, this price is reasonable. Tosaku-rin, ah no. I know Ryuga-sama's products are definitely worth their value. Tosaku-rin, but the key issue is, I don't have that much money. Tosaku-rin, will you? She didn't doubt the quality of Ryuga's products, but she doubted her own wallet. 90,000 points, no matter how you looked at it, it would be very difficult to save up that much, right? T/N, no shit Sherlock. Not to mention, this wasn't the only product she wanted. She was also planning to save money to buy the Great Source Mana Refinement Technique. That was divine power. Falling into the same distress as her was Kane. Kane, the 5 elements breathing method is indeed very powerful, and the second tier upper limit is sufficient to slay Kibutsuji Musen. Kane, but I can't afford 10,000 points either. Kane, I can only save up slowly. She was very satisfied with Ryuga's optimized technique. But she was not satisfied with her wallet. Just then, Erika had also finished browsing the store. At this moment, the corner of her mouth was also twitching slightly. Erika, you guys still have it good, at least you have hope if you save up. Erika, look at what I have here. Erika, screenshot.jpg. What Erika provided was a screenshot of the group store's prices. Hermes Boots Advanced was still acceptable, with a price of 10,000 points that matched products of this tier. But the conceptual armament construction guide next to it was different. Tosaku-rin, what? 990,000. Tosaku-rin, that's way too absurd. Even divine artifacts wouldn't be this expensive, right? In less than a minute, the position of most expensive product had changed hands. Tosaku-rin rubbed her eyes for a long time, thinking she had seen an extra zero. But she hadn't. Erika, knowledge involving an entire magical system would naturally have a completely different price from techniques of the same level. Erika, after all, mastering this skill would be equivalent to mastering hundreds or thousands of first and second tier techniques. Erika, from this perspective, this price isn't expensive. Erika, of course, it did shock me too. Tosaka-rin, shocked +1. Tosaka-rin, suddenly 10,000 points doesn't seem like much, at least it's achievable. Kane, +1. When these product prices were so high that they could only look up at them, they actually didn't have many emotions. They even found the previous prices acceptable. Just as everyone was recovering from their shock, Erika noticed that Ryuga had somehow walked to where the divine beast boar had disappeared, seemingly studying something. Ryuga-sama. Erika immediately put down her chat participation and quickly walked behind Ryuga, asking with confusion. Hearing her approach, Ryuga slowly stood up. Erika noticed that Ryuga was holding more than 10 golden light points in his palm. These are true ether fragments left behind after the divine beast's body collapsed. Ryuga explained casually. Are you studying the divine beast's structure? Erika's eyes were filled with admiration. Even after the battle ended, he didn't forget to research, truly worthy of Ryuga-sama. Ryuga nodded, then asked casually. By the way, Erika, let me ask you, what makes one a god? Hearing this question, Erika nearly froze on the spot. Ryuga-sama was asking her academic questions? Was this a test? But even if it was a test, why use such a basic knowledge question? A god is. Erika was about to answer immediately, but after opening her mouth, found herself speechless. This concept was so fundamental that it didn't need explanation, and precisely because of that, she couldn't answer it. What was the precise definition of a god? After being tongue-tied for several seconds, she tentatively spoke. A being that can use divine power. Wrong. Ryuga immediately shook his head. I can also master so-called divine power, but I'm not a deity. Clearly, the ability to master true ether was not the key factor in distinguishing deities. Hearing this, though she wanted to retort, what difference is there between you and a deity? Even deities aren't as outrageous as you. Recalling the great source mana refinement method that Ryuga provided, which could indeed allow everyone to master divine power, Erika could only try a different definition. A being that can use authority. After tentatively saying this, before Ryuga could deny it, she shook her head herself. No, Campiones can also use divine authority, but they're not deities either. If even the key authority couldn't make the distinction, what other methods were there? Those who can absorb faith are deities. Wrong, many spirits and subordinate gods can also absorb faith. Beings recorded in mythology are deities. Wrong, for example, Japan's 8 million kami, most are merely spirits and demons. After proposing several guesses, Erika denied her own definitions multiple times. Unable to find an answer after much thought, she could only surrender in the end. I'm sorry, Ryuga-sama, I don't know. Erika lowered her head slightly in shame, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a great knight, she couldn't even answer such basic knowledge. Ryuga-sama must be very disappointed in me, right? Thinking this, feeling somewhat anxious, Erika slightly raised her head, observing Ryuga's expression with peripheral vision. But she found that after hearing this answer, Ryuga's face showed neither disappointment nor disdain. It's fine. After nodding with a gentle tone, he maintained his consistently calm demeanor and casually dispersed the golden light points he had captured. Finally, Ryuga turned to look at a youth who had somehow quietly appeared before them. And asked again. What about you? What do you think makes one a god? Only at this moment did Erika notice someone had appeared beside Ryuga. Seeing this unfamiliar youth's divine bearing and the terrible pressure flashing in his golden pupils, Erika's pupils suddenly contracted, and she broke out in cold sweat. She wanted to reach for her beloved sword's hilt, but grasped only air. This action caught the unfamiliar youth's attention. He merely glanced at her casually, and Erica immediately felt her mind go blank. This dignified bearing, plus pressure that surpassed divine beast level. Having received magical association education, Erica quickly realized the youth's true identity. Looking at Ryuga, who still maintained a calm expression, even knowing that Ryuga likely recognized the other party's identity, out of safety considerations, Erica still bit her tongue tip hard, relying on her willpower to force her mouth open under the deity's pressure and give a warning. Ryuga-sama, he is a god. This was a voice that trembled slightly due to instinctive fear. A heretic god. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 17, Chapter 017, Do You Gods Never Think? The moment she realized the other party's identity, Erica understood that the so-called divine beast boar was not an isolated existence. The deity before them was either the divine beast boar's master or its enemy. And regardless of which possibility it was, it didn't really matter. Because the very existence of a heretic god was the greatest disaster in this world. The worldview of deities differed vastly from mortals, and encountering such a level of existence meant one could never leave safely. Having just escaped the divine beast, they now encountered the heretic god itself. Already having had her pride crushed by the divine beast boar, Erica no longer harbored thoughts of overestimating herself and challenging a deity. But she also didn't flee. Instead, she tried her best to straighten her back and stand beside Ryuga. She understood deeply that even among second-tier beings, Ryuga's strength far exceeded hers. She had given what warning she could. What followed was not something a supporting character with inferior wisdom and strength could interfere with. She believed that with Ryuga's wisdom, he would surely be able to control the situation. In the chat group, hearing Erica's words, everyone was struck as if by lightning. Tosaka-rin, a heretic god. Madoka, this is the deity that Erica Onisama mentioned before, right? Tosaka-rin, right, if Erica isn't mistaken, this should be a third-tier existence, a terrifying being capable of destroying nations. Young Rin's expression was serious. In her understanding, deity-level combat power belonged to the thoroughly invincible category. Except for magicians, probably no existence could match them. Does this mean there might be conflict with the deity? She couldn't help but pray for Ryuga and Erica in her heart. Even knowing that life was unpredictable, no one had expected such dramatic ups and downs. Having just dealt with one crisis, they now encountered the greatest disaster of the Campione world. Seeing a third-tier existence for the first time, even having personally witnessed Ryuga instantly kill a divine beast, they couldn't help but worry for Ryuga. Deity-level combat power was basically dominant tier strength in any world. After the previous events, they didn't think Ryuga was already helpless, but they also didn't believe this was a hurdle that could be easily overcome. Ryuga-sama, could he handle such a crisis? The crowd's worries clearly didn't reach Ryuga at all. Without any guarded movements, without any tense expressions. Even after hearing Erica's warning and seeing her slightly trembling body, he still asked with an incredibly casual tone, as if encountering an acquaintance on a street corner. What makes one a god? Seeing his calm and composed demeanor, the youth who had quietly appeared before them grinned, showing an excited smile. Interesting. The youth looked with great interest at this man whose confidence he couldn't fathom. Worthy of one who could defeat my incarnation. Even knowing my identity, you can maintain such composure. You have great talent as a warrior. Being praised so by a heretic god, if it were an ordinary person, they would probably be overjoyed already. But Ryuga was not. Even divine praise couldn't excite him in the slightest. He simply repeated with a calm tone. You can refuse to answer, but don't ignore the question, Varethragna. This is basic etiquette. Even facing a heretic god, he still used an equal tone, making the chat group members sweat bullets for him. Having such a firm attitude toward a deity, wasn't he afraid of making the other party angry? Erika on the side didn't notice Ryuga's tone issue. Her attention was completely captured by the name Ryuga casually spoke. Erika, Varethragna, the war god of Zoroastrianism. Erika, speaking of which, Varethragna did have myths of incarnating as a boar, and as a guardian of light, he would indeed appear as a youth. This seems to match. Erika, truly worthy of Ryuga-sama, to see through a heretic god's true identity at a glance. Knowing the identity was always better than not knowing when dealing with opponents. Hearing Ryuga's question, the young war god Varethragna's eyes lit up even more. To recognize my name at a glance, it seems you also have the qualifications of a sage. I didn't expect this era to have such an outstanding hero. It seems I came down at the right time. The heretic god's gentle attitude made everyone slightly relieved. But Ryuga's next action made their hearts rise to their throats completely. The uncommunicative type. Saying this softly, Ryuga directly reached for his sword hilt. Seems like we can only communicate this way. As a human, his thinking was more direct than the heretic gods, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Seeing this, before Erika could decide whether to step forward and dissuade him, the young deity had already stepped back, defusing the hostility. Sorry, don't be so hasty. I just don't understand how to answer your question, since this body itself is divine. Though saying sorry, judging from his leisurely attitude, his concession was probably just due to momentary interest and basic etiquette. This wasn't strange. No heretic god would fear a mere human. Even if this human had just slain a divine beast, in a heretic god's view, it was just child's play. Fortunately, Ryuga didn't care about this either. Hearing this answer, he continued questioning. How do you confirm that you are a god? Vague feelings naturally couldn't serve as evidence. There must be some decisive structural difference between deities and non-deities. Do you want to research the existential structure of deities? Varethragna quickly realized Ryuga's intent. Correct. Ryuga didn't hide his intentions. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant idea. I really don't know if you're a sage or a fool. Saying this, Varethragna's face showed a slightly excited smile, clearly having his interest piqued as well. Without that little girl saying so, divine power is definitely the wrong answer. For deities, there's as much of that stuff in heaven and earth as you want. If you're asking me, my answer is divine core. Divine core is the key to confirming gods as gods. Deities who lose their divine core will be degraded, possibly even losing their very selves directly. On this point, Varethragna, who had just had his divine core scattered and lost his sense of self once, had great authority to speak. Regardless of which world, divine cores were closely related to or even inseparably bound to deities. Therefore, Varethragna felt his answer was without problems and almost impossible to refute. However, standing before him was Ryuga. You made the same mistake. Campiones also possess divine cores corresponding to their authorities, but they are not gods. Ryuga easily provided a counterexample. The authorities that Campiones mastered also existed in the form of divine cores within their bodies. If using a more fitting term, they should be called divine core holders. Then I don't know. After thinking for 2 seconds, Varethragna chose to give up. As an expert at god slaying, divine core was the best answer he could think of. Setting aside the special case of Campiones for now, how much do you understand about divine cores as a deity? Ryuga didn't continue pressing, turning the topic toward divine cores. Hearing this, Varethragna showed a cheerful smile. If you ask about techniques for severing divine cores, I know plenty. What if I ask about the physical or mystical structure of divine cores? Completely clueless. This answer was decisive, without any hesitation. Hearing this, Ryuga expressed confusion. As a deity, don't you have any desire to understand your own structure? Would humans research how their own brains think? Varethragna countered with a question. Of course they would. The human brain roughly consists of 3 layers, the reptilian brain, emotional brain, and rational brain, controlling instinct, emotion, and logical thought respectively. And these three brain layers are all structures evolved for survival and reproduction. Ryuga provided simple education. Varethragna was momentarily speechless. Humans of this era are truly strange. Isn't this denying the existence of free will? No. This is exploring the boundaries of free will. Rather, what's truly strange should be you gods, right? Ryuga showed slightly incomprehensible eyes. No matter how weak humans are, over thousands of years they've gradually evolved to industrial society. Yet you gods, aside from mythological transitions, have made no progress in these thousands of years. With such powerful strength, such transcendent life forms, such nearly infinite lifespans, why do you never explore your own existence? Don't you even have basic curiosity? Reaching this point, Ryuga took a slight breath, then voiced his greatest question. Do you gods never think at all? At these words, Varethragna fell completely silent. He wanted to say something to defend divine dignity, but with words on his lips, he didn't know what to say. Even he himself was now somewhat doubting his divine life. Could it be that all gods were really idiots? On the other side of the chat group, seeing even the legendary deity rendered speechless by Ryuga's questions, the group members not only didn't gloat, but felt sympathy. Tosaka-rin, so it's not just us, even legendary deities are like monkeys in Ryuga-sama's eyes. Tosaka-rin, suddenly feeling psychologically balanced. Kane, psychologically balanced +1. Madoka, psychologically balanced +1. Madoka, actually, Big Brother treats us much better than he treats the deity. Tosaka-rin, indeed. Tosaka-rin, grateful. Kane, grateful. Erika, grateful. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 18, Chapter 018, What meaning could mere human techniques have? Varethragna naturally knew nothing of the teasing and sympathy in the chat group. He also indeed admitted that he couldn't answer Ryuga's questions. Compared to humans who constantly explored themselves and transcended limits, deities generally seemed somewhat complacent, with few thinking about surpassing existing limits. Although being rendered speechless by a mere human seemed to damage divine dignity, he still maintained divine grace and didn't become angry because of it. Not only that, he even showed a pleased smile. Words are light, words are sword. As a deity, I must praise your eloquence. Your words are sharper than blade and sword, perhaps even surpassing deities. As a deity already skilled at wordplay, he acknowledged Ryuga's advantage without reservation. Then his tone shifted. However, thinking and reflection, those are matters for gods of wisdom to consider. For a war god, the only thing to consider is victory. Saying this, his smile became much sharper, and his entire being looked eager to try. How about it? Want to personally experience divine power? The continuously rising aura and constantly accumulating divine power clearly showed he was ready for battle. Can't win with words, so you're planning to use force to resolve the problem? Ryuga asked with a calm expression. Even when just facing a human, is your competitive spirit this strong? Can't help it. Who made me the god of victory? Varethragna shrugged easily. Unlike when communicating earlier, when facing battle, his eyes were clearly more joyful. My purpose in descending this time is to seek defeat. Though somewhat sorry to my previous opponent, let King Meeker wait for now. I think fighting you will be more interesting. Mentioning King Meeker, Varethragna showed a childlike expression of wanting more. The heretic gods that descended this time were not one, but two. Previously, he had been in battle with the heretic Meeker, when the opponent used a divine artifact to shatter his divine core, causing his incarnations to scatter everywhere and transform into various strange divine beasts. Currently, the battle between the two heretic gods was not finished. This could only be called half-time. Normally, he shouldn't switch opponents. But greedy as he was, he clearly didn't want to miss such an interesting human, so he planned to settle things with Ryuga first. Seeing that Ryuga showed no signs of refusal, Virethragna's smile grew wider. If you can defeat me, you can directly become a campione and study divine cores up close. You wouldn't want to miss such a good opportunity, right? Eager for battle, he directly used the spoils of war as temptation. This low-level trick was actually quite effective. Ryuga indeed wanted to study the structure of divine cores up close and figure out exactly what made so-called deities strong. Heretic gods obviously wouldn't be willing to become obedient test subjects. To study divine cores, the simplest method was to first become a campione. So he wouldn't refuse the opponent's invitation. However, I don't mind using battle to communicate. But wait until you've gathered all your incarnations before fighting. Ryuga spoke thus. That way I can obtain complete authorities too, avoiding having to collect them everywhere afterward. Based on his understanding of the original work, killing heretic gods without resistance capability seemed to not grant authority rewards. Though the conditions for first-time god slaying would certainly be more lenient, considering maximum benefits, it was better to wait for the opponent to recover full strength. Hearing Ryuga say this, Virethragna was slightly stunned. Before even starting, he was already thinking about spoils of war after victory. Facing a genuine deity yet being so presumptuous, this was the first time he'd seen such a confident person. Were all humans of this era so brave? If that's your request, no problem. Out of basic respect for his opponent, Virethragna didn't refuse this demand. The previously slain divine beast boar had directly returned to his body. He only had one incarnation left to recover. It wouldn't take long. However, as a deity still needing to prepare thoroughly and recover to full strength before fighting a human, this feeling made him quite uncomfortable. So after thinking, Virethragna added a sentence. Challenging a deity with a mere human body, I acknowledge your courage. For fairness, since you're willing to wait for me to recover full strength, I'm also willing to let you prepare for battle in advance. How about it? A battle between deity and human requiring both sides to recover full health before starting, this would be too embarrassing to mention. He felt he should give Ryuga some advantage for it to count as balanced. Are you sure? Hearing this, Ryuga, who had no particular attachment to fair dueling, asked with somewhat surprised tone for confirmation. Of course I'm sure. Virethragna said decisively. If I don't even have this much leeway, what qualifications do I have to hold the position of war god? Not to mention this battle was a deity crushing a human. Even if it weren't, what could Ryuga do by preparing a few minutes in advance? After all, they were just human techniques. No matter how much preparation, to a deity, they were all easily broken, useless efforts. What meaning could they have? Is that so? Seeing Virethragna's confident appearance, Ryuga didn't decline either. Then I won't be polite. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 19, Chapter 019, The Blessing of the 12 Deva Guardians. Don't you have too many trump cards? Are we still going to fight? When seeing the human and god communicating as equals, Erika had relaxed somewhat, thinking the two wouldn't continue to conflict. Unexpectedly, in the end, a battle was still unavoidable. After confirming this, surprisingly, Erika didn't feel very nervous at this moment. Thinking about it carefully, even an idiot like the Sword King/King of Swords could accomplish the great feat of god slaying. There was no reason Ryuga-sama couldn't do the same. However, the Sword King's god slaying experience relied more on luck. If he hadn't picked up scraps during a war between heretic gods, with his power, he couldn't even survive the aftershocks of divine battle. Ryuga-sama was naturally much stronger than the former Sword King, but god-slaying relied more on luck. Since he had decided to fight, she must assist from the side, finding the right opportunity to help Ryuga-sama. Erika's thoughts were roughly the same as those of the group members. After witnessing Ryuga create miracles multiple times, Everyone didn't think Ryuga absolutely couldn't defeat a deity, but they also absolutely didn't think this battle would be as easy as when facing the divine beast. According to their speculation, this should be a battle of early disadvantage and late-game comeback. With Ryuga's wisdom, he would surely be able to seize key opportunities and achieve reversal. Haha! Let me see the source of your confidence. Seeing Ryuga agree, Virethragna's smile became increasingly wild. Let me witness what it means to be human. Clearly, this was responding to Ryuga's earlier question. Ryuga naturally didn't mind satisfying such a request. The various techniques originally prepared in secret were now directly brought to the surface, displayed before Virethragna with an incredibly open attitude. Steel Lion, I entrust to you my sighs and anger. Dwelling in the laments of God's Son and Holy Spirit, baptized with the blood of the sacred end, manifest Holy Spear Longinus. Accompanied by high-speed divine word techniques, in just the blink of an eye, Erika's beloved sword in Ryuga's hand transformed into the appearance of a crimson long spear. Though merely a mortal weapon, Virethragna felt a dangerous sensation from the crimson spear blade. The god-slaying spear of Christianity, is this your trump card? The young war god spoke with calm expression and slight praise. Not bad, this is indeed a technique capable of harming gods provided it can actually hit. Erika on the side brightened up. Truly worthy of Ryuga-sama. Erika was extremely familiar with this technique. Even among all god-slaying weapons in mythology, the spear of Longinus was one of the most special. Not only because this spear had legends of killing the Son of God, but also because the one wielding this spear was originally just an ordinary person. A holy spear that could let a mere ordinary person kill the Son of God would naturally be in the strongest tier for god-slaying characteristics. In the original work, Erika had even used this spear to wound Athena. Now in Ryuga's hands, this spear's power was naturally several times stronger. This alone isn't enough. Just as Virethragna was about to remind Ryuga, he saw Ryuga's body bloom with light again. 7 priests took 7 ram's horns and walked in circles blowing them, with armed men advancing before them. Those who dare rebuild this city of Jericho shall be cursed before Jehovah. When he lays its foundation, he shall lose his firstborn, and when he sets up its gates, he shall lose his youngest son. Accompanied by sacred incantations, Ryuga's physical capabilities were comprehensively enhanced. Divine Annihilation Privilege. Erika quickly recognized the origin of the incantation. This technique from the Bible could grant humans power to rival divine beasts. Her uncle Saint Paolo became a paladin precisely because he fully mastered this technique. Under the pure yang breathing method's influence, Ryuga's constitution had already reached a level rivaling divine beasts. Now with additional enhancement, his anti-god specialization increased by another layer. Getting interesting. Virethragna's eyes lit up. With double enhancement, Ryuga seemed qualified to be his opponent. If not for still needing to call back the last incarnation that hadn't returned, plus his earlier promise, he really wanted to fight the current Ryuga right away. After obtaining Divine Annihilation privilege, Ryuga's actions didn't stop. The crimson long spear pointed directly at Virethragna's shadow, expanding his shadow into a fearsome dragon-like shape. By the name of the Crimson Cross and Saint George, you are a dragon. At this moment, Virethragna's shadow was given dragon attributes, while Ryuga's attack gained anti-dragon specialization. This technique cleverly bypassed the deity's magic immunity characteristics, adding another layer of specialization to Ryuga's attacks. Type advantage trumps all specialization beats immortals. With 3 layers of specialization, even the war god of Zoroastrianism unconsciously felt great threat. If hit by Ryuga's long spear, even non-vital areas would cause damage equivalent to vital hits. You really have quite a few trump cards. After glancing at Ryuga's blade with slight wariness, Virethragna looked at Ryuga with an expression serious enough for battling same-tier war gods or god kings. Facing 3 layers of specialization, if he still acted as casually as when facing King Meeker, he might actually lose. However, as long as he treated this seriously, victory was still in the bag. Just as Virethragna was thinking this, he suddenly realized Ryuga seemed to not have stopped chanting. Wait, it's not over yet. Under Virethragna's shocked gaze, Ryuga held the demon-subduing mudra with his other hand. Indra, Surya, Chandra, Agni, Rakshasa, Yama. T/N, here refers to submit. A series of esoteric Buddhist techniques exploded simultaneously. All 12 blessings of the 12 Deva guardians were added to Ryuga's body. Seeing Ryuga surrounded by layers of brilliant light, even the well-travelled Virethragna was stunned on the spot. Through Ryuga's incredibly calm attitude earlier, he had indeed guessed that Ryuga must have trump cards, and they must be trump cards capable of harming deities. But he never imagined Ryuga's trump cards would be so numerous. In fact, the first 3 trump cards combined were basically enough to challenge deities. If encountering weaker deities, they might not even be his opponent. But how could Virethragna have imagined that the previous 3 trump cards were just appetizers? Ryuga actually summoned 12 sanctuary-level blessings in one breath. Is this really something humans can do? Virethragna began to doubt his own understanding. For deities, sanctuary-level power could be broken at will, but when all these sanctuary-level powers stacked together, the effect wasn't a simple 1+1 relationship. Take the current blessing of the 12 Deva guardians. Even Virethragna himself didn't think he could destroy them all with one strike. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 20, Chapter 020, God slaying. Sorry, I couldn't force you to use full power. Tosaka Rin, such an exaggerated number of blessings. I suddenly understand why the conceptual armament construction guide can cost 990,000. In the chat group, seeing Ryuga surrounded by 15 sanctuary-level spells, Tosaka Rin finally deeply understood again the value of Ryuga's products. That was power capable of crossing the barriers of power scale, enabling battles against higher tiers. In the Campione world, Virethragna also unconsciously began thinking of countermeasures. White Horse's power would be partially offset by Surya, and if using the bull incarnation. The war god's instincts told him that if he didn't go all out, his chances of defeat were very high. Even though he descended to seek defeat, he didn't want to lose too embarrassingly. Fortunately, his magical power has reached its limit. Maintaining the consumption of 15 sanctuary-level spells isn't easy. With the heretic god's eyesight, Virethragna thought Ryuga had reached his limit. If it was this level of power, it would be somewhat troublesome for him, but not unchallengeable. Even if Ryuga could construct other techniques, his magical power wouldn't allow it. Just as he was thinking this, invisible waves spread throughout the port, golden light particles appeared from all directions, constantly gathering into Ryuga's body. That was the same power as when the divine beast bore collapsed power from ley lines, nature, and even the planet itself. True ether. With a deity present for comparison, Erika quickly guessed the essence of this power. This was the power Ryuga had already deduced from the mono-refinement method. Initially this was the first time using it. For Virethragna, this power had a more familiar name. Divine power. So you've truly completely mastered this power. Virethragna had indeed heard Ryuga say he could also master divine power while eavesdropping, but hadn't expected his mastery of divine power to reach a level comparable to heretic gods. Before he could feel surprised, Ryuga, enhanced by true ether with greatly increased magical power and technique potency, began chanting again. Burn the world, branch of destruction. A destructive flame sword appeared in midair that was Leavatine from Norse mythology, the divine sword capable of destroying the world tree. By the meteor's oath, pierce through my enemy. A curved golden long spear was constructed with true ether as its foundation. That was Odin's divine spear, Gungnir. As sanctuary-level conceptual armaments, these two weapons naturally couldn't possess the power of the original divine artifacts, not even half their might. However, even as imitations, they were absolutely not existences that could be completely ignored. More terrifyingly, such conceptual armaments were just the beginning. Roaias. Sun Wheel, become armor. Lord, protect me. Those who harm me shall receive sevenfold retribution. Heretical fairy, how dare you usurp divine position? Bright god Mithras, grant me the power to defeat Devas. Watching Ryuga continuously, without pause, apply one buff after another to himself or the enemy. Not just the group members, even Varethragna on scene was completely stunned. Initially, Varethragna was still calculating and analyzing the power Ryuga used. For him, who possessed the anti-god armament Golden Sword, Ryuga's mythological techniques weren't hard to deal with. As long as he could discern their origins and create targeted spirit words, he could easily seal them. However, as Ryuga used more and more techniques covering increasingly obscure ranges, even Varethragna couldn't keep up with his pace. In the end, he simply gave up thinking altogether. From Norse mythology to Greek mythology, from Persian mythology to Egyptian mythology, from Incan mythology to Aztec mythology. The techniques Ryuga used spanned Europe, Asia, Africa, and even included South America. Whether in terms of mystical degree or quantity, they were already beyond what could be resolved with just the Golden Sword. Not to mention, besides offensive and defensive techniques, Ryuga had also set up many counter-damage and trap techniques. If one wanted to use offensive authorities to crush the opponent with pure violence, that would be falling right into the opponent's trap. These techniques weren't randomly arranged, but interlocking. Realizing this, Varethragna was completely numb. Was this guy really human? Just a few minutes felt like years to him. Nay. Finally, under his summons, the last incarnation White Horse came from the horizon, crashed into his body, and merged with Varethragna. Thus, with 10 incarnations complete, Varethragna recovered to his prime. Hearing the commotion here, Ryuga, who was continuing to set up techniques, glanced at him. After pondering for 2 seconds, he spoke. About enough. How about we start the battle now? Hearing his tone of wanting more, seeing the nearly 100 technique lights flickering on his body, Varethragna's eye twitched. You mean you could continue preparing? Of course. Ryuga nodded matter-of-factly. However, I've already left enough redundancy. Continuing to prepare would just waste time. This level is fine now. Fighting a deity for the first time, especially battling such a powerful war god as Varethragna, Ryuga naturally wouldn't take risks. Making extra preparations was normal. Varethragna was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't catch Ryuga's subtext "this level is enough to deal with you," but that he was shocked by Ryuga's abnormal degree. This world wasn't lacking madmen capable of slaying gods. But throughout all history, which campioni could face-to-face battle deities in human state? Even looking through all of history, the man before him was undoubtedly the greatest monster. As a war god, especially a war god pursuing defeat, facing such a monster, besides shock, he felt more excitement. Regardless, this was an opponent worth challenging. Note, here, he had already positioned himself as a lower-tier existence needing to challenge Ryuga. However, before gripping the golden sword's hilt and swinging at this monster before him, he still had some words he couldn't help but voice. Being able to simultaneously operate so many techniques is your advantage. I have no objection to this. Looking at several familiar light rings around Ryuga, Varethragna tried to suppress his twitching mouth corner and spoke in a complex tone. It's just, borrowing power from other pantheons to deal with me is one thing, but why also borrow power from Ahura Mazda-sama and Mithras-sama? You even tried to borrow my own power in front of me. Isn't this a bit too malicious? Varethragna was a warrior protecting light, subordinate to the light god Mithras, while Ahura was the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism. Ryuga doing this was equivalent to borrowing power from Varethragna's boss and chairman to deal with him, even trying to borrow Varethragna's own power. Was this trying to make him beat himself up? If Ryuga didn't master many techniques and had no choice, that would be one thing. But with his technique reserves, this was clearly intentional. I just wanted to test whether deities could refuse magical rituals involving themselves. Seems like they can indeed. Ryuga shrugged, giving such an explanation. Do you think you have victory in the bag? Varethragna let out a cold laugh. Isn't that the case? Ryuga calmly met his gaze. Humph. Naive. War isn't decided until the last moment. No one knows the outcome. Let me, as a war god, teach you a lesson. Looking at Ryuga wrapped in nearly 100 techniques, the Zoroastrian war god gripped his golden sword and charged directly forward. Seeing the heretic god's imposing aura, Erika and others couldn't help but worry. Could it be that the opponent also had some unknown trump card? Under everyone's extremely tense gazes, Varethragna charged forward. Varethragna went all out. Varethragna called GG. 1 minute later. Gah! So I still lost. Above the completely ruined port, Varethragna, who had been cut in half after his resurrection mechanism activated and he was defeated again, directly spoke his defeat lines and dissolved into light particles. How frustrating! I couldn't even force out your full power. The heretic god Varethragna was hereby officially subjugated. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 21, Chapter 021, Third Order Powerhouse, Campione Reincarnation Ritual. Watching Varethragna disappear into particles of light, Ryuga let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. Just a little more, and Varethragna would have been able to break through his 20th layer of defense and reach his final 20 layers of defensive counterattack formations, along with his last 10 layers of life preservation techniques. That was truly dangerous. In reality, Varethragna was not a weak opponent at all. Just as the original protagonist could massacre throughout the Campione world using his authority, Varethragna possessed not only one of the strongest anti-divine weapons, the Golden Sword, but his other incarnations were also quite absurd in their power. Whether it was the bull incarnation representing tremendous strength or the phoenix incarnation symbolizing speed, their characteristics were all quite troublesome. If it were merely pure brute force or divine speed, Ryuga could actually handle them relatively well. As long as he could detect their fixed power limits, he had ways to deal with them. Whether strengthening himself, weakening the enemy, or predicting and dodging in advance, there was room for manipulation. But unfortunately, these two incarnations of Varethragna had no fixed numerical values. They operated on a stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak principle. The true effect of these two incarnations was power greater than the enemy's, speed faster than the enemy's. In other words, no matter how strong Ryuga's constitution was, no matter how much he enhanced himself, Varethragna could correspondingly strengthen himself to be just a bit stronger in power and just a bit faster in speed. This level of conceptual ability could not be overcome by most techniques. When facing the weak, these two incarnations were not very useful, but when facing the strong, they could forcibly create a 50-50 situation, providing a band-aid-like effect. The protagonist in the original work relied precisely on this characteristic to repeatedly clash with powerful enemies and successfully escape danger multiple times. Not to mention his other incarnations, whether it was the white horse's firepower, the camel's close combat techniques, the boar's explosive power, or the goat's thunder. None were easy opponents to deal with. Varethragna's individual incarnations often rivaled the complete authorities of many other heretic gods in terms of power. Combined with his martial prowess as a war god and his masterful use of authority, Ryuga suspected that if he had shown this level of determination from the start, it would have been impossible for him to mutually destroy with the god King Melkart. He likely would have directly cut down his opponent. As the war god of mythology who once single-handedly challenged a pantheon of gods without falling into any disadvantage, his advantage against divine beings was simply too great. Fortunately, Ryuga had prepared thoroughly, and Varethragna's incarnation information was completely transparent to him. Under complete targeting, the Golden Sword struggled to deal with techniques whose mythological origins were so complex, and his other incarnations all had corresponding attribute-based countermeasures. In the end, after assessing his opponent's combat style, he directly adopted a defensive counterattack tactical approach, successfully overwhelming the war god before him with a massive array of techniques. You actually won so quickly. On the other side, watching Varethragna completely dissipate, Erika could hardly believe her eyes. As far as she knew, even veteran campiones typically needed at least a week to successfully hunt a god. The Ryuga before her clearly had not yet become a campione, he was clearly still just a human. Yet he had actually accomplished the feat of directly slaying a heretic god head-on within a minute. Even among campiones, the publicly acknowledged strongest Marquis Vauban and sect leader Luo Hao probably couldn't achieve this level, right? No. Rather, they absolutely could not achieve this level. If she hadn't misheard, Varethragna seemed to regret not being able to force out Ryuga's full power before disappearing. In other words, even slaying a heretic god within a minute was accomplished while holding back. Tosaku-rin, ga. So this is what a battle between powerhouses looks like. Tosaku-rin, it's like a mythological scene. If Ryuga-sama hadn't shown restraint, the entire island probably would have sunk into the Mediterranean Sea. Kane, I'm suddenly thinking about something. Tosaku-rin, what? Kane, an individual who can easily slay gods and achieve miracles that even heretic gods cannot accomplish for us, what difference is there between him and a god? Kane asked with a dazed expression. She wasn't flattering, she was expressing her genuine feelings. If she hadn't joined the chat group and personally witnessed Ryuga's terrifyingly rapid growth, in her eyes there really would be no difference between Ryuga and a god. Seeing Kane say this, Tosaku-rin pondered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Tosaku-rin, no, there's definitely a difference. Kane, what difference? Tosaku-rin, a god's power has its limits, but Ryuga-sama's speed of becoming stronger has no limits. Tosaku-rin, comparing Ryuga-sama to a god might actually be belittling him. If it were before, they absolutely couldn't have imagined that the word god could be considered derogatory. But now, hearing Tosaku-rin's description, no one raised objections. Madoka, Rin-ni-san is right. Madoka, after watching Big Brother's battle scene, I suddenly feel like magical girls seem kind of weak. Tosaku-rin, to be honest, they really are. Tosaku-rin, after all, it's for kids to watch. Tosaku-rin, who didn't yet know that magical girls actually existed, casually agreed with Madoka's opinion. Seeing this, Ryuga raised an eyebrow with a somewhat strange expression. Magical girls are weak? No, no, no. He didn't know about other magical girls, but Madoka's side was definitely not weak. Never mind gods, even if you added everyone in the Campione world together, they wouldn't be enough for Goddess Madoka to defeat with one finger. A multiversal level existence even in the entire heavens and myriad worlds, there weren't many like that. Ryuga, no need to worry. Power is not the core of magical girls, and the power of magical girls may not necessarily lose to gods. Madoka, that's right. Madoka, thank you for the reminder, Ryuga-ni-izen. Compared to power, hope and love are the real reasons I like magical girls. Like having wisdom poured into her, under Ryuga's reminder, Madoka strengthened her original intentions. At this moment, Erika suddenly thought of something and immediately asked. Speaking of which, since Ryuga-sama successfully slayed a god, do you feel any urge to sleep? No. Ryuga shook his head, his spirit platform completely clear. According to past intelligence, Campiones are often in a near-death coma state when they first slay a god, and only after reawakening do they reincarnate as Campiones and gradually master their authorities. Ryuga-sama is the first to complete the god-slaying feat completely unharmed. How will you become a Campione at this rate? Erika was somewhat confused. Faced with Ryuga, this unprecedented special case, past experience seemed completely inapplicable. Hearing this, Ryuga finally understood what Erika was thinking, and he immediately shook his head. Don't worry. The Campione reincarnation ritual hasn't started yet. Someone will definitely come to summon me afterward. Just wait a moment. Is that so? Hearing Ryuga's words, Erika felt much more at ease. As long as it didn't affect Ryuga-sama becoming a Campione, but why was Ryuga-sama so familiar with the Campione process? Before she could ask further, suddenly Ryuga stood up directly. The ritual has begun. I'll go over for a moment. As he spoke, a spatial crack immediately appeared before him. Ryuga stepped through it, and his figure disappeared instantly. This aura, is it a spatial passage leading to the netherworld? With Ryuga's instructions, Erika wasn't anxious, just somewhat surprised by Ryuga's destination. Could it be that the Campione reincarnation ritual actually took place in the netherworld? In the chat group, hearing the conversation between the two, the others finally remembered that in the Campione world, killing gods had special significance. Tosaka-rin, speaking of which, Ryuga-sama should become a Campione soon, right? Erika, that's right. Erika, though what Ryuga-sama accomplished was hunting rather than slaying. One word different, but the meaning was completely different. Tosaka-rin, I remember you saying that Campiones are nation-destroying level existences. Tosaka-rin, so Ryuga-sama is about to become a third-order powerhouse. Erika, yes. Rather, in terms of actual combat power, Ryuga-sama already has third-order level strength, right? Tosaka-rin, of course I know that. Tosaka-rin, what I want to say is today is only Ryuga-sama's first day of contact with magic power. With a long sigh, young Rin made this observation. With these words, the entire chat group fell silent. Yes, it had only been 1 day since Ryuga first came into contact with magic power, yet he had already transformed from a zero-order ordinary person to a third-order powerhouse. Comparing this to their own time since joining the group, everyone's expressions became complex. Comparing people really could drive one to death. To be continued. Chapter 22, Chapter 022, This Pandora has serious personality issues. The Netherworld, also known as the boundary between life and death. This was a world completely different from the present world, where spirit took precedence over matter. In Western mysticism, this place was also called the astral plane or spirit world. In Tibetan Buddhism, it was generally called the bardo. Neither the present world nor heaven or hell, it was a position existing between these realms. For Ryuga, who possessed extremely high spirituality, upon arriving in this world, he had already detected this layer closely adjacent to the present world, though he hadn't rashly entered. The concepts of time and space within the netherworld were very vague. If one entered rashly, it was even possible to travel to past time points. Now with Pandora's guidance, there was naturally no need to worry about this. Upon entering the netherworld, the first thing that met his eyes was a pure white space. In the space without any furniture or decoration, a slender girl with purple twin tails and divine beauty was staring at him intently with an eager expression. Wah! My dearest and most special child! I'm your Mama Pandora. Come, let Mama take a look. Let Mama examine your body. The girl, who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, cheered and then charged toward Ryuga with a pig rush-like posture, opening her arms to embrace him. Though this was their first meeting, the girl showed a completely defenseless attitude. Looking at her movement full of openings, Ryuga had 100 ways to kill her. Of course, Ryuga didn't do so after all. He wasn't some murderous maniac, and the girl before him wasn't an enemy either. As the witch of mythology who brought all calamity and hope, Pandora presided over the great ritual capable of creating Campione's Pandora's Dark Christmas. It could be said that she was the creator of all Campiones in this world. Calling herself their mother wasn't really problematic. But he also didn't accept Pandora's excessive enthusiasm, instead directly pressing his palm against the girl's forehead to stop her approach. Act normal. Ryuga said thus. I am acting normal. Pandora blinked, her eyes slightly aggrieved as she replied. Ryuga found himself momentarily unable to refute. What kind of perverted behavior was this? Such a cold child. Mama specially opened a passage to welcome you, yet you won't even give Mama a basic hug. Woo woo woo. Mama is so pitiful. I won't get up unless you give me a hug. Seeing Ryuga unmoved, the self-proclaimed mama girl began playing the emotional card, covering her eyes with both hands and starting to fake cry. It had to be said, the girl's acting was extremely realistic, even containing some genuine emotion, making it difficult to distinguish. But in Ryuga's eyes, her purpose was as obvious as a firefly in the night. If I'm not mistaken, you seem very eager to make physical contact with me. Ignoring the girl's coquetry and tantrums, Ryuga's tone was calm yet sharp. As he spoke, he slightly raised his palm, dozens of techniques weaving in his palm. Though he saw no hostility in Pandora and understood her personality well enough, he wouldn't relax his guard where he should be cautious. Hearing Ryuga expose her thoughts, Pandora's slender body stiffened slightly. She had originally wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but seeing Ryuga's guarded appearance and fearing being misunderstood, she immediately waved her hands in panic. No. Don't be angry. I really don't have any bad intentions. I'm mainly just curious about the physical structure of otherworld people. Please believe me on this point. As your mama, I would never do anything harmful to my child. To avoid creating friction with her new child, Pandora obediently knelt on the ground, proactively raising both hands in a surrender posture. In this posture, if Ryuga wanted to harm her, she wouldn't even have a chance to mobilize divine power for defense. This behavior of completely entrusting her life and safety to another person was simply foolish. But it also clearly showed that Pandora was completely unguarded toward Ryuga. Her identification with the role of mother was definitely not just lip service. However, even so, Ryuga didn't completely accept her explanation. You said mainly curious about otherworld people's structure. What's the secondary reason? He continued pressing. Can I not answer this question? Pandora's gaze began wandering. No. You fine, I just think you're very handsome and want to touch you a bit, what's wrong with that? Under Ryuga's interrogation, Pandora loudly shouted out the reason she had been too embarrassed to voice. This reason was already quite ridiculous. What was more ridiculous was that according to Ryuga's detection, this was actually the truth. So even gods were looks obsessed? Ryuga showed a somewhat speechless expression. Seeing his expression, Pandora, somewhat breaking the pot, puffed out her slender chest and spoke righteously. What's wrong with that? As a mother, what's wrong with wanting to cuddle with my own child? Seeing her righteous appearance, Ryuga finally understood why the Campione's attitudes toward Pandora were all rather poor. This witch had serious personality problems. Just as Ryuga deeply understood the witch Pandora's problematic character and was about to ask about information regarding the Campione reincarnation ritual, the voice of war god Virethragna suddenly rang out above the white space. So you're a hero from another world, no wonder you could push me to such an extent. As a war god, I acknowledge your strength. The Campione world also had numerous parallel worlds. Perhaps this was secret information for ordinary people, but for gods it was just common sense. So even knowing Ryuga was from another world, neither deity was particularly surprised. Setting aside acknowledgement, Virethragna, I have a question for you. What question? You're staying here because of Pandora's Dark Christmas, right? Correct. As the defeated, I should naturally hand over my authority and crown of victory to the victor. This is the most basic etiquette for a warrior. I'm not asking about that. What I want to know is where will you go after the reincarnation ritual is complete? Ryuga shook his head, asking about his most concerning point. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 23, Chapter 023, advancing to the immortal divine realm, great secret ritual, activate. After the ritual is complete, naturally, I'll return to myth. Varethragna immediately answered Ryuga's question. Who returns to myth? Ryuga asked again, as if he hadn't understood clearly. Of course it's me, wait. At first, Varethragna thought Ryuga simply hadn't heard his words clearly, but soon he realized Ryuga's true meaning. After formal defeat, his divine power had already dispersed into heaven and earth, and his divine core was about to be transferred to Ryuga through Pandora's dark Christmas. In common understanding, all of a god's fundamentals remained in this world. So the question was, what exactly was the existence that would return to myth? And who was this me? Noticing Varethragna's silence, Ryuga deduced that he had thought of this point and continued speaking. Consciousness cannot exist independently. Even without physical structure support, it needs at least spiritual structure support. Do you remember the question I asked you? You mean what makes one a god? Varethragna immediately reacted. Exactly. Ryuga nodded. From current observations, in the present world, heretic gods are energy-based life forms founded on true ether. Heretic gods who lose all divine power cannot manifest in the world, and heretic gods who lose their divine cores return to myth. If we say that divine power's operational method is determined by the divine core, then what determines the divine core's structure? You mean this unknown core structure is the true essence of divinity? Varethragna followed Ryuga's reasoning. If Ryuga's theory was correct, then a god's complete structure should be like an onion, with several inner and outer layers. The outermost layer of divine power was the material and energy foundation, determining whether gods could exist in the world. The middle layer's divine core was the conceptual foundation, determining the god's nature and divine power's operational methods. The innermost unknown structure was what determined the divine core's concepts and carried consciousness. If so, then the process of heretic gods descending would be like Russian nesting dolls. First the core structure donned the divine core, then the divine core descended and absorbed divine power, and only then truly manifested as a heretic god. The mechanism of heretic gods returning was exactly the reverse. Correct. Ryuga nodded. If one could master this core structure, then mass-producing divine cores would be possible. Compared to so-called authorities, this core structure is the true source of power. Every time a heretic god descended, they would regain a divine core. This phenomenon itself indicated that divine cores were things that could be mass-produced. It was just that ordinary people hadn't discovered this obvious point. If it's truly as you say, then this core structure must be related to myth. After pondering for 2 seconds, Varethragna said thus. Divine cores and divine power were both additions after descent, only the unknown core structure came from myth and returned to myth. Thinking of this, Varethragna's tone paused slightly, then he said with a smile. If you want to research it, how about visiting the divine realm? Since it came from myth, the immortal divine realm was naturally where this structure existed in greatest quantity. This was meant as a jest. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Ryuga directly nodded. If necessary, I'll go take a look. Varethragna was immediately stunned. Have you forgotten that you're about to become a campione? As the demon king of gods laying, the death enemy of all gods, you actually want to enter the immortal divine realm where all gods gather. Wasn't this suicide? Let me remind you in advance, not all gods are as easy to talk to as I am. I know you're strong, but you can't possibly plan to single-handedly challenge an entire pantheon, right? Faced with the Zoroastrian war god's warning, Ryuga simply looked up calmly. What's impossible about that? Without any intent to boast, and without any plan to retreat, Ryuga, confident in his growth rate, spoke lightly. If one cannot face 10,000 enemies alone, what kind of demon king would that be? With these words, the entire white space fell silent. Several seconds later. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The war god burst into a series of bold, hearty laughter. worthy of being the strong one who defeated me head-on and seized victory from my hands. Yes, this is exactly the spirit needed to have the bearing of a demon king. Worthy of being my child, such ambition. Pandora also stared with shining eyes, clenching her fists in front of her chest in a fangirl pose. If Ryuga hadn't rejected her earlier, with her personality she probably would have hugged him directly. Hearing Pandora's voice, Varethragna immediately addressed her. Which? Quickly activate Pandora's Dark Christmas. I never expected that my first defeat would be to someone who makes me so thoroughly convinced. In that case, as Zoroaster's war god, I cannot be stingy. As the defeated, I want to entrust my true power as spoils of war to the victor. Quickly activate the great secret ritual. After saying this, Varethragna used a tone filled with admiration to give Ryuga his final message. Take my power and climb to whatever peak you wish to reach, hero from another world. I'll wait for you in the divine realm, looking forward to you growing strong enough to match an entire pantheon single-handedly. I really want to see what expression the gods will have then. Ha 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 ha. After his hearty laughter, Varethragna's voice completely disappeared. Ryuga had wanted to ask what this so-called true power was, but it was too late. Really, riddle speakers were such a major obstacle to the flow of knowledge. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 24, Chapter 024, Ring of Usurpation, Campione Reincarnation Ritual. Great Secret Ritual, activate. Hearing Varethragna's words, Pandora immediately began the ritual with excitement. Varethragna wasn't a steel god, so Pandora didn't have any particular hatred toward him, but she also had no special connection. Her cooperation with Varethragna this time was naturally for only one reason: for her disobedient new child. The war god's true power sounds amazing. Quick, 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 the ritual is about to begin. Pandora immediately urged as she pulled Ryuga's hand, making him sit close beside her, saying it was necessary for the ritual. Though he could see this was a lie, this time Ryuga didn't refuse. First, because he had already confirmed that Pandora had absolutely no hostility. Second, because he still had questions to ask. For example, do you know what power Varethragna was talking about? Ryuga asked puzzledly. I don't know. Pandora shook her head righteously. Ryuga was immediately speechless. You don't know but you're this excited? Ehe. I don't know, but the war god wouldn't lie. If he says so, it must be something good. Pandora stuck out her tongue, looking very happy for Ryuga. Fine. Ryuga shook his head, temporarily setting aside this doubt. Authorities and such he'd naturally understand after the ritual ended. No need to rush. Compared to this, what he was more interested in was actually something else. This is the core divine artifact of the Campione reincarnation ritual. Ryuga's gaze quickly fell on the steel disc in Pandora's hands. The center of the steel disc was carved with an ancient dragon head, surrounded by 8 long swords. That's right. Hearing Ryuga ask about this, Pandora immediately puffed out her slender chest proudly. This divine artifact is called the Ring of Usurpation. It took me over 1,000 years just to find this thing, then another 1,000 years to design the Campione reincarnation ritual. It's precisely thanks to this divine artifact that my children can become Campiones capable of matching gods. Saying this, remembering the battle scene of Ryuga she had seen earlier, Pandora added another sentence. Your special case of being able to defeat gods head-on before becoming a Campione doesn't count. At this moment, the Ring of Usurpation was radiating divine light in all directions. After completely absorbing all of Varethragna's power, this divine artifact officially began the transfer of authority. Feeling the magical fluctuations during the ritual's progress, dozens of thousands of models simultaneously operated in Ryuga's mind. With Ryuga's comprehension, just by observing the entire process, this great secret ritual would hold no secrets for him. However, if he only wanted to understand this secret ritual, there was actually a simpler method at the moment. For example, Pandora, can you explain the construction principles of the reincarnation technique? Remember to call me Mama. After pouting slightly to correct him, Pandora looked up at Ryuga. Explaining is fine. But even after I explain, you'll probably forget when you go out, unless your spirit has reached the realm of enlightenment, otherwise you won't remember anything. Obviously, Pandora had no intention of hiding anything. Having seen Ryuga's battle footage, she knew Ryuga was very interested in mythological techniques. It was just that if he would forget after being told, then explaining would be meaningless. For others, the explanation would end here, but since the subject was Ryuga, Pandora studied him carefully and still confirmed. Though generally, enlightened people can't become campiones, your situation is beyond even my understanding. Do you think you can remember? If the enlightenment you're referring to means seeing one's true nature clearly, I have no problem. Ryuga nodded calmly. In his original comprehensive daily world, almost all other mystical cultivation methods were ineffective, with only mind-nature cultivation being the exception. So in this area, Ryuga did have some small achievements. It was just that, considering that enlightenment in medical diagnosis seemed to share symptoms with schizophrenia, Ryuga hadn't delved too deeply. But regardless, handling the current small situation was definitely sufficient. Worthy of being my child. Pandora naturally had no doubt about Ryuga's words. Doesn't this mean that even after going out, you won't forget Mama? Thinking of this point, Pandora became completely excited. After all these years, this was the only child who could still remember her after leaving. Wonderful. Long live little Ryuga. Seeing Ryuga nod, Pandora couldn't help but hug him directly. It was clear that staying in this blank room every day really made her very lonely, and she desperately hoped someone could remember her. Ryuga didn't reject Pandora's closeness too much, but he still punished her for not getting to the point. Thwack! You can't just bully Mama randomly. Rubbing the slightly painful spot on her head with one hand, Pandora complained once, then obediently began explaining the construction details of the Campione reincarnation ritual. Ryuga already had some understanding of the Campione reincarnation ritual, and after hearing her explanation, he quickly grasped the principles. This ritual's origin was related to the large-scale replacement of matriarchal Earth Mother goddesses by patriarchal steel hero gods during the mythological age. Ever since humans mastered fire and smelted iron from the earth, patriarchal clans' combat power increased dramatically while matriarchal clans' survival probability gradually decreased. This natural succession was reflected in mythology as legends of steel hero gods defeating Earth Mother goddesses, stripping them of their power and authority, and making them subordinate. Among these, as the defeated party, Earth Mother goddesses were naturally described as evil dragons and serpents, while steel gods appeared as heroes. As victors, steel hero gods not only boasted of their power but also appropriated the defeated's authority through various means. Under these circumstances, authority originally belonging to Earth Mother goddesses was extensively usurped by steel hero gods as victors. Steel born from the earth, conversely, possessed the power to drain the earth's essence and seize Earth Mother goddesses' authority. For Earth Mother goddesses, this was naturally tremendous humiliation. At that time, steel hero gods who were too warlike were also tremendous disasters for humanity. Witnessing this situation, Pandora painstakingly found the divine artifact steel gods used to usurp Earth Mother goddesses' authority, and after modification, formed the current Campione Great Secret Ritual. Just as steel hero gods could seize Earth Mother goddesses' authority, Campiones could also use this to usurp God's authority. This could probably be considered a kind of karmic cycle. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones and support the story. Chapter 25, Chapter 025, Optimizing the Ritual. No more one from many authority selection. That should be enough overall. Did you understand? Do you need Mama to explain again? After patiently finishing her explanation, watching Ryuga who appeared to be thinking, Pandora blinked and asked. Ryuga silently shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. Seeing him looking like he was pondering some difficult problem, Pandora thought Ryuga hadn't completely understood at first, so she immediately spoke comfortingly. It's normal not to understand immediately. After all, this is a technique that even took me over 1,000 years to construct and several thousand years to optimize. It's not that easy to understand. Moreover, constructing this technique requires the vast wisdom of extremely excellent Earth Mother goddesses. Truly capable of accomplishing this feat is only me alone. Without this knowledge base, understanding slowly is very normal. Though she knew Ryuga had used a massive array of techniques to overwhelm Virethragna, those techniques were ultimately only sanctuary level magic, still far inferior to divine power. Additionally, Pandora didn't know how long it had taken Ryuga to master so much sanctuary level magic. So she inevitably misjudged Ryuga's capabilities. Anyway, Mama is always here. If you need help, you can come find Mama anytime. I can keep teaching until you learn. Saying this, Pandora patted her chest, her eyes shining. Obviously, her real purpose was to have Ryuga visit her more often. This was her most studious child, and also the only one who could always remember her. A few seconds after Pandora finished speaking, Ryuga finally awakened from his contemplation. Seeing the girl's expectant eyes, he shook his head. No need. I've already learned it. It's no trouble, I'm always free. Wait, what did you say? Pandora, who thought Ryuga was trying to politely decline, was stunned, somewhat disbelieving her own ears. How could he have learned it so quickly? Though she hadn't held anything back, many implementation details had been omitted from the overall explanation. Even she herself might not be able to fully learn just from hearing this much. Ryuga learned it all from one listen? I said I've already learned it. Ryuga repeated this sentence and casually explained. I was just thinking whether there was a way to optimize this technique. Optimize? Pandora was stunned again. She had already been optimizing for thousands of years and felt this technique had no room for further optimization. Ryuga had only seen this technique for the first time, and after just one listen, he understood it completely, but now he was talking about optimization? That's right. Ryuga nodded with a calm expression. I want to remove the limitation of only obtaining one authority at a time. Besides rare oddities like Virethragna, most heretic gods had multiple authorities they could use, yet Campiones could often only obtain one authority after defeating them, and couldn't even choose which one. Though authorities were still granted based on compatibility, so basically no Campione would hate their authority. For children, this kind of multiple choice scenario might have its own appeal. But Ryuga was an adult, he wanted them all. As the victor, being unable to receive all the spoils of the defeated, was this reasonable? Hearing Ryuga's idea, Pandora immediately held her forehead, looking at Ryuga with caring eyes. What impossible daydream was this child having? Don't think about it. I've researched this for 2,000 years, this limitation cannot be removed. The girl waved her hand, advising Ryuga not to waste energy on this. As the mother who created Campiones, Pandora's position was naturally bound to the Campiones. God knows how she had endured these years, watching her children die one by one at the hands of heretic gods. If she could really remove the limitation and give her children cheat-like advantages, she would have done so long ago. Since she hadn't, the reason was naturally singular. It simply can't be done. Pandora stared directly into Ryuga's eyes, emphasizing this point again. She knew Ryuga was skilled at weaving techniques, so she was somewhat worried he might go down the wrong path. It didn't matter if she wasted thousands of years on futile attempts, but Campiones often couldn't live for thousands of years. She couldn't let Ryuga waste time on such impossible things. Through Pandora's gaze, Ryuga knew she was saying this purely out of concern, but he still shook his head. What I mean is, I've already completed it. Hey! Looking at the reweaved technique in Ryuga's hands and the ring of usurpation whose control had been switched over in an instant, Pandora was completely dumbfounded. What had Ryuga just said? No. Wait. What were the rules of the technique in his hands? This is impossible. Though she said this, Pandora's heart had already wavered. Ryuga's method of deploying techniques was a completely new approach she had never considered. Maybe it really was possible to remove the limitation. When Steel Hero gods originally usurped Earth Mother Goddess's authority, there was no numerical limitation either. Since the prototype was like this, there's no reason why Campione's usurping authority should necessarily have numerical restrictions. Seeing Pandora's wavering expression, Ryuga spoke with composed confidence. The theory is correct, but actually removing the limitation on authority numbers would make it impossible to maintain stability. Pandora analyzed the technique while voicing her doubts. To expand a technique specifically targeting Earth Mother Goddesses to cover the entire pantheon, numerical adjustments should be necessary. Your approach is wrong. Ryuga shook his head. Forcibly expanding the scope of application naturally requires paying a price, but using mirror analysis can circumvent this point. The paradigm of Steel Hero gods replacing Earth Mother Goddesses can indeed help usurp authority, but couldn't the succession of civilization gods replacing traditional tribal gods also achieve this? There's such an operation. Pandora felt like she had opened the door to a new world. At this moment, she had already verified Ryuga's technique theory. Though she hadn't completely understood it yet, she could already confirm that this was indeed a method capable of removing the technique's limitations. After confirming this, recalling what she had said earlier, Pandora suddenly felt very embarrassed. She had confidently declared something impossible, yet he had solved it in just a few minutes. So was this child really human? How did he seem even more outrageous than gods? To be continued. Chapter 26, Chapter 026, No Special Authority, The Knight's Allegiance. After pondering for a while longer and discovering that it would be difficult to fully understand everything in a short time, Pandora didn't continue wasting time. Compared to boring spells, Ryuga was much more attractive. Although the improved spell technique could also help other Campioni, Pandora had no intention of asking Ryuga for the spell formula. In her view, this spell technique was entirely Ryuga's own achievement, and showing it to her already demonstrated great trust. If she were to share Ryuga's results with other Campioni, even just the concept, it would undoubtedly be a form of betrayal. Even biological parents couldn't truly treat all their children equally. For Pandora, she naturally favored Ryuga more, this special case who could remember her. What's wrong? Seeing Ryuga suddenly shake his head, Pandora immediately moved closer to him, asking with concern. It's nothing. I originally planned to use conceptual spirit equipment to simulate the effect of the circle of usurpation, thereby fixing the spell technique for usurping authority, but divine tools with godhood seem not so easily replaceable. Ryuga shook his head. No matter how high one's comprehension, when encountering incomprehensible things, it was difficult to continue deduction. It seemed he would need to properly research godhood next. Hearing the first half of Ryuga's statement, Pandora looked somewhat nervous, but only relaxed after hearing the second half. Phew, good thing it didn't succeed. A question mark appeared above Ryuga's head. If it had succeeded, wouldn't you not need me to gain authority? Pandora's cheeks puffed slightly as she spoke. In that case, you definitely wouldn't come looking for me on your own. Do you really hate Mama that much, that you don't want to see me? You're overthinking it. Ryuga shook his head. He had no particular opinion about Pandora. His hope to use spell techniques to replace divine tools was simply to conveniently maintain this characteristic in other worlds. If slaying gods from other worlds could also grant authority, that would be much more convenient. So you mean you don't hate me, which means you like being with Mama. Hearing Ryuga's denial, Pandora immediately perked up. Seeing her pushing her luck, Ryuga closed his eyes and chose to ignore this wish. At this moment, Pandora's dark ritual had just ended, and Ryuga officially became a member of the Campione. He could clearly feel the massive magical power surging within his body, its scale even surpassing that of dragon veins. At the same time, there was also a newly born power stirring restlessly within him. If it were an ordinary Campione, they might not know what their gained authority could do until a week later. Ryuga didn't need that long. With his considerable attainments in magic, he only needed a simple self-examination to roughly perceive the changes in himself and detect the nature of the authority he had mastered. It's still the 10 incarnations. Ryuga opened his eyes without much surprise. Varethragna only had this one authority, there wasn't much choice in the matter. He just wondered what his so-called true power was. Could it just be empty words? If you don't discover anything now, you can wait and see during battle. Pandora offered her opinion from the side. A Campione's greatest talent lies in battle. Only in combat will your perception become maximally sharp. Battle. Ryuga nodded thoughtfully. That's right. God King Melkart is also on Sardinia. This guy isn't very smart, so you can practice with him later. Pandora clenched her fists, cheering Ryuga on. Though Ryuga didn't particularly need this encouragement, he still nodded agreeably. And I can also test the effects of the secret arts after lifting the restrictions. If Melkart were here and heard the two of them looking down on him like this, he'd probably be so angry his lungs would explode. Campione world, present world. Erika, Ryuga-sama hasn't returned yet. Erika, I wonder if he's already become a Campione. Tosaka-rin, I calculate that Ryuga-sama will return soon. Madoka, Rinoni-san can do that too? Amazing. Tosaka-rin, humph. Who do you think I am? Kana, I think I can guess this too. Kana, just look at Ryuga-sama's level and you'll know. Hearing this, Erika was slightly stunned and immediately realized something. Opening Ryuga's personal profile, indeed, Ryuga had successfully advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. This meant he had successfully become a Campione. Tosaka-rin's speculation was probably based on this data. Facts proved her guess was correct. Less than half a minute later, a spatial rift opened in front of Erika, and Ryuga's familiar figure stepped out. Ryuga-sama. Seeing the familiar figure, Erika's heart filled with joy. Then, without any hesitation, she directly knelt on one knee before Ryuga, respectfully holding up her knight's sword with both hands and raising it above her head. Seeing Erika's sudden action, the group members were somewhat confused. Kana, what does this mean? Madoka, kneeling on one knee, could it be a marriage proposal? Though she felt it unlikely, Madoka genuinely didn't know what other meaning this gesture could have. Among those present, probably only Tosaka-rin understood a bit. Damn! This vixen really knows how to cling to powerful people. After complaining with slight envy and jealousy, Tosaka-rin explained to the other two. Tosaka-rin, this isn't a marriage proposal ceremony. It looks like the ancient ritual of a knight pledging allegiance. Tosaka-rin, according to medieval custom, once someone accepts a knight's allegiance, it's lifelong service. From then on, no matter what happens, they absolutely cannot betray their master. Just as Tosaka-rin explained, having made her decision, Erika slowly spoke. Great Knight Erika of the Copper Black Cross Magic Society hereby pledges allegiance to Ryuga-sama. Henceforth, I shall uphold knightly virtues, obey my master's commands, and become my master's most trusted sword. I shall be loyal to you until the last moment of my life. To be continued. Guys, donate your power stones and support the story, thanks. Also, let me know if you guys wanna join my Discord, I will drop the link in the upcoming chapters upon positive response. Chapter 27, Chapter 027, Divine Blessing, Does Ryuga-sama need a maid? At first, Erika's voice trembled slightly, but toward the end, she threw caution to the wind. Whether in wisdom, strength, or character, Ryuga's style of action was completely to her taste. Compared to those idiots who relied purely on instinct for battle, such a wise person was truly worth entrusting her life to. At Ryuga's rate of growth, if she didn't seize this opportunity, she might not be able to speak up the next time they met. Therefore, even though her heart was anxious about the high possibility of being rejected by Ryuga, Erika still gathered the courage to express her determination to serve. After speaking, she looked at the ground nervously, as if awaiting a sovereign's judgment. If any familiar acquaintance were here, they probably wouldn't dare believe that the proud and arrogant Erika, who looked down even on Campione, would so proactively submit, her attitude even somewhat humble, as if still worried that the other party would reject her allegiance. Only Erika herself understood clearly that someone as excellent and powerful as Ryuga might not necessarily value her. She could only be proactive to create even the slightest opportunity. For a moment, the scene was very quiet, and those watching the group live stream held their breath, not knowing what Ryuga would do. The few seconds of waiting felt stretched very long in Erika's heart. Amid the rapid beating of her heart, she sensed her hands lighten as someone took the knight's sword from her palms. Her heart stirred, but she didn't raise her head. Instead, she lowered it even more. At this time, Ryuga gripped the hilt of Erika's beloved sword with one hand, then held the blade horizontally, finally placing it on Erika's shoulder. This was a position where he could sever the other's head with a single stroke at any moment, and also the ritual where knights expressed their greatest trust to their master. This ancient ceremony represented only one attitude. I am willing to entrust my life to you. And Ryuga's response was equally simple. I accept your allegiance. Thank you, Ryuga-sama. No, thank you, my lord. After the allegiance ceremony was complete, Erika's face showed joy as if she had received unexpected favor. From now on, she had become Ryuga's retainer, and even the Magic Society could no longer assign her tasks. Seeing her successfully cling to this powerful leg, the group chat became lively. Madoka, congratulations, Erika Onisan. Kana, envious. Clearly it was Ryuga who had gained a knight as a servant, yet they all thought Erika was the lucky one. Of course, Erika herself thought the same. Tosaka-rin, Ryuga-sama actually agreed. Tosaka-rin, by the way. Ryuga-sama, I have a friend who wants to ask you a question. Do you need a maid? In the Fate world, Tosaka-rin was envious to the point of dissociation. Ryuga's performance was even more outrageous than God's. If she could cling to this powerful leg, why would she need to be bullied by that vixen every day? If Ryuga-sama was willing to help her, let alone Matazukan, even her own father, she wouldn't be unable to take action. Kana, Rin-chan, this friend you're talking about, isn't it yourself? Madoka, no. I think she might be talking about me. Madoka, I can also do maid work. Tosaka-rin, ba. Stop interfering, you guys. Can't I ask for my sister? Seeing these people not helping but instead stirring up trouble, Tosaka-rin was so angry her twin tails nearly stood up. Ryuga only glanced at the group conversation without responding. Not to mention they were just asking casually, even if they weren't, Ryuga didn't lack maids. In the daily world, there were quite a few maids in his house. Even Eri and Yukinashita Yukino didn't get many turns per week, so there was no need to recruit others. Besides, having Madoka as a maid might require being careful of Homura's revenge later. It was better not to court death casually. Of course, at Madoka's current age, if she really waited until she became a god, Ryuga was confident he wouldn't lose to her. At this moment, compared to the silly group friends, Ryuga was more concerned with the knight who had pledged allegiance to him. I temporarily have no power in this world, so I'll need your help arranging many things later. With Ryuga's strength, he naturally didn't need Erika as battle assistance. But for matters other than combat, he very much needed a suitable helper to assist him. Relying solely on strength might allow him to steamroll the entire world, but it would be difficult to truly mobilize the world's resources. Many times, good communication methods were even more important than pure force. And Erika happened to have good talent in this area, which was also why Ryuga was willing to accept her allegiance. "No problem, this is my duty as a knight." Hearing Ryuga say this, Erika immediately puffed out her chest confidently. In terms of strength, the younger generation still had Liliana who could compare with her, but in coordination abilities, few people could match her. "I trust your abilities in this regard." Ryuga nodded slightly, then changed his tone. "It's just that in terms of strength, you're still a bit weak currently." Hearing the first compliment, Erika was very happy, but hearing the latter statement, Erika became somewhat nervous. Compared to Ryuga, she was more than just a bit weak. "I apologize. My lord, I will work hard to train my strength." Afraid of being looked down upon by Ryuga, she immediately began making promises. Unexpectedly, Ryuga directly shook his head. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to criticize you. What I mean is, for your safety, I plan to enhance your strength." "Ah! Kana, ah! Tosakurin, ah! Madoka, ah! Strength could be enhanced by others?" Erika had as many question marks on her face as in the chat group. But before she could ask, Ryuga had already placed his hand on top of her head. Sensing magical power flowing through from Ryuga's palm, Erika immediately closed her eyes. At this time, Ryuga had already activated the authority he had usurped from Varethragna Eastern War God, and awakened the youth incarnation within it. This incarnation could bestow divine protection upon others and draw out their potential, greatly enhancing their power. "I am the strongest, and hold victory in my hands. Here I command my followers to receive the protection of light." Chanting the spirit words could enhance the authority's effects. Under Ryuga's protection, a large amount of divine power flowed into Erika's body, forming divine blessing. The divine blessing transformed Erika's body from inside out, gradually materializing on Erika's body surface in the form of a red dress, leather armor, spear, boots, and round shield. These were all conceptual spirit equipment constructed from divine power. Under Ryuga's adjustments, even the thinnest dress had defensive power that ordinary divine beasts would find difficult to break through. Though it's still a bit short of godhood level for now, it should be sufficient for the Holy Knight and Divine Beast realm. She could even escape when encountering heretic gods. After carefully checking that his blessing had no flaws, Ryuga stopped. It was rare to find a useful person, he couldn't let her have an accident. For Ryuga, strengthening Erika was just a casual action, mainly for the convenience of assigning her work. But in others' eyes, this was an enormous gift. "Madoka, divine blessing from a god, there's actually this way to become stronger." "Madoka, the treatment under Ryuga Uni-san is really good." "Kana, is it too late to learn Knight's Code now?" "Tosakurin, too late, give up." "Tosakurin, speaking of which, let me tell everyone a horror story." "Tosakurin, this Erika girl is already tier 2. Kana. Madoka." To be continued. Chapter 28, Chapter 028, God King Melkart, Godhood Level Blessing? The group members were very clear about Erika's strength. Before Ryuga joined the chat group, as the only member to reach a tier, Erika had always been the group's highest combat power. After Ryuga joined the chat group, Erika had further improved her strength through the Master Version Magical Power Refinement Technique, almost reaching the pinnacle of Great Knight. But even so, Erika had always been Tier 1 strength, never advancing to Tier 2. Apart from Ryuga having no experience with this, the others who hadn't even reached tier level all understood the difficulty of advancing tiers, and also deeply understood that the higher you go, the harder it becomes. Even someone as confident as Tosakurin understood that she would need to spend a lot of time to grow to tier 1 level. The deeper everyone's understanding of the difficulty of strength improvement, the greater the shock they felt when they saw Ryuga casually wave his hand and Erika break through to tier 2. Ryuga's own rapid strength growth was one thing. He could actually bring others along? This thigh was a bit too thick. Madoka was fine, she was just purely amazed. Tosaka-rin and Kana were truly moved. What they had said about being Ryuga's maid before might have been just teasing. But now, it had become a route they needed to seriously consider. No one could resist this level of temptation. Not to mention Tier 2, even just Tier 1 would be enough to solve their problems. If they didn't think it would be too presumptuous, they really wanted to ask if Ryuga was still accepting people. While everyone maintained complicated silence, Erika excitedly opened her eyes, feeling the surging power within her body. Ryuga-sama's blessing is so strong. Now, if I faced that divine beast boar from before, I definitely wouldn't lose. Even uncle couldn't be my opponent. If normal blessing could only pull her from Great Knight level to regular Holy Knight level, then Ryuga's blessing could be said to have pulled her to top-tier Holy Knight level. Ordinary divine beasts and subordinate gods would not be her opponents. If she activated the hidden backup energy source True Ether mode, Erika was even confident she could briefly contend with heretic gods. This is just a small amount of divine personality enhancement. Ryuga shook his head lightly. Erika might be very satisfied with this effect, but Ryuga felt it was somewhat insufficient. The blessing system's upper limit shouldn't stop here. Let me research godhood in depth and see if I can directly bestow godhood level blessing. Godhood level blessing. Erika couldn't believe her ears. According to what you said before, those with godhood are gods, if not, then at least Campione level existences, right? That would be Tier 3, nation-destroying level combat power. From Ryuga-sama's meaning, raising her to Tier 2 wasn't even the limit. Tier 3 was possible? Even heretic gods themselves couldn't do this, right? Undoubtedly, this was speech that defied common sense, yet Ryuga's expression remained calm as water. What's so strange about it? Couldn't the main gods or god-kings in mythology do similar things? Even without mentioning those singular gods, stories of powerful deities elevating weak beings to godhood were common in mythology. For example, war god Varethragna himself was a subordinate god of sun god Mithras. This didn't prevent Varethragna from being Zoroastrianism's strongest war god, revered as the highest armed holder among Zoroastrian deities. Going deeper, sun god Mithras was also a subordinate god created by the good source Ahura Mazda. These myths clearly showed that as long as gods were strong enough, their subordinate gods could also possess godhood and become main god-level existences. Of course, this referred to the original gods in the divine realm. Ordinary subordinate gods summoned by heretic gods mostly lacked godhood, and when heretic gods themselves lost their godhood, they would also fall to the same level as divine beasts, becoming divine ancestors or subordinate gods with clear hierarchical distinctions. Hearing Ryuga explain it this way, Erika was slightly stunned. Right. Even things that gods couldn't do, Ryuga-sama might not be unable to do. Now this was something that main gods and god-kings could do, so it might not be difficult for Ryuga-sama. Realizing this, she lowered her head. You are absolutely right. Not just her, after hearing this explanation, Tosaka-rin and others, beyond their initial shock, had no doubt about Ryuga. There was no choice when dealing with this level of big shot, so-called common sense simply didn't apply. So Ryuga-sama, what do we do next? After glancing around the surrounding ruins, Erika inquired. The residents here were evacuated successfully before. If you need magical materials, I've already arranged for Copper Black Cross to prepare them in advance. You can go directly to Rome if you want to see them. Without needing instructions, she had prepared everything she could before successfully pledging allegiance to Ryuga. In terms of qualifications as a secretary, Erika was indeed excellent enough. The magical materials aren't urgent. Ryuga shook his head. The magic in the Campione world was almost entirely based on mythological foundations, and looking at a few techniques in this area would suffice. The rest would be ineffective repetition. Compared to this, he was more interested in the authority he had just obtained. He still hadn't discovered what Virethragna called true power. Pandora had said before that battle was the way Campioni could best integrate their power, so next, he should find a god to kill. Conveniently, there was a target right nearby. I planned to first deal with the remaining heretic G. Before he could finish saying God, suddenly, a roar like mad thunder came from the sky above, the thunderous bellow directly interrupting Ryuga's words. Cunning son of folly! As payment for stealing my opponent, come quickly and receive death. I shall complete the interrupted battle and build the martial achievement of victory here. An incredibly majestic voice swept across the entire island accompanied by wind and thunder. Erika looked questioningly toward where the voice came from. Rather than being surprised that there was a second heretic god hidden on the island, she was more amazed that some fool would be so eager to seek death. Was this, tired of living? To be continued. Drop your power stones here, guys. Chapter 29, Chapter 029, This game is stable, advantage is mine. God King Melkart certainly wasn't tired of living. On the contrary, he was very clear-eyed. At least, he believed himself to be clear-eyed enough. In this heretic god encounter, he was actually the first to descend to the present world. As a divine body worshipped by the Phoenicians, he was dissatisfied with his faith being abandoned and wanted to completely sink the Sardinia he had once protected into the sea. But just as he was getting started, Virethragna, who craved defeat, descended from mythology, and since both heretic gods had violent temperaments, they naturally fought a great battle. The result was that Virethragna's godhood shattered into 10 incarnations scattered everywhere, while Melkart himself was severely injured and hid in deep mountains for self-healing. Being able to fight Virethragna to a standstill showed that his strength was top tier even among heretic gods. He naturally wouldn't be unaware of the commotion caused by the divine beast boar earlier. Besides healing his injuries, his greatest energy was actually spent observing Virethragna's condition. After all, given their mutually devastating situation, whoever recovered from serious injuries first would gain advantageous momentum and be more likely to achieve victory in battle. Because of this, he didn't miss the timing when Virethragna recovered to full strength. Nor did he miss how Virethragna was directly defeated in his prime by someone. Honestly, seeing that a human could kill a heretic god with pure massive spell techniques while not yet being a Campioni was something Melkart absolutely couldn't believe. But the facts were before his eyes. He personally witnessed Virethragna return to mythology, and personally saw that detestable witch drag Ryuga to the netherworld. Obviously, this outrageous human would soon be reborn as a Campioni, and his strength would only become stronger. After Virethragna was defeated, the opponent would inevitably face him. Realizing this, Melkart's first reaction wasn't to flee, but to fight. Gods thought differently from humans. For a god king like him, dignity was more important than life, and fleeing would undoubtedly be the most cowardly behavior, which he disdained. After deciding to fight, the next question was how to achieve victory. Regarding this point, the crude on the outside but careful inside Melkart learned precious lessons from the tragedy he had witnessed. First, absolutely do not underestimate this cunning enemy, and don't give him the chance to prepare spell techniques. Thinking of the 100 Saint Domain level techniques he'd seen wrapped around Ryuga, Melkart's scalp tingled. Honestly, if Virethragna were replaced with him, facing Ryuga in that state, he definitely couldn't last a minute. In his view, the biggest reason for Virethragna's lightning-fast defeat was being too pedantic. Facing this level of enemy and still waiting for him to prepare before fighting wasn't that seeking death? Learning this lesson, Melkart decided to absolutely not give Ryuga any chance to prepare techniques in advance. However, this alone wasn't enough to kill the enemy. The opponent wasn't a soft persimmon that could be casually handled, so he must prepare a deadly trump card. Second, I must end his life as quickly as possible. Considering the opponent's absurdly strong technique talent, Melkart suspected that even if he didn't give the opponent preparation time, once the stalemate lasted a bit longer, the opponent would inevitably be able to deploy more techniques, accumulating advantages bit by bit to maximum. As a heretic god, actually fearing a prolonged battle with humans. This would probably become a joke if spoken aloud, but given Ryuga's previous performance, this concern was necessary. He must break through the opponent's defenses before the opponent could deploy too many techniques. Therefore, speed was crucial here. If the opponent had now been reborn as a campione, his authorities would almost be impossible to kill Ryuga in a short time through normal combat. The most suitable tactic was to set traps, prepare the field in advance, allowing his authorities' power to explode together in a short time. After determining this tactic, Melkart immediately began consuming his divine power, using his authorities to set up the battlefield. The thunder clouds overhead had gathered at some unknown time, dark and oppressive, with powerful heavenly thunder building up in the clouds. The nearby sea waves also began restless agitation, wave higher than wave, rising like sea mountains. In the pitch-black caves, tens of millions of locusts held their voices, quietly awaiting orders. Beneath the thick earth, thousands upon thousands of underworld warriors lay hidden. As god of sky, sea, harvest, and underworld, God King Melkart's total authorities were definitely not to be underestimated. If these dangerous powers erupted simultaneously, even Varethragna might not escape such might, and no matter how strong Ryuga was, he would at least suffer heavy damage. At that point, his hidden greatest trump card could easily eliminate the opponent. With utmost seriousness, he reviewed the entire battle plan, confirming no problems before Melkart began adjusting his condition. Finally, and most importantly, first restore condition to optimal. While Ryuga and Erika were talking, Melkart was racing against time to repair his final injuries. And when he had completely healed his wounds, his warrior's fighting spirit couldn't wait another moment, directly challenging Ryuga. Boom! After issuing his provocation, a lightning bolt thick as a water barrel struck directly in front of Ryuga. This was both to anger him and to not leave him a peaceful preparation environment. Crude provocation. Ryuga saw through the opponent's scheme at a glance. It had to be said, Divine Lord's methods were truly simple and naive. If dealing with opponents from the mythological era, this scheme might be considered clever, but now it wouldn't even fool a child. However, even seeing through this, Ryuga still acted as if completely unaware, quickly arriving before the continuously emanating divine might Melkart. Without any wariness, he stepped onto the battlefield God King Melkart had preset. Seeing Ryuga appear before him with no defenses, Melkart's heart immediately filled with joy. Stable. Calculated versus unaware, fast versus slow, 4 authorities versus 1 authority. Advantage is mine. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones here to support my FIC. Chapter 30, Chapter 030, Only silence is the greatest contempt. You didn't flee, which shows you have some martial courage, worthy of being personally buried by me. On the mountain, the giant-like heretic god spoke thus. In those eyes filled with divine king majesty, terrifying light flashed. Even Melkart himself was surprised by how smoothly his plan was proceeding. Everything was exactly as Melkart had planned. Ryuga had indeed followed his divine might's trail to arrive in the mountain valley he had carefully designed. This terrain looked ordinary, but probably no one knew that beneath the seemingly flat ground lay completely transformed underworld territory. Together with locusts, tsunami, and heavenly thunder, 4 authorities' power tightly surrounded Ryuga's location. As long as he willed it, he could use his authorities to completely submerge the present human. Besides this, seemingly due to his provocation working, Ryuga still showed no intention of deploying techniques right up to now. In an undefended state, whether heretic god or campione, none could resist authorities' power. It had to be said, Melkart was almost completely satisfied with the current situation. If there was anything that made him dissatisfied, it was that Ryuga was far too unguarded. From a rational standpoint, this was absolutely good for him, but emotionally, Melkart had strong objections. Since you know your opponent is me, why not go all out? The voice containing divine wrath rang out, Melkart's gaze extremely sharp. Did defeating Virethragna make you lose basic vigilance? Or do you think I'm easier to deal with than Virethragna? At this point, the God King's displeasure condensed into substance. Tactically, he indeed hoped Ryuga would be careless and underestimate enemies, allowing him to take down this Campione in one stroke. But his divine king pride made him feel that Ryuga's performance was completely looking down on him. Being so cautious against Virethragna, yet so careless against himself, what did this mean? For him, face was more important than life. Faced with the God King's questioning, Ryuga completely ignored it. Melkart noticed that although the opponent's gaze was directed at him, he clearly hadn't focused attention on himself, but seemed to be contemplating something. Facing a God King of his level, this newly born Campione actually looked somewhat absent-minded. Only silence is the greatest contempt. Melkart himself was accustomed to not taking human existence seriously, he never expected to one day experience this treatment himself. Thus, he became furious. Arrogant son of folly! It seems I must grind you into the mud before you understand what Divine King Majesty means. No need for further testing, he wanted to see just how capable Ryuga really was. Wind. Rain. Thunder. By Melkart's true name Baal Hadid I call. Storm, heed the Cloud Rider's summons and swiftly come. Accompanied by sacred spirit word invocations, the thunder clouds that had continued over Sardinia for half a day immediately released thousands of lightning rays, rolling heavenly thunder condensing into 1,000-meter diameter thunder orbs, rumbling down toward Ryuga. And this was merely a feint to draw attention. The moment the thunderstorm descended, countless locusts poured from the mountain cave behind Melkart, like world-covering black fog, eroding toward Ryuga's direction. Visibly, these locusts devoured everything in their path, whether plant life or magical power dissipated in the air, completely consumed by these insects. As god of harvest and waste, Melkart possessed agricultural god attributes, able to both grant earth abundance and decree heavenly punishment upon land. Simultaneously, the earth beneath Ryuga's feet began trembling, dark swamps swallowing surrounding soil completely, thousands of skeleton warriors rising from the darkness emanating underworld aura. Mountains shook, sea water reversed, towering waves directly crossed mountain ranges, crashing into the valley, seemingly intent on sweeping away everything on the battlefield. Thunderstorm, tsunami, underworld, locust plague, 4 long-prepared authorities erupted simultaneously, turning Ryuga's location into a complete death trap. After unleashing his 4 carefully prepared authorities all at once, Melkart stared intently at Ryuga, trying to predict his movements. However, contrary to his expectations, even facing such a desperate situation, Ryuga still made no moves. Not to mention using authority, he hadn't even activated spell techniques. What was going on? Had he already given up? Just as Melkart was puzzled, Ryuga finally took action. He surveyed the dense, almost inescapable authority encirclement from all directions, lightly shook his head, and finally spoke his first words. Still not enough. What did that mean? What wasn't enough? Why was there no fear on his face, but what seemed like disappointment instead? Melkart couldn't understand Ryuga's reaction at all. But soon, Ryuga's next words made him understand the opponent's meaning. After disappointedly scanning his surroundings, Ryuga merely glanced at Melkart and asked as if talking to himself. Is it because you're too weak? Needless to say, it was clear who he was referring to. Insolent. Melkart instantly felt rage rushing straight to his brain. As a god king, being looked down upon by a mere Campione, if he couldn't teach him a lesson, where would Divine King Majesty stand? Come forth, Chaser, Yagrush. Banisher, Ymir. Swiftly slay the Campione before us. In his fury, he directly brought out his hidden greatest trump card. Those were the godhood weapons that had helped him slay dragons and ascend to the god king position, also the mythical armaments that had once shattered Virethragna into 10 pieces. Exploding all his divine power at once, from the forest behind Ryuga, two massive clubs wrapped in wind and thunder suddenly shot out, aimed directly at Ryuga's back. Compared to the elaborate death trap formed by the four authorities, these two weapons were actually Melkart's most trusted killing move. He had originally planned to use this killing blow after Ryuga struggled against the previous four authorities, but now, already enraged, he naturally couldn't care about much else and decided to unleash all his power at once to completely crush Ryuga. To be continued. Guys, drop your power stones here to support my FIC. Chapter 31, Chapter 031 Instant Kill, 1,000 Lights and 1,000 Swords. At this moment, Melkart could be said to have played all his trump cards. The two divine weapons that erupted at the end were actually the first to approach Ryuga. In the blink of an eye, they would be able to hit this extremely arrogant Campione head-on. Just as Melkart revealed a pleased expression, as if he could personally witness the arrogant Campione being completely shattered. The expression on Ryuga's face finally was no longer calm as water. However, what replaced it was not fear, but a slight realization, as if he had finally found some answer. Noticing this, Melkart suddenly felt a strong uneasiness. But he couldn't understand the source of this uneasiness. It had already reached this critical moment of deciding victory or defeat. Even if he figured something out, so what? This little time wasn't even enough to set up a technique. Did he still have a chance to counterattack? Even if Varethragna himself were standing here, under this attack that locked down all space in all directions, there would be no room to avoid it, right? In the midst of such confusion, Melkart suddenly felt a dazzling light illumination, that was the brilliance of the sun. The white stallion incarnation? Ha! So what if it was? It was just one incarnation. Could it defeat his four authorities? Having once dealt with this power before, Melkart instinctively showed a contemptuous expression. But at this very moment, something he had never imagined happened. The blazing sun overhead suddenly exploded. Golden sword blades and the scorching sunlight merged, forming platinum-colored sword blades. A massive number of platinum long swords fell at divine speed like meteors. The strongest god-slaying weapon, the golden sword, at this moment overlapped with the light speed of the white stallion. The divine speed light swords struck first despite being launched later, almost instantly penetrating the entire battlefield. The locusts and underworld warriors imbued with Melkart's divine power were directly melted instantly like accumulated snow under the rain of light swords. Any power containing divine force had no room to resist before the war god's golden sword. The two divine weapons that had erupted at high speed were also directly nailed to the ground by the divine speed platinum sword rain, even their divine cores sealed. When Erika arrived, this was the scene she witnessed. Whether it was the massive locust plague, the underworld warriors, the roaring thunder, or the great sea sweeping across the sky, including the two terrifying divine weapons, all elements that constituted a deadly desperate situation were completely torn apart by this golden sword rain in the same instant. Like a sharp cutting knife slicing the world into two pieces, under the light swords, all beings were equal. Even Melkart himself could not dodge this sword rain from the divine speed domain, and was pierced through the chest by dozens of light swords on the spot. Only after all the dust settled did he hear Ryuga's belated spirit words chant. 1,000 lights, 1,000 swords. How is this possible? With his divine core pierced and his divine power gradually dissipating, even his body gradually turning into light particles, Melkart still wore an expression of shock and bewilderment even in death. He had spent several hours setting up these killing moves, but Ryuga had completely destroyed them in less than a second. How could there be such a huge difference? He could accept defeat, but found it hard to accept such an inexplicable defeat. Two divine weapons, the eruption of four authorities, why were they defeated by just one authority? Perhaps it's because your understanding of power is too superficial. Ryuga casually answered. Melkart didn't reply and directly dissipated on the spot. Whether he was angered to death or not was unclear. Regarding this result, Erika wasn't surprised at all. As expected of my lord. Ordinary heretic gods can't even withstand one move from you. It's just because Varethragna's authority is rather convenient. Ryuga shook his head, not thinking it was anything special. Using the White Stallion incarnation and Warrior incarnation in combination was a combination method that had already appeared in the original work, worthy of being called an official cheat. The Golden Sword of God Slaying was already powerful in effect, essentially a special anti-god weapon. The biggest shortcoming of this incarnation was that it must hit the enemy to seal their divine core. When combined with the White Stallion incarnation, the Golden Sword would gain sublight speed divine velocity and erupt in the form of sword rain, unleashing thousands upon thousands of sword blades. Like Melkart's defeat, those without divine speed type authorities couldn't possibly dodge this sublight speed sword rain. With Ryuga's comprehension, he had mastered this combination technique when he first got the authority. After some optimization, it became the technique he had just used. That's why he hadn't taken Melkart's trap seriously. In the face of a divine speed level killing technique, all arrangements were futile. Compared to this battle that had no suspense from the very beginning, Ryuga was more concerned with what he had just comprehended. At the moment when Melkart unleashed his final trump card, Ryuga keenly perceived what the true power that Varethragna had spoken of really was. Tosaka-rin, Ryuga-sama is really too modest. Tosaka-rin, didn't these two heretic gods fight once before? If this war god was really that amazing, he would have instantly killed his opponent like Ryuga-sama did long ago. How could they have ended up mutually wounded? Madoka, that makes sense. Madoka, Big Brother really is more amazing after all. Not knowing what an official cheat was, they didn't think the battle result just now was a matter of authorities. Otherwise, why couldn't Varethragna himself accomplish this? Actually, Ryuga had the same question about this point. For some reason, in the Campione world, those who liked to play fancy tricks with authorities were generally the Campiones. Heretic gods seemed to be rather conservative in their use of authorities. Incarnation stacking techniques like this, even Varethragna, the war god himself, truly couldn't do it. Kane, seeing the scene of a divine lord being instantly killed, I feel somehow complicated. Madoka, what's wrong? Kane, does anyone still remember that Ryuga-sama actually just advanced to Tier 3? In the Taisho era, although Kane wasn't a Shinto believer, she naturally had a certain reverence. But now, after seeing Ryuga kill gods more easily than killing chickens, she suddenly found it hard to feel reverence for those divine lords. So the divine lords also have limits. Tosaka-rin, I understand your feelings. However, when Ryuga-sama was Tier 2, he could already kill Tier 3 gods. After advancing to Tier 3, being able to instantly kill divine lords isn't strange, right? Kane, it's not strange. Rather, no matter what Ryuga-sama accomplishes now, I find it hard to feel surprised. Tosaka-rin, seconded. Madoka, seconded. Watching the group members' worldviews gradually being reshaped into Ryuga's form, Erika nodded with deep understanding. Just then, she suddenly felt an odd spatial fluctuation. Erika immediately became alert. The next second, a familiar spatial passage opened in front of Ryuga. It was the path to the netherworld. Erika, I'm going to the netherworld for a bit. It might take some time, so you go back first. After casually giving instructions, Ryuga directly stepped in. Generally speaking, except for the first god slaying, other times of god slaying didn't require going to the netherworld, authorities could be obtained directly. However, Ryuga happened to belong to the unusual category. To lift the restriction of only being able to obtain one authority per god slaying and seize the complete divine core of heretic gods currently still required his personal operation. To be continued. Chapter 32, Chapter 032 Authority Harvest, the essence of the war god's divine core. Sky Lord controlling sky, storms, and thunder, raging sea controlling oceans and voyages, life and death cycle controlling harvest and desolation, underworld legion controlling the underworld. Wow, gaining 4 authorities at once. This is something other children wouldn't even dare to dream of. Ryuga-chan, you've struck it rich. In the netherworld, the purple twin-tailed girl raised both hands high, cheering to express her joy, looking even happier than Ryuga himself. If she hadn't been stopped several times before, with her personality, she might have secretly snuck over to hug him. Facing information he already knew immediately, Ryuga found it hard to feel excited. Melkart's divine core is quite complex. If he had descended under the name Baal, the authorities he possessed would probably be even more numerous. Like the relationship between servants and heroic spirits, when gods descend to become heretic gods, they match with different divine cores due to different catalysts, manifested externally as differences in divine names. Under this mechanism, even if the same deity descended twice, they would manifest in different forms. Melkart was the main god worshipped by the Semitic peoples. As a typical sky god, he later even had tendencies toward becoming a monotheistic god like Odin and Zeus. At the same time, he was also the prototype of Saint George, with many aliases such as Beelzebub and Baal. The current 4 authorities were definitely not his limit. That's true, but wouldn't that also make him much harder to deal with? Saying this, Pandora suddenly patted her own head. Oh! I almost forgot, for you, ordinary heretic gods aren't a problem. When other Campiones hunted gods, Pandora still had to worry about safety issues, but with Ryuga, there was no need to worry at all. Or rather, the ones who needed to worry should be the heretic gods. During the previous authority stripping ritual, Pandora had tried to chat with the god king Melkart, but unexpectedly, this naturally arrogant god king remained completely silent, seeming to have been traumatized by Ryuga. Looking at his condition, he probably wouldn't descend again in the future. Hopefully, she hadn't left him with psychological trauma. These 4 authorities are quite rich in effects. However, compared to the authorities, I think these divine weapons are more important. After investigating the scope of the authorities' power, Ryuga turned his gaze to the 2 clubs before him. Yagrush, the chaser, and Ymir, the driver. Ryuga merely raised his hand slightly, and the 2 divine weapons obediently circled behind his back. After obtaining Melkart's divine core, these 2 divine weapons naturally became Ryuga's possessions. Unlike authority-type weapons like the golden sword that required the master to provide power, these divine weapons didn't need Ryuga to provide divine power, they could accumulate power themselves, and Ryuga only needed to control them. Why do you say that? Pandora tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Although they're quite powerful, divine weapons and authorities generally don't differ much, right? Both were powers based on divine cores, one was controlled by oneself, the other was entrusted to divine artifacts. There wasn't a clear advantage or disadvantage. Generally, that's true, but this weapon is different. Ryuga shook his head, turning his gaze to Ymir. Melkart once used this weapon to split Varethragna into 10 incarnations. That means this divine weapon has the power to harmlessly disassemble divine cores. So, Pandora still didn't quite understand. This ability was rare, but its usefulness seemed limited, right? So it's very suitable for research. As a weapon, Ymir's characteristics were obviously somewhat useless. Despite being able to shatter Varethragna's divine core, it couldn't kill him, giving the opponent a chance to reorganize his divine core, truly superfluous. But if it wasn't treated as a weapon but as experimental equipment like a surgical knife, this weapon's properties became very useful. Disassembling divine cores without causing any damage, it was like a surgical knife with built-in safety guarantees. Research. Ryuga-chan, you really do like exploring this knowledge. Even the wisdom gods I know don't have as much curiosity as you. Through several interactions and observations, Pandora had gained a general understanding of Ryuga's style of action. After hearing this, she wasn't particularly surprised, just slightly sighed. Knowledge is the ladder of human progress. Ryuga replied in a calm tone. Of course, the same applies to gods. If you had spent these years not on voyeurism but on researching the structure of gods and mythology, perhaps you could have completed your revenge against the steel gods yourself without needing campiones. Right off the bat, a bowl of bitter medicine. Stop lecturing, stop lecturing. Spare me. I really can't do that kind of thing. Hearing this, Pandora immediately hugged her head and shook it violently, as if she'd been subjected to a tightening curse. As a former member of the Earth Mother Goddesses, Pandora was definitely not poor in mythological techniques, otherwise, she couldn't have created the Pandora Dark Sacrifice. But compared to Ryuga, she was far behind. To this day, Pandora still couldn't understand how Ryuga managed to pull off operations that even Virethragna himself couldn't do when he had just obtained the authority. Using purely a newly acquired authority to instantly kill a god-king level heretic god was an extremely explosive operation no matter what era it was placed in. So she decided not to listen to Ryuga's sermon and immediately changed the subject. By the way, do you know what the true power that Virethragna mentioned before is? Ryuga nodded lightly. Although this battle was a one-sided instant kill, he still obtained the information he wanted. Tell me. You can tell me, right? Pandora immediately showed curious eyes. She was also very curious about what gift Virethragna could leave for Ryuga. What he spoke of, rather than power, is more like the correct way to use power, or perhaps, the essence of the war god's divine core. Ryuga had no intention of hiding this information. Because even if others knew, it wouldn't mean anything. The essence of the war god's divine core. Pandora indeed didn't quite understand. Which incarnation among the 10 do you think is the core of this authority? Ryuga didn't answer her question but posed another question instead. Pandora immediately fell into thought. To be continued. Chapter 33, Chapter 033 The Essence of Victory, Divine Core Research. The effects of the 10 incarnations are all quite good. However, if I had to say which is the most crucial core, it should still be the warrior's golden sword, right? After thinking for several seconds, Pandora gave an answer that most people would give. The effects of other incarnations could be achieved through other authorities, but only the golden sword, this god-slaying armament, was a unique power. If even the golden sword couldn't be called the most crucial core, then what would qualify as the core? No. For this seemingly flawless answer, Ryuga chose to shake his head. Actually, none of the 10 incarnations are the core of this authority. He directly overturned his own question. What do you mean? Pandora was slightly stunned, then puffed out her cheeks. Was this child deliberately teasing her? The golden sword's power is indeed very strong, especially in the god-slaying domain. It can be said to be a unique killing technique. But have you ever wondered why such a powerful ultimate move wasn't formed into a separate authority but exists on the same level as other incarnations? Ryuga asked in return. I haven't thought about it. Pandora honestly shook her head. She wasn't familiar with this war god after all. The reason is simple. For Virethragna, the golden sword, like other incarnations, is merely a tool to assist him in battle. Perhaps the golden sword is sharper, but compared to other incarnations, there's no distinction of superiority. Ryuga patiently explained. Virethragna is the war god of Zoroastrianism, not a god who specializes in god-slaying. For a war god, all his power serves only one goal, and this goal is Virethragna's essence. Speaking to this point, Pandora, who also had considerable knowledge of the Persian pantheon, finally realized. You mean, victory? That's right. As a war god, all of Virethragna's power served the same goal. Whether it was the white stallion or the warrior, these were merely means to achieve victory. The power of the 10 incarnations was too complex and too powerful, so much so that most people were blinded by these flashy surfaces and forgot the essence of this authority. Just as in the original naming, Varethragna's authority was officially called the Eastern War God, not the so-called 10 incarnations. And just as Varethragna had always called upon and emphasized in his spirit words, his essence was the strongest who holds all victory. Correct. Ryuga nodded slightly. At the moment when Melkart erupted with all his power, Varethragna's authority reminded me through intuition of the method to achieve victory. That's when I realized the true face of the so-called true power. This was a power that, no matter the situation, would guide its master toward victory as much as possible. Thinking back, if Varethragna hadn't descended with the single-minded pursuit of defeat, he might have lasted a bit longer under Ryuga's hands. However, if examined carefully, Varethragna's defeat might not count as complete failure. After all, in the goal of pursuing defeat, he had successfully achieved victory. The various victories of Kusanagi Goto in the original work might not have been without the protection of this essence of victory. It sounds quite amazing. After listening to Ryuga's explanation, Pandora pointed at her own cheek with her finger, then tilted her head. But my dearest child, what use is this essence? In the end, don't you still have to use the 10 incarnations to achieve victory? Of course it's useful. Ryuga said with absolute certainty. The 10 incarnations are merely 10 incarnations, but the essence of victory is not limited to this. Besides the stacking of incarnations, even the power of divine cores can be brought under the control of victory's essence. Hearing Ryuga say this, Pandora was slightly shocked. You want to bring other authorities under victory's grasp too? Wouldn't that require rewriting the divine core? Even ordinary Earth Mother goddesses wouldn't dare to do such self-interference with divine cores. I haven't reached that level yet, but I do have this plan. Ryuga's tone was light and breezy. Don't you think that whether it's Campiones or heretic gods, their way of using authorities is too crude? Using various different authorities completely independently, without considering efficiency and power combination at all, completely abandoning wisdom and relying on intuition and luck in battle. This unsystematic approach is simply too amateurish. Not only does it contribute nothing to productivity, but even in the combat field, it's just the work of outsiders. Pandora was speechless for a moment. She really hadn't thought that other heretic gods and Campiones used authorities crudely, and did Ryuga's mention of heretic gods include herself? After 2 seconds of existential doubt, Pandora chose to give up thinking. Ryuga-chan is right. Mama supports you. She clapped her hands and unconditionally agreed with Ryuga's viewpoint. Although she didn't quite understand what Ryuga wanted to do, it was fine, she'd just mindlessly agree. After all, this child was very smart and his strength was reassuring, so there definitely wouldn't be any danger. Just as she thought this, she heard Ryuga make a request. To weave divine core level techniques, I need to conduct further research on divine cores. So, could I borrow the facilities here? Upon hearing this, Pandora immediately became excited. No problem. My room is your room, you can stay as long as you want. Mama can also provide knee pillow and massage services. Thank goodness. Finally, a child was willing to stay with her and keep her company in her loneliness. As an empty nest mother, how could she possibly disagree even slightly? Thanks. But I'll pass on the knee pillow and massage. Ryuga nodded. Pandora's place was not only quiet but also had a knowledgeable Earth Mother goddess to answer his questions. It was perfect for divine core research. Why? Isn't cuddling with a lowly mama something many humans dream of? Pandora was slightly disappointed, but seeing that Ryuga really didn't plan to accept, she didn't continue to pester him. Either way, Ryuga being willing to stay here and keep her company was enough to make her happy. To be continued. Chapter 34, Chapter 034 Pandora, don't attack Mama. Sorry, I'll do anything. After getting excited, Pandora suddenly asked curiously. By the way, how do you plan to research divine cores? I know Ryuga-chan is very capable, but you must also be careful about safety. Compared to heretic gods who would cease to exist if their divine cores dissipated, the danger of Campiones interfering with divine cores was obviously much less. Divine cores weren't necessities for them. So Pandora wasn't too worried. But this time, she was apparently relieved too early. Of course, with these instruments, Ryuga immediately revealed his two experimental instruments. One was the golden sword that could seal and slice divine cores, and one was Imer that could shatter divine cores. Question marks immediately popped up above Pandora's head. Although you mentioned this before, you don't really plan to directly use these weapons to interfere with divine cores, do you? Why not? Ryuga casually asked back. The golden sword can separate and seal divine cores while also providing protection, and Imer can shatter the connections between divine cores. Working together, any divine core can be disassembled and reassembled. Ah! Pandora was completely dumbfounded. Even if it was theoretically feasible, wasn't this the same as directly operating on divine cores with a knife? This child's approach to researching divine cores was so radical. What, do you have any better ideas? Seeing Pandora questioning, Ryuga asked, while casually raising the god-slaying golden sword. He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect that his current action would be so easily misunderstood. Looking at the glowing golden sword in Ryuga's hand, Pandora had a flash of insight and suddenly realized a problem. In this small space with just the two of them, if Ryuga was the researcher, then who was the research material? Miss Pandora immediately trembled. Seeing Ryuga raise the golden sword high, about to strike down, she plopped down on her knees and directly hugged Ryuga's thigh. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Don't attack Mama. Mama will do anything. Please give me a chance. Even when sensing a life crisis, she had no intention of fighting back, only made the most humble request. Unfortunately. Swish. This was the sound of the golden sword blade penetrating the chest. What are you thinking about? Ryuga's voice followed. Finding herself completely unharmed, Pandora looked up in confusion. Then she discovered the golden sword piercing through Ryuga's chest and his own hand gripping the sword hilt. Only then did Pandora realize she might have overthought things. Ryuga's experimental subject wasn't someone else, it was himself. What ruthlessness, like a doctor performing open-heart surgery on himself. Don't worry. Analyzing divine cores requires first-hand intelligence, so the caster himself is the best experimental subject. It's not your turn to be operated on. Ryuga briefly explained, then drew out another golden sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. The two divine cores representing Underworld Legion and Life and Death Cycle were directly sealed and locked. Through this method, he could accurately select the divine cores he wanted to operate on, then use Imer to dissociate them for detailed observation of the internal structure of divine cores. Pandora was immediately stunned. After coming to her senses, she immediately got up from the ground, looking at the wounds on Ryuga's body with some heartache. Even if it's for research, there's no need to go to such extremes. Doesn't it hurt? Rather than research, she cared more about Ryuga's feelings. Seeing Ryuga about to insert a third sword into himself, she stamped her feet and said through gritted teeth. Otherwise, you can use Mama as an experimental subject, as long as you're gentle, I can endure it. Though her form was clearly still that of a young girl, when saying this, Pandora's expression truly carried some maternal radiance. No need. This pain is within my expected range. The golden sword mainly targets divine cores and won't cause irreversible damage. Ryuga naturally shook his head in refusal. Furthermore, as I mentioned before, your qualifications as an experimental subject are inadequate. Of course, if you really want to help, you can help me record the intelligence I dictate later. No problem. Originally, Pandora wanted to insist, but hearing Ryuga say this, she hurriedly conjured paper and pen and obediently knelt in front of Ryuga. Go ahead. Basic divine core units with uncuttable properties must have singular cores. Dissociated divine cores still maintain potential connections internally, initially estimated response speed at light speed. Accompanied by repeated adjustments and attempts, Ryuga's understanding of divine cores deepened step by step. The effectiveness of comprehension was based on the accumulation of knowledge. Only with sufficient knowledge could he gain more techniques for mastering and manipulating divine core power, and create more powerful skills. During Ryuga's time immersed in research in the netherworld, the few people in the chat group continued their daily conversations. Tosaka-rin, it's been a week on my end. Hasn't Ryuga-sama returned yet? Just as the time in the netherworld wasn't synchronized with the present world, the time in each world in the chat group was also not synchronized. Erika, no, but it's only been 2 days here. Erika, second day without Ryuga-sama, missing him. Tosaka-rin, ugh. So cheesy. Tosaka-rin, Erika, is this how you managed to latch onto that powerful connection? Erika, hee jealous. Tosaka-rin, I'm not jealous at all, damn it, I can't say that. When will I be able to be as thick-skinned as you? Madoka. Kane, Rin-chan still has hope in this regard. Erika. Tosaka-rin. Erika, alright, I'm not joking. I really do miss Ryuga-sama. Erika, if my lord doesn't come out soon, I'm going to be mistaken for the Campione who succeeded in god-slaying. In Italy, Rome, at the headquarters of the Copper Black Cross Magical Society, Erika complained. Since Ryuga hadn't said anything, she naturally wouldn't tell the outside world that Ryuga was the Campione. But this secretive behavior made others suspect her instead. After all, when the 2 heretic gods were defeated, only she was present throughout, so she couldn't escape suspicion no matter how you looked at it. Despite Erika's vigorous explanations, no one believed her. Who could blame her for indeed improving significantly in strength after receiving Ryuga's blessing? In the eyes of ordinary mages, her current strength wasn't much different from a Campione's. Hearing Erika's complaints, everyone finally understood her situation and began to comfort her or offer suggestions. A few minutes later. Tosaka-rin, Erika, you don't seem to need to worry anymore. Ryuga-sama should be coming out soon. Madoka. Kane. Erika. Erika, how do you know? Even she didn't know when Ryuga would return to the present world. How could Tosaka-rin in another world know? Tosaka-rin, it's simple. Just look at the group shop and you'll know. Upon hearing this, everyone opened the group shop. Soon, they discovered the basis for Tosaka-rin's judgment. Kane, Divine Core Fusion Techniques, Mythological Technique Construction Basics, Authority Disassembly Guide. Kane, none of the prices are below 100,000 points. Madoka, Big Brother suddenly released so many products at once. Madoka, does Rin-ne mean that Big Brother has completed his research and is now organizing the results? Tosaka-rin, it should be like that, but with Ryuga-sama's matters, no one can be 100% certain. Madoka, Rin-ne is so smart. Erika, I have to admit, little Rin's speculation makes sense. Tosaka-rin, of course, who do you think I am? Tosaka-rin, by the way, Erika, don't forget what I told you before. Erika, what did you call me? Tosaka-rin, Erika-ne-san. Erika, don't worry, Rin-chan, big sister won't forget. Erika, Ryuga-sama has returned. Talk to you later. Just as she was about to tease the rarely submissive Tosaka-rin, suddenly Erika sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation and an extremely familiar aura approaching. She immediately jumped up from the sofa and, under the shocked gazes of her society companions, knelt on one knee in a respectful posture to welcome the man who had finally returned. My lord, you have returned. To be continued. Chapter 35, Chapter 035, Divine Summoning Ritual, Divine Core Template Structure. Seeing someone completely ignore the barrier and brazenly teleport to the headquarters of the Copper Black Cross, rather than feeling alarmed, the first emotion the association members experienced was shock. After the initial shock, everyone wasn't particularly afraid. Not to mention that the Copper Black Cross was a renowned prestigious family among the many magic associations, nor that the association's commander-in-chief Saint Paolo was a famous paladin. Even setting aside these advantages, just looking at Erica who happened to be present, everyone had no reason to panic. Although it hadn't been completely confirmed, their young lady was suspected to be in existence at the level of a campione. What reckless fool would dare to come knocking at this time to provoke the tiger's whiskers? Under their somewhat proud gazes, sure enough, Lady Erica walked toward the intruder. Was she going to teach the opponent a lesson, or capture them for interrogation? Under everyone's expectant eyes, Erica. Erica. She actually knelt down. Hey? The magicians of the Copper Black Cross were stunned on the spot. When had this young lady ever shown such a humble attitude? Even if she wasn't a campione, she wouldn't need to bow and scrape like this, would she? This doubt instantly vanished after hearing Erica's words. It turned out it wasn't groveling, but the basic etiquette toward the lord to whom she had sworn loyalty. At this moment, the strange man's identity no longer needed to be questioned, and the reason why Erica was unwilling to reveal the truth was also extremely obvious. Everyone immediately panicked and knelt down on one knee in unison. "We humbly welcome your Majesty the King." Looking at the dark mass of people kneeling at his feet, Ryuga nodded lightly, not particularly surprised. Most of Europe's magical world had been severely disciplined by Marquis Vauban, and they generally had considerable psychological shadows regarding campioni. Although there was no shortage of fools who wanted to test a campione, most people were more obedient than the magical world in Japan. Ryuga had no particular need for such pageantry, but for him, everyone's attitude made communication very convenient, so he had no intention of changing it. Except for Erica, everyone else may withdraw. With a casual command, the other magicians all felt as if they had received a great pardon and immediately expressed their compliance. Even though this was their magic association's headquarters, in front of the Demon King, no one dared to assert any so-called sovereignty. Soon, everyone filed out, leaving the entire hall to Ryuga and Erica alone. "Lord Ryuga, news of your becoming a campione probably can't be kept secret anymore." Although she knew Ryuga probably didn't care, Erica still reminded him. With so many people present, this news would almost certainly leak out. "It doesn't matter, there's no need to deliberately hide it." Ryuga shook his head. If he cared about this point, he wouldn't have teleported over directly. "Rather than that, didn't you mention before about having the Magic Association collect magical materials in advance?" "Yes." Hearing that Ryuga seemed to care about this, Erica immediately became excited. She immediately spoke in a tone as if seeking credit. "These books are now arranged in the sealed study upstairs. If you want to see them, we can go there right now." She knew Ryuga might be interested in these things. "Well done." Ryuga naturally didn't stint on praise for his subordinates' hard work. However, he wasn't interested in ordinary magic now. After deeply analyzing divine cores, what he needed most now was a certain special type of magic. Among these materials, are there any rituals related to summoning gods? Magic related to summoning gods? Erica quickly reacted. "Are you planning to use it to summon heretic gods?" "That's right." Ryuga nodded. "I made some discoveries while researching divine cores and need a large number of divine cores to confirm a hypothesis." Through experimental research using himself as a test subject, Ryuga gained more insights and intelligence than theoretical research alone. After repeatedly dismantling and fusing divine cores, Ryuga confirmed one thing. That is, there indeed exists a material structure carrying mythological information within divine cores, and it is precisely this structure that determines the specific attributes of divine cores. After multiple experiments, Ryuga discovered that in a normal state, this unknown structure only possesses basic gravitational effects and is not affected by electromagnetic forces or strong/weak interactions. But when in an activated state, this structure would express itself like DNA, capturing and interfering with external free energy to transform it into divine power. According to Ryuga's speculation, if this structure could be completely stripped from existing divine cores, it's very likely that this structure could not only gather divine power but also process and transform it into divine cores. If this hypothesis holds true, then as long as one could master this structure, it would be extremely possible to replicate, or even mass-produce divine cores. If gods are energy life forms descended from mythology, then this structure is the key bridge connecting mythology and matter. Just like molds in a foundry, as long as one masters this structure, divine cores would no longer hold secrets. Even controlling mythology would no longer be impossible. After discovering this structure, Ryuga naturally wanted to master it as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, after designing several experiments, he realized that the number of divine cores he currently possessed was still too few, and the errors and interference caused by differences in divine core attributes were too great. To obtain more reliable data, he must acquire large-scale data through numerous divine cores, and only then could he perform data processing and effective analysis. After confirming this point, Ryuga temporarily suspended his research and left the netherworld. In this world where heretic god disasters occur frequently, there should be similar summoning magic. To be continued. Chapter 36, Chapter 036, Rin's Request for Help, Servant Summoning Ritual. Divine cores, in large quantities. Hearing Ryuga's words, Erika was momentarily speechless. Those who know understand you're talking about heretic gods, but those who don't might think you're placing a wholesale order. Can heretic gods of that level really be bought in bulk? But thinking about it again, this kind of thing might not be impossible for Ryuga. After careful consideration, she gave her reply. Among the magic materials already collected, there are no complete divine summoning materials. However, 4 years ago Marquis Vauban successfully conducted a divine summoning ritual. Although the descended heretic god was ultimately slain by the Sword King, the ritual itself was considered successful. The Bronze Black Cross and the Japanese magic associations should have records of the specific ritual content. If Lord Ryuga needs it, I'll immediately command them to present the materials in your name. This level of material would be very difficult to obtain without invoking a Campione's name. Honestly, if someone other than Ryuga were asking about this, even if it were another Campione, Erika would never have brought it up. After all, the divine summoning ritual 4 years ago had caused quite a few casualties. Even her good friend and rival Liliana had barely survived that ritual. Bringing up this type of ritual again wouldn't necessarily be good news for witches and Maiko with spiritual vision qualifications worldwide. But who asked Ryuga to be the one asking? Maintaining honesty with one's lord is the most basic quality of a knight. Yes, I'll leave this matter to you. Ryuga naturally agreed to Erika's proposal. He also had some impression of the damage caused by Marquis Vauban's summoning ritual. But it didn't matter, this level of side effect was easy for him to resolve. The only concern was the principle behind this divine summoning ritual. If it was a ritual based on astrological theory, then it would have high requirements for the star chart's position, very likely only having the opportunity to conduct the ritual once every few years. This kind of mechanism determined by underlying theory would be very difficult to improve no matter how much optimization was done. From the fact that Marquis Vauban, after one success, rarely attempted to repeat the ritual, the possibility that this technique was built on astrological theory was indeed quite high. Yes. Erika immediately accepted the command. This was the first order Ryuga had given, she absolutely had to complete it 100%. Thinking this, Erika suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lord Ryuga, there's something I need to report to you. What is it? It's about Rin. You might not know, but before you joined the chat group, I promised Rin that when she encountered difficulties, I would go to her world to help her. Despite the two often bickering in the group, their relationship was actually quite good. Knowing that Tosaka Rin had encountered trouble she couldn't solve herself, Erika didn't hesitate much before agreeing to help. Taking someone's money makes you beholden to them, eating someone's food makes you soft on them. It was precisely because she was caught in this matter that Tosaka Rin would often be at a disadvantage when facing Erika, frequently having to submit to Erika's tyranny and reluctantly call her sister while holding her nose. For Erika, when she bullied Tosaka Rin, she really bullied her, but when helping, she really helped and wouldn't go back on her word. However, she hadn't anticipated that in the future, she would swear loyalty to someone else. So when Tosaka Rin truly encountered difficulties, a troublesome situation arose. As Ryuga's knight, she couldn't act arbitrarily on her own. So, after completing this task, could Lord Ryuga approve a brief leave? Just half a day would be enough. I'll handle Rin's matter and return immediately. Erika made her request in an extremely quiet voice, constantly watching Ryuga's expression, afraid of displeasing her lord. Asking for leave right after starting the job did seem rather inappropriate. Seeing Erika's hesitant appearance, Ryuga pondered for 2 seconds before asking. Tosaka Rin, what kind of trouble has she encountered? I heard that a Holy Grail war is about to begin on her side, and her father wants to adopt out her younger sister in advance. Erika immediately answered. Holy Grail war. Ryuga was slightly stunned, suddenly thinking of something. In the Holy Grail war of the Type Moon world, the most crucial step was summoning servants. According to the setting he understood, the main bodies of heroic spirits should be located in the throne of heroes outside the world, existing as boundary record belts. Summoning servants meant calling heroic spirits from outside the world in the form of avatars, granting them corresponding classes, forming corresponding spirit cores, and then using the magical power provided by the Greater Grail to manifest them in the world. From the overall process, aside from minor differences between magical power and divine power, spirit cores and divine cores, the ritual for summoning servants and the ritual for summoning gods had remarkably high similarity. The realm of immortality and boundary record belts were both located outside the world, and the divine core avatars worn by heretic gods had similarities with class settings. And if he could obtain servant summoning techniques, didn't that mean he could modify them slightly and use them to summon gods as well? Thinking of this point, Ryuga immediately gave his answer. There's no need for leave. Yes. Hearing him say this, Erika thought Ryuga was rejecting her request. After sighing in her heart, she was preparing to send a message to Tosaka Rin with her apologies. But unexpectedly, Ryuga's next sentence completely turned things around. Leave Tosaka Rin's problem to me when the time comes. What? Lord Ryuga, you're actually planning to go personally? Erika immediately showed a delighted expression. So Ryuga wasn't trying to refuse earlier? According to Rin's account, the power levels she's encountered aren't that high, and shouldn't require your personal intervention yet. After her delight, Erika reminded him. With Rin's father's strength, first-tier power should be enough to solve the problem. Don't underestimate that world, especially during the Holy Grail War period. Even your current strength might not be safe. Ryuga shook his head, then added another sentence. I'm also interested in the powers of that world, so it's perfect to make a trip there. That's wonderful. If Rin knew this news, she'd definitely be too excited to sleep. Not expecting the problem to be solved so perfectly, Erika felt relieved while being somewhat happy for Rin. With this big shot providing escort, what was there to fear? To be continued. Chapter 37, Chapter 037, Sakura's Adoption, Young Rin's Resistance. Seeing Ryuga's agreement, Erika immediately announced this good news in the group. Madoka, congratulations, Rin-ne. Kane, with Lord Ryuga there's nothing to worry about. Tosaka Rin, Wivyuwu, suddenly I feel the joy of being chosen by a god. Tosaka Rin, although, Lord Ryuga is pretty much like a god now anyway. Tosaka Rin, Thank you, Lord Ryuga. To repay you, Erika will do anything. Erika. Kane. Madoka. Tosaka Rin, I will do anything. Tosaka Rin, and also, thanks to Erika. Erika, Rin. Being tsundere has no future. Erika, snicker.jpg. Tosaka Rin, you're the tsundere. Your whole family is tsundere. Watching the cheerful atmosphere in the group, Kane's eyes showed some envy. If her side could also get Lord Ryuga's help. Wait, thinking like this was too greedy. Lord Ryuga had already provided the optimized breathing technique. She just needed to save up points for a while longer, purchase and master it, and then she could end this era full of demons with her own hands. It would just be slower, more dangerous, less efficient, and she might not be able to find Musen Kibutsuji. Thinking about it, wouldn't clinging to someone powerful's coattails still be better? After thinking it over, Kane really wanted to give up trying hard. Unfortunately, her side didn't have the same opportunity as Erika, no way to swear loyalty. She couldn't compare to Tosaka Rin in intelligence or to Erika in strength. To win Lord Ryuga's attention, there didn't seem to be any other good methods. Thinking this, her gaze unconsciously turned toward her sister Shinobu Koko and adopted sister Kaneo. Setting aside personality, both sisters were quite excellent in appearance. If only Lord Ryuga needed maids. In the end, too embarrassed to speak up, Kane could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, in the Type Moon world, Tosaka Rin, having received Ryuga's promise, jumped directly out of bed in excitement. Excellent! With Lord Ryuga here, Sakura's situation is definitely no problem. If Erika intervening could be called a sure thing with only a small chance of failure, then Ryuga intervening was completely secure. Sakura! Listen to me, I have good news to tell. With her heart completely at ease, Rin didn't even have time to change out of her pajamas before rushing out of her room and bursting into her sister Tosaka Sakura's room. To avoid letting little Sakura get excited for nothing, Tosaka Rin hadn't revealed her thoughts to anyone before. Only now, confirming that Ryuga would help, did she plan to tell her sister this good news. But what she didn't expect was that after bursting through the door, she didn't see Sakura. Mother! She only saw a somewhat empty room and her mother, Tosaka Aoi, with a sorrowful expression, packing various ornaments with a suitcase. The suitcase in Tosaka Aoi's hands contained Sakura's commonly used personal items, including dresses and toys, all neatly sorted and organized. Sakura's room, which had once belonged to her, now looked quite plain, as if all traces of her sister were being locked away. Noticing this, Tosaka Rin's heart sank with a bad premonition. Mother, what's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a few more days? Tosaka Rin had been keeping the adoption date that her father had negotiated with the Matov family constantly in mind. It clearly wasn't supposed to be that day yet. It's Rin. Looking up at her eldest daughter, Tosaka Aoi forced herself to perk up and show a strained smile. The Matov family head suddenly said he wanted to advance the adoption so that Sakura could inherit his family's magic. I don't really understand the specifics, but Tokiomi seemed very pleased and directly agreed to the Matov family head's request. I'm afraid today, Sakura will have to go live with the Matov family. Saying this, Tosaka Aoi suddenly realized her emotions were too low, and to avoid making Rin sad, she immediately changed her tone. Rin, don't worry. The Matov family is also a prestigious magic family in our Fuyuki city. Sakura is going there to be an heir, so she definitely won't be bullied. Rest assured. Speaking toward the end, Tosaka Aoi repeated this several times in a murmur, not knowing whether she was comforting Rin or herself. With Rin's perceptiveness, she naturally saw that her mother was also sad, but she couldn't spare attention for that now. Her sister was more important. Today's adoption means little Sakura hasn't left yet. She grasped the key point and asked. This actually wasn't really a question since Tosaka Aoi was still packing luggage, Sakura naturally hadn't left yet. It was just that concern made her confused, and even though she'd thought of this, Tosaka Rin still felt more at ease confirming it. Tosaka Aoi nodded. It's still early. The Mata family head hasn't arrived yet. I'm just preparing in advance. Where is Sakura now? Downstairs. Tokiomi is teaching her the etiquette of magicians. After Tosaka Aoi answered, she looked at her eldest daughter again. If you want to see Sakura, go now. Got it. Rin turned and ran outside. When she reached the doorway, she suddenly thought of something and stopped to look back at her mother. Isn't mother going to see Sakura? They would continue living in the same city afterward, so this naturally couldn't count as a final meeting, but the significance was still special. No need. Tosaka Aoi's eyes dimmed as she shook her head. Whether she didn't dare face her daughter's eyes or her own heart was unclear. Then, Mother, if I successfully stop father from letting little Sakura be adopted, could Sakura still stay in our home? After hesitating for several seconds, Tosaka Rin asked tentatively. Stop Tokiomi. Hearing this, Tosaka Aoi was immediately stunned, then shook her head. Of course not. Tokiomi said that with Sakura's qualifications, the best future for her would be to become another magic family's heir. I know you can't bear to part with Sakura, but Mom and Dad are also doing this for Sakura's good. You absolutely mustn't do anything foolish. Her reason for being willing to give up little Sakura was simple: it was for Sakura's good. So mother thinks the same way. Young Rin lowered her head, her eyes covered by shadows. Rin. Before Tosaka Aoi could say anything more, she ran directly downstairs. The first thing she saw was her sister standing in the middle of the living room with her head hanging low. To be continued. Chapter 38, Chapter 038, The Sisters' Bond, the Mata family's basic integrity. Rin, why are you being so rash? How unseemly! A gentle but slightly reproachful middle-aged man's voice sounded. Seeing his daughter who had run out still in pajamas, Tosaka Tokiomi shook his head. As the future heir of the Tosaka family, you should remember to maintain elegance at all times. Yes, father. Faced with an elder's authority, young Rin naturally didn't dare disobey. But she also clearly noticed that when Tosaka Tokiomi mentioned the future heir of the Tosaka family, her sister beside them lowered her head even more. As sisters, one was the future heir of the Tosaka family, while the other was a burden to be sent away. For young children, such a contrast was too cruel. After noticing this, Rin gathered her courage and spoke up. Father, can't you not send Sakura away? Although she already had Ryuga as insurance, she still wanted to try one last time to change her father's mind. As the Tosaka family heir, she wasn't unaware of the reasons why little Sakura had to be adopted out. For individuals with extremely high magical aptitude and talent, if they didn't receive timely help from magical inheritance, they could very likely encounter extremely dangerous magical disasters. She and her sister Sakura happened to be individuals with extremely high magical aptitude. The Tosaka family's inheritance could only protect one person. In that case, adopting one out was the most suitable choice. Considering this point, Tosaka Tokiomi's decision was also to protect Sakura's safety. But compared to separating from her sister and sending her to a magic family of unknown circumstances, Rin felt another approach might be better. I can inherit the Tosaka family's crest together with little Sakura. I've looked it up. If we each take half, there won't be any problems. So, can't you let Sakura stay? Hearing Tosaka Rin's words and seeing this sister fighting so hard for her, Sakura, who had been looking down at the ground, raised her head in surprise. Then, together with her sister, she cast expectant gazes toward their father. Hearing Tosaka Rin's suggestion and facing both daughters' expectant eyes, Tosaka Tokiomi wasn't angry. Instead, he showed a slight smile. Seeing you sisters have such a good relationship makes me very happy as a father. Hearing this, Rin and Sakura exchanged glances, both showing some excitement in their eyes. Could it be that father was going to be persuaded? But before they could be happy for 2 seconds, Tosaka Tokiomi's tone shifted. However, Sakura's matter has already been decided and cannot be changed. One sentence sent both daughters' moods plummeting from heaven to hell. Tosaka Tokiomi seemed to notice this as well, so he shook his head somewhat helplessly and explained. Setting aside that the Tosaka family's crest accumulated over generations cannot possibly be split, that would be a defilement of family history. Even without considering this point, Rin, you need to learn to think from Sakura's perspective. Ah! Hearing Tosaka Tokiomi say this, Tosaka Rin was momentarily stunned. Thinking about Sakura, so adopt her out, are you sure? Don't focus on the present, look to the future. Seeing his daughter's dazed expression, Tosaka Tokiomi shook his head. With your qualifications, you will certainly surpass me in the future and become the Tosaka family's most outstanding heir. Your future can be said to be brilliant and colorful, even possibly approaching our magician's long-cherished wish, approaching the root. When mentioning the root, Tosaka Tokiomi's expression was infinitely longing. Under these circumstances, would you be willing to see Sakura waste such precious qualifications and just fade into obscurity like this? The Matu family is also a prestigious magical family. In terms of foundation, they're even stronger than our Tosaka family. If Sakura can become the Matu family's heir, then she too will embark on the magical path and pursue the root, just like you. So don't worry about Sakura's future. Only by going to the Matu family can her talent be maximized. Even for her sake, you cannot deprive her of the right to pursue happiness. Tosaka Rin almost felt somewhat dazed for a moment. What was going on? This tone made it sound like she was the villain. After taking a deep breath, she looked at her father's face. Unlike Tosaka Aoi's expression, although Tosaka Tokiomi's face showed some reluctance, it was filled more with anticipation. He genuinely believed that sending Sakura away was the way to bring her happiness. In Tosaka Tokiomi's concept, being able to embark on the magical path and pursue the root was the greatest happiness for a magician. He was making plans for Sakura's future. On this point, she couldn't persuade her father. Keenly realizing this, Tosaka Rin didn't give up but continued questioning. What if the Matu family are all bad people? What if they don't like little Sakura and treat her poorly? Sending such a young child over, wasn't this worth worrying about? To this question, Tosaka Tokiomi gave a confident answer. Rest assured. Absolutely not. Sakura's qualifications are precious enough that even clock tower lords might be moved. As long as the Matu family still has basic reverence for the magical path, as long as they still possess basic magician integrity, they absolutely will not mistreat such an outstanding heir. On this point, you can completely rest assured. Tosaka Tokiomi held extremely high respect for the Matu family, this magical prestigious family with hundreds of years of inheritance. It was precisely because he knew the Matu family inside and out, at least he thought he did, that he wanted to entrust his daughter to this trustworthy magical prestigious family. Rin fell completely silent. At this moment, she had deeply realized one thing. That is, regardless of whether she could sabotage this adoption, her father and mother would never give up the idea of adopting little Sakura out. Sister. Sakura suddenly made a quiet call. Rin immediately looked over and saw Sakura silently shaking her head. I'm fine, she said in an extremely low voice. Rin's gaze moved down and saw Sakura's slightly trembling fingers. Looking so scared, did that seem like being fine? It's okay, trust your sister. She immediately grasped Sakura's hand in return, giving her sister confidence. I will definitely be able to solve this. Hearing Rin's determined tone and resolute attitude, Sakura suddenly felt a warm current surge in her heart. Even if she had been abandoned by her parents, her sister still hadn't abandoned her. Like grasping the last lifeline, she also firmly grasped Rin's palm. Just then, she heard her sister's extremely quiet murmur. Even if I can't solve it, Lord Ryuga definitely has no problem. Lord Ryuga, who was that? As a small question arose in Sakura's mind, Tosaka-rin had already called for help in the chat group. Tosaka-rin, Wivu, Lord Ryuga, save this child. After spending so much time in the group, she had learned to act cute and ask for help with a straight face. Sakura at this moment certainly couldn't imagine what this sister with such a solemn and determined expression was actually doing right now. To be continued. Chapter 39, Chapter 039, The King of Swords attacks, the great filial daughter Tosaka-rin. In the chat group, after listening to Tosaka-rin explain her family's situation, everyone fell silent for dozens of seconds before digesting and absorbing the information. Madoka, such a complicated family situation. Madoka, I can't figure out what to do. Young Madoka couldn't handle such a complex situation. Even though it was Tosaka Tokiomi who wanted to send his daughter away, his original intention was completely for the child's future. Considering that the worldview of mages and ordinary people were indeed vastly different, Tosaka Tokiomi might truly want to give his child the greatest happiness he could comprehend. But the result of doing this would be the separation of the sisters. Never mind finding a solution to the problem, she didn't even know who was in the right. As Tosaka Tokiomi said, would it be right to deprive Sakura of the chance to inherit and embark on the path of magic? Kane, it's indeed a bit troublesome. Kane, setting aside right and wrong, under this kind of mindset, even if we stop it once, Sakura will still be sent away a second time. Tosaka-rin, yes, that's currently the biggest problem. Erika, your magic families really have so many rules. Erika, on our side, it's basically free-range upbringing. Tosaka-rin, envious. Tosaka-rin, so, does everyone have any good suggestions? Brainstorming with everyone was better than thinking alone. After asking the question, Rin unconsciously cast expectant eyes toward Ryuga's avatar. At this time, not disappointing her, Ryuga finally spoke up. Ryuga, what are your own thoughts? Having long understood the intelligence about the Tosaka family, Ryuga vaguely sensed that Tosaka-rin seemed to already have her own plan after hearing her repeat it. Tosaka-rin, I want to ask Ryuga-sama to help judge whether the Matu family is reliable or not. Facing Ryuga's inquiry, Tosaka-rin immediately voiced her thoughts. Unlike Tosaka Tokiomi, who blindly trusted the Matu family, she held basic wariness toward this unfamiliar magic family. Mages' ethical concepts differed from ordinary people, it was best to understand clearly first. Tosaka-rin, if they're unreliable, we definitely can't choose this family. Erika, what if they are reliable? Erika, are you planning to compromise then? Erika's expression showed some confusion and strangeness. From her understanding, Rin wasn't the type to compromise so easily. If she were willing to compromise, she wouldn't have asked for help so many times for her sister's sake. However, what surprised her was, Tosaka-rin, there's no choice. Father's mindset is almost impossible to change. Madoka, that's true. Madoka, but this can't be blamed on Rin-Nisan. Madoka, also being a child, could understand Tosaka-rin's difficulties well, so she quickly offered comfort. However, Tosaka-rin didn't need her comfort, because Tosaka-rin, so, if the Matu family is trustworthy, then I'll personally be adopted over there myself, letting Sakura stay at home. Tosaka-rin, Sakura's personality is too gentle, she's easy to bully. Tosaka-rin, I'm different, not to mention you're all here. Anyway, with my qualifications, I can also become a qualified heir. In the living room, glancing at her sister holding hands with her, young Rin bit her lip and said these words. This was also the optimal solution she could think of currently. If someone had to be adopted out, then she was willing to replace her sister. Upon hearing this, Everyone was somewhat shocked. Madoka, Rin-ni-san is so cool. This kind of self-sacrificing behavior earned Madoka's strong admiration. Kane, willing to choose to sacrifice yourself, Rin really is a good big sister. As a fellow older sister, Kane could understand Rin's feelings well. Erika, I have to admit, that statement has half my bearing. Erika, however, have you considered what to do if your father doesn't agree to the exchange? Erika, although your qualifications are sufficient, magic also requires compatibility, right? If the attributes don't match, it should also have considerable impact on future achievements. Compared to the other two, Erika's considerations were undoubtedly more realistic. And Tosaka Rin had already considered this point. Tosaka Rin, my attributes are more suitable for inheriting the Tosaka family legacy. Father definitely won't agree. Madoka, then what should we do? Tosaka Rin, this depends on Ryuga-sama. Tosaka Rin, if Ryuga-sama is willing to come over and give father a good beating, with Ryuga-sama's overwhelming advantage, father will definitely be willing to change his mind. With a little devil-like smile at the corner of her mouth, young Rin voiced an incredibly simple and direct scheme. Erika. Kane. Madoka. Erika, great filial piety, everyone. You're truly a filial daughter. Madoka, I also think this is a bit too simple and brutal. Madoka, directly attacking your own father isn't very good, right? For a good child like Madoka, Tosaka Rin's proposal was somewhat too unexpected. Kane, for the sake of my sister's safety, it's not incomprehensible. Kane, after all, Rin has made such a big sacrifice. Her father only getting beaten up once should be relatively cost-effective, right? Tosaka Rin. Tosaka Rin, as long as father doesn't find out, it's not a problem. The success rate just wasn't high, and Sakura's future had to be considered too. Otherwise, Tosaka Rin would prefer to ask Ryuga to beat up her father and make him give up the idea of adopting his daughter out. Seeing that Tosaka Rin's plan was generally complete, Ryuga suddenly glanced toward the Mediterranean direction and didn't raise any objections. Ryuga, we can act according to your plan for now. Ryuga, how much longer do you need to wait on your end? Tosaka Rin, I asked, the Mato family people will arrive in about half an hour. Ryuga, good, I happen to have a small problem to solve on my end too. Ryuga, I'll come over after resolving it. Tosaka Rin, okay. After nodding like a pecking chick in agreement, Rin and the other chat group members all showed puzzled expressions. Madoka, did Big Brother encounter some trouble? Kane, the small problem Ryuga-sama mentioned, it won't be another deity descending, will it? Kane, at Erika. The reminded Erika looked completely confused. Erika, I don't know. Erika, we're currently at the Magic Association headquarters. What kind of problem could there be? Speaking of which, Erika directly started a live stream, letting everyone see where she and Ryuga were located. Then she looked up at Ryuga questioningly. Ryuga-sama, the small problem you mentioned is... Before the question was finished, Erika's phone rang. It was from an association member responsible for foreign relations. As soon as the call connected, she heard the other party's very urgent tone. Miss Erika, this is terrible. Stay calm. With the king here, what could be so panic-inducing? Erika's tone was steady. The King of Swords. The King of Swords has returned. The association member's voice seemed to carry a trace of despair. Sir Andre just sent an emergency communication saying the King of Swords heard the king was here and ran over directly wanting to duel with the king. Ah! Erika was stunned for 2 seconds, then rubbed her forehead slightly. So it's this idiot. There was no descent of a heretic god this time, what came was a campione. To be continued. Chapter 40, Chapter 040, Underground Prison, Test Subject. The King of Swords, Salvatore Doni. As the commander of Southern European magic associations, his reputation in the magic world was quite high. However, unlike Marquis Vauban, who was famous for ruling through brutality, he was famous because he caused too much trouble. Even among the disaster-level Campiones, he belonged to the type with very distinctive personal characteristics, like a husky. If Marquis Vauban used the blood and tears of the magic world's people to build the majesty of Campiones, then the King of Swords belonged to the type that lowered Campione's reputation. Initially, part of why Erica looked down on Campiones, thinking they were all idiots she could replace, was largely because of the King of Swords. Anyone who had close contact with this guy would find it hard to feel any respect for him. Although I already guessed this situation would occur, wasn't Sir Andre with him? Didn't he stop the King of Swords? Erica asked a few more questions. Andre was a Grand Knight, and also the King of Swords' butler and close friend. With him there, this kind of problem shouldn't have occurred. Sir Andre said his interception failed. The King of Swords jumped off the plane while he wasn't paying attention. The Magic Association member's tone was shocked and speechless. Even with a Campione's authority preventing injury from this, normal people wouldn't think of suddenly jumping off a plane. All right. Erica shook her head. Even if Andre was a Grand Knight, he couldn't jump off a plane together. Where did the King of Swords jump down? In the sea area 5 kilometers from Fiumicino Airport. The King of Swords jumped 10 minutes ago. According to Sir Andre's estimate, he should be in the Roman waters, heading straight toward us. The association member immediately provided all intelligence. While the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, probably only this kind of thick-skinned Campione could actually walk in a straight line. After asking for intelligence, Erica pondered for 2 seconds. With the King of Swords' speed, he should have reached the beach by now. Immediately evacuate civilians near the airport and implement control over all coastal beaches. Report immediately upon capturing the King of Swords figure. After giving instructions, she looked up at Ryuga. Remembering what Ryuga had said before the association member's report, Erica's expression showed some disbelief. Ryuga-sama, the small trouble you mentioned just now, could it be referring to the King of Swords? Ryuga nodded. Madoka, does Big Brother count as prophetic? Not really, just detecting abnormal aura in advance. Ryuga shook his head. Although he indeed knew some divination and future predicting magic, these magics didn't have much effect on him, so he hadn't studied them deeply. The reason he could detect the King of Swords Doni's trail in advance was just passive aura detection. Madoka, I see. Tosaka-rin, I checked, the place where Ryuga-sama is now is at least 25 kilometers from Fiumicino Airport. Tosaka-rin, that means Ryuga-sama detected movement 25 kilometers away in advance. Wasn't this perception range a bit too ridiculous? Kane, by now, this kind of thing isn't worth being surprised about. Kane, after all, for Ryuga-sama, even Campione-level existences can only be considered small troubles. Tosaka-rin, that's true. Watching the chat group members' worldviews becoming increasingly skewed, Erica, as one of them, didn't find it strange. With the King of Swords style, once he wants to duel, it's very hard to get rid of him. My lord, what are your plans? After reminding him, Erica inquired. Of course, go meet him. Ryuga gave his answer without hesitation. At this time, Erica noticed that Ryuga's gaze seemed to carry some anticipation. Could it be that Ryuga-sama was also the type who was enthusiastic about battle? Suppressing this doubt, Erica asked about support work on her end. Are you going to fight the King of Swords? Do you need to prepare a venue in advance? No need. Ryuga shook his head, then added a sentence. But you can prepare an underground prison, make it sturdy enough, with strength sufficient to imprison ordinary phantom beasts. Yes. Erica immediately acknowledged the order, then realized something. My lord, may I ask what you plan to use this underground prison for? For the test subject, of course. Ryuga said in a matter-of-fact tone. Test subjects with divine nature aren't many. It's rare to have one deliver itself, naturally can't miss this opportunity. Without needing to ask, it was clear that the test subject Ryuga mentioned was this foolish King of Swords who had delivered himself. I understand. Erika suppressed her internal urge to complain and nodded vigorously. So the anticipatory look Ryuga had earlier wasn't anticipating battle, but anticipating the test subject. After Erika relayed Ryuga's orders, Ryuga directly traced a Mercury symbol with his hand. A spatial door immediately opened before him. On the other side of the spatial door was the beach that Erika was very familiar with. If one looked carefully, they could see a human head bobbing with the waves in the nearby sea, appearing and disappearing. That's the King of Swords. The enhanced Erika keenly discovered the other party. At the same time, in the sea waves, the blonde man dragging heavy steps toward the beach also suddenly looked up. Those incredibly sharp eyes directly penetrated through the spatial door, passed over Erika, and locked firmly onto Ryuga. In terms of battle instinct, this King of Swords seemed terrifyingly strong. To be continued. Chapter 41, Chapter 041, Research Results, Mythological Formula. Yo! My dear friend, I didn't expect you to come meet me personally, how touching. After Ryuga and Erika arrived at the beach, the King of Swords Doni, who had walked along the seabed all the way up, greeted Ryuga with an extremely enthusiastic and cheerful tone. Looking at this Campione's appearance, even Erika, who knew this husky's true nature, found it hard to watch, let alone the chat group members who thought Campiones should have inherent presence. Tosaka-rin, this. Madoka, no offense intended, but is this person with a whole strand of seaweed hanging from his head really a Campione? Tosaka-rin, yeah, didn't Erika always say Campiones were kings and overlords? Tosaka-rin, the title sounds impressive, King of Swords and all, why does he look like a homeless person? They didn't doubt the King of Swords' identity. Anyone who could walk from the ocean floor to the shore, rather than swim to shore, clearly wasn't ordinary. It was just that this guy's image was too poor. Soaking wet all over, with seaweed and shellfish tangled on his clothes, except for a narrow box behind him being well protected, everything else looked no different from a homeless person. Erika, don't doubt your eyes. This guy has always been like this. Erika, once called a weirdo who excels only in swordsmanship while everything else is a complete mess. Hearing Erika's explanation, everyone could understand it as geniuses often having quirks. However, besides his appearance, they had another question. Wait. Isn't this King of Swords meeting Ryuga-sama for the first time? Why is he calling Ryuga-sama his dear friend? They all knew Ryuga was from another world and couldn't possibly know Doni. Even if they met during yesterday's cut-off livestream, it was unlikely they became close friends. Under these circumstances, what did the King of Swords address mean? Tosaka-rin, could it be mental problems? Rin made a quite bold guess. Could mentally ill people also become Campiones? This topic actually had research value. There were quite a few mentally abnormal people among Campiones. Erika, although I've never seen the King of Swords be so enthusiastic toward others, this should just be a personality issue, right? Erika, as for mental illness, probably not. Recalling the King of Swords' various bizarre operations, Erika couldn't guarantee it. Salvatore-sama, what is your purpose in coming here? Despite already knowing the other party's purpose, Erika still conducted a managerial inquiry. Oh. You're that who, right, Dahlia? I have an impression of you. Seeing Erika, Doni scratched his head, looked at her with some surprise, but still focused his attention on Ryuga. My purpose in coming is simple, I'm sure my dear friend already knows. He showed a smile that was either honest or full of foolishness. Hearing this, Erika's mouth twitched. If you can't remember the name, don't make one up on the spot. I can introduce myself again, I am Ryuga-sama's chief knight, Erika Blandelli of the Copper Black Cross. By the way, Ryuga-sama doesn't have you as a friend. Originally, Doni didn't pay much attention to Erika's name, but after hearing she was Ryuga's knight, he immediately took notice. Facing Erika's questioning, he had his own theory. After knowing my thoughts, not only did he not avoid me but actively came toward me, this battle-loving style clearly shows he's my dear friend. After unilaterally declaring friendship, he restrained his eagerness and enthusiastically greeted Ryuga. Yo! New comrade, so your name is Ryuga. It sounds like the cult leader's name, seems like you're from the Far East. My name is Salvatore Doni, you can call me Doni or dear friend. Hearing the other party's greeting, Ryuga's gaze swept past Doni's back, noticing his hand was resting on the narrow case. Let's skip the pleasantries. Ryuga spoke directly. From your appearance, it seems you're planning to act now. If so, communication can be left for after the battle. At these words, the entire beach's atmosphere became tense. Doni's eyes lit up. Dear friend, do you mean you're willing to accept my challenge right now? Heaven knows, for a battle maniac like him, finding suitable opponents was harder than reaching the sky. Heretic gods were already rare, and other campiones each had strange personalities and unpredictable whereabouts. The only two he could find were either Marquis Vauban, who had a grudge against him, or cult leader Luo Hao, who he couldn't win against even if he tried his hardest. Neither was suitable as sparring partners. Originally, he just came to test the new comrade's fighting ability, but didn't expect the other party to have such a straightforward personality, it couldn't be more to his taste. Of course. Ryuga's answer didn't disappoint him. For efficiency's sake, the sooner I contain you, the better. Excellent. Doni immediately showed a delighted smile on his face. Although he didn't know what contain meant, it didn't matter, as long as they could have a good duel. So he couldn't wait to reach behind and take out a mass-produced regulation longsword from his case. Then I won't be polite, dear friend. Sensing from sight alone that Ryuga was extraordinary, he didn't decline and immediately activated his authority. Silver mysterious substance enveloped his wrist and longsword together, filling the entire battlefield with a sharp, murderous atmosphere. I swear here, I do not allow anything I cannot cut to exist. This sword is an invincible blade that can sever all things in the world. Along with the spirit words chanting, the authority usurped from the silver-armed god King Nuada bloomed with an amazing presence. Right from the start, Doni pulled out his trump card. Facing this momentum, Ryuga felt no tension whatsoever. Recalling the results he had obtained in the netherworld by using himself as a test subject to research divine nature, he quickly decided on his victory method. Perfect for testing the mythological formula I just successfully compiled. To be continued. Chapter 42, Chapter 042, Beginning? No, it's already over. Tosaka-rin, wow! Such a strong aura. Tosaka-rin, I can see Ryuga-sama fighting again. Seeing the tense battlefield, Tosaka-rin momentarily forgot about her sister's situation and focused on the battlefield before her. Kane, although I'm also looking forward to seeing this mythological level battle, since it's Ryuga-sama taking action, it feels like it won't last long. Madoka, yes. By now, facing mere Campione level opponents, everyone felt completely unworried about Ryuga. Ryuga's victory was inevitable, the only uncertainty was how quickly he'd win. Tosaka-rin, should we guess how many moves Ryuga-sama will need to decide the outcome? Tosaka-rin, let me say first, I bet one move. Madoka, then I can only bet 2 moves. Kane, I don't seem to have a choice, but I actually want to bet 1 move too. Having seen Ryuga instantly defeat Melkart, no matter how strong this King of Swords was, they didn't consider him much of an obstacle. While they chattered and discussed, Doni had already acted. He simply took a light step forward, then casually swung his sword down. Sharp silver light flashed, and in an instant, heaven and earth were displaced. Along the line extending from the sword tip, a huge canyon formed. The earth became ravines, the sea was also cut in half like jelly, massive tides poured down, massive amounts of sand fell toward the bottomless crevice, yet couldn't fill this gap. Looking from the sky, this single sword directly carved a huge scar into the earth. Seeing this scene, the group members suddenly fell silent. Tosaka-rin, one sword splitting ground and sea, this blonde seaweed head is actually this strong. Tosaka-rin, indeed, a campione is still a campione. The other members nodded in agreement. Kane, indeed divine level power. Madoka, so amazing. Tosaka-rin, however, I still maintain my opinion. To deal with him, one move from Ryuga-sama is enough. Tosaka-rin, if this King of Swords were my enemy, I'd definitely surrender immediately and say his power was too overpowered. Tosaka-rin, but if this King of Swords is Ryuga-sama's enemy, I can only say, young man, you need more practice. Madoka, pohaha, Rin-ne's comparison is so interesting. Kane thought about it and found it indeed true. Although shocked by the King of Swords' power to change landscapes with gestures, once knowing the opponent was Ryuga's enemy, it inevitably made one feel he wasn't that impressive. No help for it, before Ryuga, there didn't seem to be many who could be impressive. On the battlefield, Doni casually cut open earth and ocean. He did this not to display his power, but for another reason. Just watch from the side during my battle with my dear friend. He said this to Erika. He simply wanted to draw a dividing line to isolate battlefield interference. For ordinary mages or Erika at her original Great Knight level, this move might be useful. But facing the current Erika. What did you say? The Hermes boots under her feet flashed with light, and the Night Maiden directly teleported behind Ryuga, looking at the King of Swords with unfriendly eyes. If my lord commands it, I'll naturally withdraw from the battlefield. But if my lord hasn't ordered it, you alone cannot block my lord's grace. It seems you've become much stronger too. Doni ignored Erika's words, looking at her with considerable amazement. Then he gave up on driving Erika away and shifted his gaze to Ryuga. As a senior, I can let you attack first. Clearly, his perspective was the same as almost everyone in the magic world, they all thought Ryuga was just an ordinary new campione. Generally speaking, due to differences in authority numbers and experience, people generally believed older campiones were stronger. As a battle maniac, though sensing Ryuga was extraordinary, he still wanted to yield the first move to see what kind of authority Ryuga had obtained. Anyway, he had steel protection, a powerful defensive authority. Ordinary authorities would find it hard to seriously injure him. Facing this request, Ryuga simply shook his head slowly. No need. Because I'm already prepared. As his words fell, a Buddha-like light wheel appeared behind Ryuga. Various Persian characters were written on the light wheel, inscribed with various incarnation symbols. Soon, these mysterious symbols merged together, forming an orange-red longsword. This orange-red longsword seemed intelligent, automatically floating and circling around Ryuga's body. Mythological formula, Sword of Victory. Oh? You also use a sword? Seeing this orange lightsaber, Doni's eyes immediately lit up. Although he didn't know what effects it had, it didn't matter, cut first, ask questions later. Thinking this, he could no longer restrain himself and directly raised his sword. Then I'm starting. Taking a thrusting stance, having considerable attainments in swordsmanship, he planned to close distance directly to leverage his white blade combat advantage. However, facing the King of Swords who was full of fighting spirit, fully prepared, and seemed ready for a satisfying battle, Ryuga simply waved his hand casually, dispelling the thick orange-red longsword and restraining his own magical power. Just as Doni looked puzzled and couldn't help but question, suddenly he felt a strong powerlessness. Never mind raising his sword, he even lost the strength to stand. The curse power surging through his body also disappeared without response, like a stone sinking into the sea. Nearly falling to the ground, he barely managed to stay upright by supporting himself with his sword. This state was undoubtedly complete defeat, with no room for resistance. And at this moment, Ryuga's ethereal voice reached his ears. Begin? No, it's already over. Tosaka-rin, Madoka, and Kane's predictions were all wrong. Ryuga, who had successfully defeated the King of Swords, seemed to have used not even one move. Seeing this scene, everyone including Erika was stunned. How was this possible? To be continued. Chapter 43, Chapter 043, Creating Deities, Weaving Divine Authorities. Madoka. Tosaka-rin. Kane. Erika. Madoka, what happened? Why did the opponent suddenly collapse to the ground? Kane, same question. What did Ryuga-sama just do? Rin, did you see clearly? Tosaka-rin, no, I didn't see anything. Tosaka-rin, could it be that the speed was too fast? Erika, did you see anything? Faced with this incomprehensible scene, everyone was stunned. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand how this battle had ended. Even though Ryuga had previously defeated the divine beast boar in an instant, at least there were basic attack movements then, allowing them to guess at Ryuga's method of victory. But now, they saw nothing at all. Tosaka-rin suspected that Ryuga had used Godspeed techniques, so fast that they couldn't form an impression in human eyes before the battle was already over. If that were the case, Erika, who was now at the peak of the second tier, should have been able to catch some movement, right? However, faced with everyone's inquiries, Erika also shook her head with a bewildered expression. Erika, no, I didn't see anything either. As she spoke, she incredulously took a step forward to observe Doni's condition. Erika, no injuries whatsoever. Apart from being powerless, there are no traces of combat. After summarizing this information, she reached an extremely incredible conclusion. Erika, could it be that Ryuga-sama actually didn't attack? Such a conclusion was obviously too difficult to understand. Madoka, if he didn't attack, how could he still defeat the enemy? Kane, I don't understand, completely don't understand. This level of battle was far beyond their worldview. Not just them, even the Sword King himself couldn't understand it at all. What's going on? What did you just do? Unable to stand up, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground, then looked at Ryuga with bewilderment and disbelief. Not only the girls in the chat group, even Doni himself didn't understand why he had inexplicably been defeated. Clearly, the cursed power in his body was still there, but it just wouldn't obey commands, and even his authorities had fallen asleep. I just tried out mythical techniques a little. Facing the defeated Sword King, Ryuga was quite patient, casually answering his question. As for whether the other party could understand, that wasn't his concern. Mythical techniques, what are those? As expected, Doni, being a magic idiot, was completely confused. Only the members of the chat group had some impression. Tosaka-rin, I think I've heard this name before. Tosaka-rin, right. When Ryuga-sama returned from the netherworld, he seemed to have released related products. Tosaka-rin, found it. Fundamentals of Mythical Technique Construction, price, 1 million. Seeing this price, she was shocked again. Truly worthy of something produced by Ryuga-sama, its preciousness always exceeded ordinary imagination. Madoka, is this another new power developed by Ryuga nii? Kane, suddenly it makes sense. Madoka, but I'm still curious why it's so powerful. Faced with everyone's questions, whether Doni's or Madoka's, Ryuga didn't mind explaining. After all, to him, this knowledge was just basic problems he had already overcome, nothing significant. Far from being possessive of his knowledge, if someone could truly understand this knowledge and apply it, he would be even happier, because it would mean someone could keep up with his thinking and become a qualified assistant. Knowledge should circulate and be shared. The meaning behind this statement is actually that when knowledge circulates and is shared to the maximum extent, it can spark more creativity and unleash greater efficiency and productivity. Mythical techniques are special techniques that use divine authority as the core, based on mythological foundations, with power generally exceeding equivalent conceptual spiritual equipment techniques. The core principle is actually very simple. It's merely utilizing the natural enhancement gained when driving related techniques with divine authority. Ryuga summarized concisely. For example, the technique Hermes boots that Erica currently uses can at most reach sanctuary level effects, and even with Campione level cursed power, it cannot break through this limitation. But if Erica became a Campione and happened to slay Hermes himself, possessing his divine authority, then, even if the divine authority she usurped only related to deception and had nothing to do with the concept of patron god of travelers, she could easily elevate the Hermes boots technique to divine realm level. The reason is simple: without divine authority, she needs to draw power from the mythological foundation to use this technique. With divine authority, she's different. She can directly draw power from her own divine authority. Without a middleman taking a cut, the technique's power naturally differs greatly. The fundamental difference between mythical techniques and conceptual spiritual equipment techniques is actually just in the driving force of divine authority. Ryuga shook his head, obviously not thinking there was much worth discussing about this technique. After understanding the underlying principles, one only needs to detect the boundary range of divine authority's influence to be able to use existing divine authority to upgrade original conceptual spiritual equipment to conceptual divine equipment, or mythical techniques. This time, Ryuga's explanation was quite accessible. Although Madoka and Kane were still somewhat confused, both Erika and Tosaka Rin understood about 70 to 80%. Though not thoroughly, they roughly grasped the underlying principles. In the Type Moon world, the twin-tailed young girl shook her head and showed a look of realization. Tosaka Rin, no wonder this fundamentals of mythical technique construction only costs 10,000 more than the conceptual spiritual equipment construction guide. Looking at it alone, a price of 1 million might seem like a lot, but compared to conceptual spiritual equipment, the problem quickly becomes apparent. Mythical techniques could be said to be a complete upgrade of conceptual spiritual equipment. If they were truly superior replacements, the price should be at least 9.99 million. Tosaka Rin, if I'm not mistaken, mythical techniques can currently only be used by special existences like deities and Campione, right? Others can't use them. Seeing this speculation, Ryuga nodded approvingly. Ryuga, correct. Currently, this technique can temporarily only weave corresponding mythical techniques under the premise of possessing divine authority. Ryuga, unless the problem of weaving divine authority can be solved, it's impossible to lower this technique's universality to the level of conceptual spiritual equipment. Conceptual spiritual equipment is a technique anyone can learn immediately, but mythical techniques can't reach this level at best. They can only enhance divine authority holders' mastery of their own power. Even for Ryuga now, divine authority remains a black box containing no small secrets. Hearing Ryuga's statement, others might think Ryuga was just being modest, but Tosaka Rin caught a shocking possibility from Ryuga's tone. Tosaka Rin, temporarily. Tosaka Rin, though I think it's unlikely, I still want to ask. Tosaka Rin, Ryuga-sama, you're not actually planning to research methods for weaving divine authority from nothing, are you? This would be equivalent to creating deities from nothing. The prestige of slaying gods was already exaggerated enough, and what's more exaggerated than that is creating deities. The former merely borrows divine power, while the latter is the creator of deities. The two absolutely cannot be compared. Hearing Tosaka Rin's question, the others in the group were also stunned. They had never even considered this possibility. Deities are such existences something humans can create? No matter how powerful Ryuga is, isn't this idea a bit too crazy? However, faced with this question, Ryuga just calmly shook his head. Ryuga, weaving divine authority is not the same as creating deities from nothing. Ryuga, but even so, what if we create deities from nothing? Ryuga, deities are born from mythology, mythology is born from humans from the very beginning, humans have had the ability to create deities. Ryuga, since the basic principles are feasible, what remains is only the question of achieving the means. After reading Ryuga's words, everyone in the group was shocked again. Clearly such a crazy idea, why did it become irrefutable when he said it? Things they dared not even imagine seemed like inevitably successful paths in Ryuga's eyes. Tosaka-rin, this is the worldview of a big shot, truly worthy of you. Kane, though I didn't understand much, I roughly get it. In short, Ryuga-sama is incredibly amazing. Erika, a refined summary. To be continued. Chapter 44, Chapter 044, Tyrant's Halo, Sovereign's Divine Light. After listening to Ryuga's explanation, some people not only roughly understood the principles but also vaguely guessed Ryuga's future plans. Others, however, still looked completely bewildered. For those with zero foundation, this explanation was still no different from listening to gibberish. My friend. I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't understand a single word. Doni politely raised his hand. Actually, he didn't need to speak. Looking at his bewildered expression, one could tell that there was no need to ask what he didn't understand, he understood nothing at all. Principles, mythology, I don't really understand any of it. After stating his thoughts with utmost honesty, Doni stared intently at Ryuga and asked the question he cared about most. I just want to know, what exactly is that sword? Why did I lose before I could even move? Hearing this question, the members of the chat group also became curious. Tosaka-rin, right? Though we know mythical techniques are powerful, what exactly was that technique with such terrifying effects? Tosaka-rin, Ryuga-sama didn't even exert force, yet the opponent collapsed. Campioni are also existences capable of utilizing divine authority. Although their method of utilization is incomparable to divine authority techniques, they're both powers operating based on divine authority. There shouldn't be such a huge difference, right? You mean this? Hearing Doni's question, Ryuga slightly raised his hand, and an orange-red light sword immediately appeared in his palm. This is an autonomous driving technique I constructed with victory as its essence, reconstructing Varethragna's authority, then using his divine authority as the core. Naturally, as a sword of victory, its effect is to bestow defeat upon enemies. Victory and defeat are inherently two sides of the same coin. Of course, Zoroastrian doctrine emphasizes dualistic opposition rather than unity. Could you be more clear? Doni, who still didn't understand, awkwardly scratched his head. A simpler explanation is that this technique can directly detect the target's power and evaluate it. When the target meets specific conditions when they would inevitably be defeated in subsequent conflicts, it directly ignores the process and grants the enemy defeat's outcome in advance. Ryuga's explanation remained very patient. Overall, this technique is more suitable for bullying the weak, helping Ryuga quickly clear out those feeble mobs. For example, some campioni or heretic gods. If facing strong opponents or enemies who don't meet the criteria, this technique's effectiveness wouldn't be very significant. Hey! This time Doni understood. But he was unconvinced. You're saying that in this sword's judgment, I would definitely lose fighting you? Not even a 1% chance of victory. This is too arrogant. Even the Marquis Vauban or sect leader Luo Hao wouldn't dare claim they have 100% crushing advantage over him. Although he doesn't know what mythical techniques are, this sword before him is at most just an authority, yet it predetermined his defeat? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Though he currently can't move and is practically at anyone's mercy, he still refuses to accept it. He hasn't even successfully used his trump card authority yet. No matter what troublesome authority Ryuga possesses, once his wine god authority sacred intoxication activates, he can definitely pull the situation back to his advantage. Faced with this defiance, Ryuga had no interest in releasing him, then crushing him again with his authority to prove himself, nor did he plan to make this prisoner submit or anything. Explanations? Does a mere loser deserve them? Think whatever you want. I'm just introducing this technique. I have no interest in convincing anyone. After speaking in a quite calm tone, Ryuga shook his head. However, types like you who can't even handle wide area divine speed are destined to be defeated in the first stage judgment. All martial arts in the world, nothing unbreakable, only speed cannot be overcome. This applies to Campione as well. Before Ryuga, those unable to handle divine speed don't even qualify to enter the battlefield. Although Doni possesses martial arts intuition and can barely handle ordinary divine speed attacks. Under wide area offensive types like Thousand Lights, Thousand Swords, he has absolutely no chance of survival. Add to that the solar attribute authority having special effectiveness against Doni's most relied upon steel protection. Even without using the victory sword, he would be instantly killed with no possibility of survival. Doni opened his mouth wanting to refute. But looking at his current powerless state, he still reluctantly closed his mouth. No matter what, being instantly killed was a fact. Setting aside being instantly killed, he was still very interested in the judgment mentioned in Ryuga's words. So after several seconds of silence, he couldn't help but speak up. You mentioned the first stage earlier. Could it be that this so-called victory sword has other judgment conditions? Of course. Ryuga nodded matter-of-factly. Depending on the differences in other linked authorities, judgment conditions will also change, but the overall principle remains unchanged. Those unable to achieve victory will be stripped of even the qualification to fight. Currently, this technique is still named Victory Sword, Varagna. I wonder if, after linking more authorities, there might be a chance to upgrade it to Divine Light, Kavarina. As everyone knows, Varethragna's seventh incarnation, the Phoenix, is named Varagna, and in the Zoroastrian sacred text Avesta, this name represents the incarnation of divine light. It grants heroes and emperors the sovereign's divine light, giving them the power to defeat all darkness and evil. The source of all this divine light is the supreme good god Ahura Mazda. It is he who ordained the destiny that good must triumph over evil. As for this divine light, it is also called Kavarina in Avestan. When obtained by heroes and emperors, it's called Sovereign's divine light, but once seized by evil gods and demons, it becomes another name. Tyrant's divine light, or Tyrant's halo. To be continued. Chapter 45, Chapter 045, Entering the Type Moon World. No one present understood Ryuga's final words. Even Erika and Tosaka-rin didn't comprehend what these two titles represented. However, Ryuga didn't explain further. What needed to be said had been said. Other content was still too advanced for them. So. Swoosh. Ryuga casually sent several golden swords directly into Doni's chest and abdomen, performing a secondary seal on his internal authorities. Then he casually created blood-red chains, binding Doni's body thoroughly, completely silencing even his cursed power. Even a Campione's body absolutely cannot break free under these circumstances. Finally, he turned back to look at Erika. Send him to the underground prison. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Erika immediately nodded. Regarding Ryuga's plans, Erika naturally knew already and wasn't surprised, but as the one being bound, Sword King Doni was very confused. Sensing an ominous premonition, he shuddered, then desperately raised his head. Hey! My friend, I think I just heard something about an underground prison. You're not joking with me, are you? He looked at Ryuga's eyes with some panic, very much hoping his fantasy could come true. Unfortunately, the master would never joke with you. Erika shook her head, then kindly advised. Don't worry, as a precious experimental subject, as long as you actively cooperate with Ryuga-sama's experiments, Ryuga-sama won't harm your life, probably. Erika's intention might have been kind, but hearing these words, Doni's face instantly turned green. Experimental subject. Even he knew that experimental subjects don't seem to have much in the way of human rights. Not to mention Erika's uncertain tone was too terrifying. What does probably mean? Can matters involving life and death be so casual? It was just a challenge. Is this really necessary? And I hadn't even started fighting. We're fellow campioni, this is too excessive. Even Marquis Vauban and sect leader Luo Hao weren't this ruthless at most, you'd just get beaten half to death. Hearing Doni's accusations, Erika showed a fox-like smile on her face. She pointed to the nearby crack that pierced through the earth and ocean, casually finding an excuse. Actively coming to my master's territory and causing such destruction to my master's domain, how can we not impose some punishment? This reason, at first hearing, seemed quite convincing. Those who actively provoke shouldn't have any complaints no matter what retaliation they face. But if I remember correctly, Italy is territory under my rule, right? Doni said with a haunting gaze. His facial expression translated to, do you really think I'm stupid? Ah! Only then did Erika remember that this guy really was the nominal overlord of Southern European magic societies. So from another perspective, this conflict wasn't the Sword King provoking the new king, but the new king seizing the Sword King's territory. Seen this way, they seemed to be the unreasonable party. Seeing Erika's defeat, Ryuga leisurely added a comment. Either way, the victor has the right to handle their spoils of war, right? With these words, Doni immediately fell silent. Compared to kingly logic, he recognized warrior logic more. Ryuga's words were irrefutable to him. Several minutes later, other members of the Copper Black Cross finally arrived tardily at the battlefield. Seeing their bound and powerless allied leader, the Sword King, and the new king calmly watching the waves nearby, all the magicians were stunned. In such a short time, before they even had a chance to evacuate civilians, the battle was already over? And the defeated one was actually the senior Sword King? Looking at the battlefield traces, aside from that one sword mark, there were no signs of conflict. Most likely there wasn't even a struggle. What's going on? Has the new king become powerful to this extent? Even Marquis Vauban couldn't achieve such a quick victory against the Sword King. Shocked and terrified, after hesitating for several seconds, they still chose to follow Erika's orders, dragging their former allied leader like a pig for slaughter to the previously prepared underground prison. Anyway, the Sword King had never shown them any particular favor before. Being replaced by a new king made no difference to them. It was just a matter of switching to serve under the new king. With Erika as an intermediary bridge, they didn't need to worry too much. To be safe, Erika accompanied the transport, escorting experimental subject number 1, the Sword King, to the underground prison. Ryuga didn't follow along. According to their previous agreement, after resolving this minor trouble, he needed to visit the Type Moon world. Tosaka-rin, Ryuga-sama, I'm ready. Tosaka-rin, will you come over now? Ryuga, good. After brief communication, Tosaka-rin gritted her teeth and used most of her accumulated points to send Ryuga an invitation. Soon, Ryuga responded to this invitation. The group livestream screen also quickly switched to the Type Moon world. To be continued. Chapter 46, Chapter 046, The Inheritance of the Mata family. In the Type Moon world, at the Tosaka residence, in Tosaka-rin's room. Oni-chan, didn't you say you needed to use the bathroom? Why did we come here instead? Tosaka Sakura, with black shoulder-length hair, looking quiet and well-behaved at only 5 or 6 years old, looked at her sister with a confused expression. Right now, the head of the Mata family had already arrived and was having a conversation with father in the main hall downstairs. The head of the Mata family was a hunched-back little old man with an extremely sinister-looking face. The moment Sakura saw him, her first reaction was fear. Those pitch-black pupils that seemed devoid of light were like insects that had caught their prey, with an inorganic luster that carried no emotional color whatsoever. Although little Sakura was afraid at the time, she had no intention of running away. No matter what, she couldn't cause trouble for father and Oni-chan, that's what she thought. Fortunately, at that time, perhaps noticing her attitude, her sister immediately spoke up saying she needed to go to the restroom and brought her along. She was also puzzled about why two people needed to go to the bathroom together, but she didn't resist. Rather than standing under that old man's gaze, she preferred to stay with her sister. What surprised her was that Rin didn't take her to the bathroom, but instead directly pulled her to her own room on the second floor. Watching Rin look around the corridor twice, then lock the door tightly with a guilty, sneaky expression, little Sakura was slightly stunned, suddenly having a guess in her heart. Oni-chan wouldn't be trying to make me escape, would she? Looking at the window in Rin's room that led to the outside world, little Sakura shook her head. Not to mention that the house had barriers set up, even without considering that point. If we do that, father will be angry at Oni-chan. Even now, facing Tosaka Tokiomi who was about to give her away for adoption, she still called him father. And rather than thinking about herself, she was more concerned about whether Tosaka Rin would be scolded. It had to be said, she still had some people-pleasing personality traits. SHH. Keep your voice down. Who said I was going to make you escape? Hearing little Sakura's words, Rin raised her index finger to her lips. At our current age, even if we ran out, we'd be found, and we might even starve to death. I wouldn't make such a foolish decision. Then what are you doing, Oni-chan? Sakura tilted her head, somewhat confused. I'm here to welcome Ryuga-sama. Rin said in a lowered voice. If it's Ryuga-sama, he can definitely solve your problem. Ryuga-sama. Hearing this completely unfamiliar name for the second time, Sakura was stunned for a moment, then carefully observed the excitement and nervousness that her sister couldn't suppress on her face. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she suddenly asked a strange question. Is Ryuga-sama male? How did you know? The expression on Rin's face was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Sakura had also joined the chat group? So Oni-chan is hiding an unknown man in her room? Little Sakura asked with innocent confusion. Her train of thought was completely different from Rin's, and with one sentence she directly short-circuited Tosaka Rin's brain. Although little Sakura's speculation had some rationality, why did it sound so strange? She wasn't even 7 years old. That's not it. Annoyed by this naturally airhead sister, Rin's face flushed as she refuted. Ryuga-sama is. Halfway through her explanation, a familiar male voice from the live stream rang out clearly. I am what? Ryuga, upon first entering the Type Moon world, surveyed his surroundings, glancing over various cute decorations, then looked at the 2 little girls in front of him. Rin's twin tails had extremely high recognition, no need to guess. Sakura's gentle temperament was also quite obvious. Ryuga-sama. Seeing Ryuga's figure, Tosaka Rin was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled her sister's hand, about to kneel down on one knee to pay respects. We greet Ryuga-sama. This wasn't currying favor or being snobbish, but basic respect from the weak to the strong. Actually, never mind Ryuga who was willing to help them and had shown them kindness, even if it were a deity 1 level weaker than Ryuga who was completely unrelated to them, as ordinary mortals they would still have to express their reverence. So-called etiquette, besides being able to display the dignity of the strong, could also teach the weak how to interact with the strong and protect the weak from harm. You can actually perform spatial transfer inside the house. Amazing! Little Sakura didn't resist Rin's movement and followed along in paying respects. But her gaze toward Ryuga clearly held considerable surprise. Although she hadn't been raised as an heir, she still knew a bit about common knowledge in the Magus world. Being able to perform spatial movement was already an extremely rare power, and being able to perform spatial movement inside someone else's bounded field was even more divine skill. Most importantly, the other party hadn't triggered any alarm from the Tosaka family's bounded field at all, treating the Tosaka family's defenses as if they were nothing. No need for such formalities. You're not my knights, so just treat me as an equal. Faced with the two young girls' formal greetings, Ryuga casually stopped them. The two only felt a gentle breeze brush their faces as they were immediately helped up. Madoka, is this Rin-chan's little sister? So cute. Kane, little Rin is also very cute. Kane, however, little Rin looks even younger than I imagined. The people in the live stream were also seeing Tosaka Rin for the first time and immediately showed enthusiasm. If it were malicious teasing, Tosaka Rin's counterattack would be extremely swift. But faced with such sincere praise, she couldn't handle it. Tosaka Rin, that's not true, don't say weird things. Watching those constantly swaying twin tails and those cheeks red from shy annoyance, even Erika, who was responsible for watching, couldn't help but interject. Erika, if I had known little Rin was this cute, I would have tricked her into being my body pillow. Erika, seeing little Rin looking so embarrassed yet enjoying it, I suddenly understand the appeal of bullying tsunderes. Madoka, Erika-chan, so scary. Kane, as an older sister myself, I can understand this feeling. This is what you call professionalism. Tosaka Rin, Waaah. Fox woman, I'll kill you. Oni-chan. Seeing Rin's facial expression suddenly become incredibly dramatic, Sakura looked at her puzzledly, then glanced at Ryuga. She didn't know if it was because of her relationship with her sister, or because this big brother looked more handsome, but unlike the fear she felt after facing that old man from the Mata family, after seeing Ryuga, little Sakura felt her heart seem to calm down a bit. Like a mountain spring in summer, giving people a cool and calm feeling. Don't mind her. Ryuga said casually. I understand. Little Sakura obediently thanked him and believed Ryuga's explanation. Sure enough, realizing that Ryuga was right beside her, in less than 3 seconds, Tosaka Rin quickly adjusted her expression back to normal and no longer paid attention to those embarrassing compliments in the group. Ryuga-sama, this is my home. Looking embarrassedly at the messy pajamas thrown on the bed sheets, Rin introduced with forced composure. This is my room right now. Ryuga nodded, then looked down. Your father is downstairs. Shall we proceed with the original plan later? The original plan was to first examine the trustworthiness of the Mata family, then decide what to do next. For Ryuga, the plan that Tosaka Rin proposed sounded very comprehensive, but actually had no effect. Whether they followed the original plan or not made no difference. After all, whether it was a one-for-one exchange or self-sacrifice, everything was built on the foundation that Tosaka Tokiomi hadn't misjudged and that the Mata family was trustworthy. If this factual foundation was lost, these matters couldn't even be discussed. The reason he didn't veto Tosaka Rin's proposal was mainly because some things had to be witnessed by her personally. Ryuga didn't need to interfere too much. Coincidentally, the thing he wanted to obtain in the Type Moon world was also at the Mata residence. To be continued. Guys, why do I have to tell y'all to drop your power stones? Chapter 47, Chapter 047, Hypnosis Series? Ox-Hour Worship Technique. Tosaka Rin naturally had no intention of changing the plan, so they went downstairs together and came to the living room of the Tosaka residence. Ryuga-sama, can't father and the others see you? Even though Ryuga was walking openly in the front, and the two little ones were following behind him after arriving at the main hall. This level of presence shouldn't be possible to ignore. But for some reason, whether it was Tosaka Tokiomi or Matazukan, they only glanced in their direction once, then continued their conversation as if they completely hadn't noticed Ryuga, a living person. After being surprised, Rin speculated. Could it be a hypnosis technique? Given Tosaka Tokiomi and Matazukan's magical accomplishments, even ordinary heroic spirits' techniques might not be able to deceive their minds. But Ryuga was a powerhouse above even gods. What ordinary heroic spirits couldn't do, for him it wasn't a problem. No, it's just simple cognitive interference. Ryuga shook his head. They can see me, just as they can see the sky above their heads, but precisely because the presence is too strong, it's not easily noticed by people. If a top-tier existence at the level of a holy knight were here, they might be able to see through the conceptual technique Ryuga had set up, but neither of the two magi present had accomplishments at that level. In their view, Ryuga was like an elephant in the room, not that they couldn't see him, but even if they saw him, they couldn't form concrete recognition in their minds, as if it was perfectly natural for him to be there. No wonder even when I talk to you like this, Father shows no reaction at all. Rin sighed. Even now, even though they clearly heard her conversation with Ryuga, neither Tosaka Tokiomi nor Matazuken showed any sign of caring, as if they hadn't heard anything at all. Such terrifying power was just something Ryuga did casually. Before long, the conversation between Tosaka Tokiomi and Matazuken approached its end. Sakura, from today onward, you are no longer my daughter. You will completely abandon the Tosaka surname and become the heir of the Mata family. From now on, you must not disappoint the magical aptitude within you. Tosaka Tokiomi seriously instructed his younger daughter thus. These words sounded incredibly cruel, but actually weren't completely without warmth. If she wanted to become the heir of the Mata family, then Sakura absolutely couldn't be too nostalgic about the Tosaka family. The more ruthless he was now, the more at ease the Mata head would be about Sakura, which would actually be good for Sakura's future development. However, even so, expecting a little girl to understand the cruelty behind these words was too much to ask of her. At this time, Sakura had only one thought in her mind. Ah, as expected, neither Mama nor Papa want me anymore. Although she had known she would be abandoned, until this day came, she still harbored small hopes in her heart. Now that her fantasy was shattered, she had become a homeless person. She slightly lowered her head, like a kite with a broken string. She didn't cry or make a fuss. I understand. In the end, that was all she could say. After all, no one would ask her to stay anyway. Just as she was thinking this, the twin-tailed young girl holding her hand suddenly tightened her grip on her sister's hand and for the first time showed angry eyes toward her own father. Father, how can you say such things? Rin let out what could be called a lioness's roar. She wasn't unaware of the meaning behind Tosaka Tokiomi's words, but she didn't think the harm these words caused to little Sakura could be equated with that vague future. Rin. Hearing his eldest daughter's voice, Tosaka Tokiomi's body stiffened for a moment, but he still stubbornly shook his head. You're still too young. When you grow up and become a true magus, you'll understand. Whether as a magus or as a father, he felt he had made the best choice. Rin wanted to say something more, but noticed that her sister had gripped her hand back. Oni-chan. Sakura silently shook her head, telling her not to argue anymore. Rin also understood that she couldn't persuade her father. After several seconds of silence, she gave up the argument. Father is such a stubborn old man. She finally grumbled in frustration. Then, a dry laughter like insect chirping rang out. Ha ha! What touching sisterly love! The extremely sinister-looking Matazuken looked at the two children in front of him with the gaze of someone looking at rare treasures. Then, he showed an extremely expectant smile. Since we've agreed on the adoption, then Tosaka Sakura, no. It should be Mata Sakura, you should come with me to your new home. Deliberately using words to hurt the young child in front of him, and seeing the other party's eyes dim again, Matazuken turned and left, seemingly not worried at all that little Sakura wouldn't follow. And in fact, after hesitating for several seconds, little Sakura indeed lifted her foot to follow. However, before she could take a step, she was grabbed by the back of her neck by a large, warm hand and lifted back like picking up a kitten. She looked up and saw that the one who had lifted her back was Ryuga. Before she could ask, Rin started scolding. Are you stupid? He tells you to go and you really go. How could this sister be so carefree? Could it be that because she was abandoned by father, she was heartbroken and starting to become self-destructive? Thinking this, Rin couldn't help but feel sorry for this sister. If she had known father would say such things, she should have directly put laxatives in his tea. However, what Rin didn't expect was that after hearing this question, little Sakura just blinked and asked back. Didn't Oni-chan say we should follow this old man? If she didn't follow, how could they track him? Ah! Rin was somewhat stunned. She still had the mind to consider this matter, so it seemed her sister was in good condition? Actually, facing her biological father's declaration of severing ties, little Sakura couldn't possibly not be sad, but currently, she hadn't reached the state of despair greater than heartbreak as in the original story. The key factor was that with Ryuga's backing, Rin showed an attitude of never giving up. For Sakura, those were two life-saving straws. For humans, as long as there was still hope, as long as there was still a last straw to grasp, she wouldn't give up, just like little Sakura now. So she wanted to try to suppress her fear of Matazukan, follow him, and cooperate with her sister in Ryuga-sama's unknown plan. Understanding little Sakura's thoughts, Ryuga shook his head. No need to take risks personally. I've already arranged a substitute. Hearing him say this, Sakura looked puzzledly toward Matazukan's direction. Then she saw an extremely crude-looking scarecrow following behind the sinister old man, humming and hawing like a mischievous child. Noticing her gaze, this scarecrow suddenly turned around and showed her an extremely terrifying smile. More horrifying than this was that whether it was Tosaka Tokiomi's gaze, or Tosaka Aoi's gaze from the second-floor window, or the corner of Matazukan's eye, they were all focused on that scarecrow. As if that extremely crude and eerie scarecrow was the real little Sakura. For a moment, little Sakura trembled slightly, feeling like her existence was being eerily stripped away. Fortunately, Ryuga provided an explanation in time. Don't worry, that's a substitute made using the Ox-hour worship technique. It's mainly for your safety, and it can also let us see what the Mata family really wants to do. Don't be afraid. Both Ryuga-sama and I can see you. Rin also noticed little Sakura's unease and gripped her hand tightly again. Feeling the attention from both Ryuga and her sister simultaneously, little Sakura finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. I trust Oni-chan and Ryuga-sama. Anyway, everyone else was already unrelated to her. As long as Oni-chan and Ryuga-sama still remembered her, it would be fine. Seeing Matazukan leave completely obliviously with the scarecrow substitute, Ryuga and the others immediately followed. Soon, they arrived at a Japanese-style courtyard, the Mata residence. Looking at this vast courtyard located in the city center, after her resentment toward her father dissipated somewhat, Rin remembered her plan and began to restore her father's image in little Sakura's heart. Actually, although father is stubborn, he still loves Sakura very much. What he said before was just out of helplessness. Don't look at how ugly that old man from the Mata family looks, the Mata family's conditions are still very good, and it must be the result of father's careful selection. To be continued. Guys, why do I have to tell y'all to drop your power stones? Chapter 48, Chapter 048, The Worm Vault, A Battle Without Suspense. At this time, the reason Rin was deliberately trying to restore Tosaka Tokiomi's image wasn't to convince Sakura to stay at the Mata residence, but to reduce Sakura's resistance and make her willing to return to the Tosaka family. She keenly noticed that after Tosaka Tokiomi made such a heartless declaration, Sakura seemed to have completely despaired of her parents. Don't let it be that when the original plan was completely fine, Sakura herself was unwilling to go back, that would be troublesome. No matter what, they're still one of the 3 founding families, so there shouldn't be any problems. Not to mention, their foundation is much thicker than ours. When praising, Rin also didn't exaggerate. Actually, Tosaka Tokiomi's choice was indeed well considered. The Matu family was not only a centuries-old magical family, but had also accumulated considerable assets in the present world. One could say they had no worries about food and clothing. Being a heir here didn't require worrying about livelihood issues at all. Plus, the Matu family was also in Fuyuki City, so they could look out for each other. If Sakura really had to be adopted out, this family was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. It seemed her speculation was correct, father had still put thought into it. Thinking this, Rin's mood improved considerably. If the Matu family was really reliable, she wouldn't be too resistant to becoming the heir here. The only puzzling thing wasn't the Matu family's traditional inheritance water magic? Why did she see so many insects when passing through the bounded field just now? Just then, from the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed that after entering the Matu house, Matazukan directly took the scarecrow to the back courtyard. The expression on his face seemed somewhat off. Rin simply decided to quietly follow. With Ryuga accompanying her, she wouldn't be discovered. The three followed Matazukan and soon came to the basement through a passage in the back building. The moment they saw the scene inside the basement, Tosaka Rin almost vomited on the spot, and Sakura's face went pale, obviously frightened by this situation she had never seen before. Madoka, what is this? Erika, I'm closing the live stream. Kane, I'm closing it too. Never mind Madoka, even the well-traveled Erika and Kane, who had also seen many disgusting creatures, couldn't handle it after seeing that scene. The three directly fled in panic. Tosaka Rin could completely understand their reaction. What met their eyes was an entire basement crawling with insects, at least hundreds of thousands of insects had formed an ocean here. Massive numbers of insects kept wriggling, climbing, leaving slimy traces on each other's bodies. Their twisted, slippery postures caused physiological revulsion just from looking at them. This was a bizarre scene that excessively challenged human aesthetics and excessively tested brain nerves. Among everyone present, besides Matazukan, probably only Ryuga-sama in front of them could maintain calmness. But even Ryuga, looking at the massive squirming insects in front of him, showed considerable disgust in his eyes. This is a worm vault. This old bastard built a worm vault here. Tosaka Rin showed a suspicious and uncertain expression. Water magic and insect magic might have some relationship, and as a magical family, hiding 5 or 6 secret techniques wouldn't be strange. But from Matazukan's perspective, wasn't today supposed to be Sakura's first time coming to the Matu house? Even if he didn't plan to prepare some surprise in advance, he should at least give her a vacation to get familiar with the environment first, right? Why on the first day was he so eager to bring Sakura to the worm vault? This didn't seem like wanting to conduct magical instruction early, right? For a moment, Rin had an extremely ominous premonition in her heart. At the same time, Matazukan grinned. Virtual number attributes are precious, but they're not suitable for the Matu family's magic. So, go down and let the crest worms modify you. After these words fell, he lightly tapped his cane and directly threw the scarecrow following behind him into the worm vault. Almost instantly, the scarecrow's figure was covered by the writhing insect tide. Seeing the nearly completely disappeared scarecrow, both Rin and Sakura were stunned. Both girls were very smart, so they quickly understood what kind of treatment Sakura would receive if she was really adopted by the Matu family. If not for Ryuga and Rin's interference, this scarecrow might have been Sakura's possible fate. How is this possible? How could father allow Sakura to be adopted by this kind of family? Rin's first reaction was disbelief. Throwing a little girl of only 5 or 6 years old directly into this overwhelming insect tide, that would be worse than killing her. And soon, she realized. Father, probably doesn't know what the inside of the Matu house is like either. Whether from the perspective of magical achievement, proximity, inheritance level, or trustworthiness, the Matu family was the best choice. But Tosaka Tokiomi, who had done all the investigation, had dropped the ball at the most crucial point. He had no idea how dark the inside story of the Mata family was. It was completely different from what it appeared to be. Damn it! Soon, Tosaka Rin locked onto the culprit and glared at Matazukin with fury-filled eyes. Even if what the other party had just pushed down was a scarecrow, it proved he indeed harbored ill intentions toward her sister. Just this point alone was enough for Tosaka Rin to sentence him to death. Go to hell! Without time for any thinking, she instinctively threw the 2 gems she had treasured since childhood at Matazukin and directly detonated them. Boom! The magical power stored for several years was completely consumed in this bombardment. Several seconds later, the smoke cleared. Half of Matazukin's body was gone, but soon, massive numbers of crest worms from the worm vault poured into his body, filling his structure. After being hit head-on by this level of attack, Matazukin was finally able to break free from the cognitive interference and truly recognize the several presences behind him. The eldest daughter of the Tosaka family, and Sakura. When he saw the unharmed Sakura behind Rin, Matazukin was stunned on the spot. If this was Sakura, then what was it that had been following him all the way and that he had just thrown down? A chill suddenly crept up his spine. He thought of an even more serious problem. Even though Tosaka Rin had been following behind him the entire time, why hadn't he been wary at all? Obviously, neither the young Rin nor Sakura could accomplish this, so the one who had truly deceived his perception was only one existence left. Young man, do you intend to be my enemy? Matazukin stepped back, forcing himself to look at the man in front of the 2 girls. Almost instinctively, he didn't dare to raise his head to look up at the other party, but his tone remained harsh. You shouldn't be foolish enough to fight a magus in his own workshop, should you? To be continued. Join my Discord server for the latest updates and have face-to-face talks with me. Discord.gg/FD76QN4VHB